Hello, hello. Dramatic opening. Cough. Hello, hello into cough, cough, cough. Had to mute. Didn't mean to just say hi and then dip on you guys. We're going to start the day off with Cristiana versus Mr. Yakov as we get ourselves ready to rumble in some StarCraft 2 today. Good to see you. It's the WardiTV October Qualifier number 1. Later today, WardiTV October Qualifier number 2 going to be coming up as we get this ready to go very soon. We're going to start off in the round of 16. So these are straight up open cups, guys. That has the benefit of top 4 qualify into the WardiTV October event. So there is that little bit of like bonus in that regard. And then we actually have a second cup later. Now, if you qualify into the WardiTV October, you can still play the second cup. These are just designed as open cups that also act as qualifiers. With the idea being that a lot of the time we have people that qualify through Qualifier 1, they just want to play Qualifier 2 to play some games. And that typically makes the tournament better. What we always do is we always consider people who sign up as players who get priority for invites as well. So even if you don't even if you kind of play Qualified 2, it's like, oh, I got knocked out by someone already qualified. That doesn't necessarily knock you out. That doesn't necessarily knock you away from kind of, you know, taking part, because we still consider your participation as a probable invite. So that's what's going on. Basically, these are open cups to, you know, basically show interest that you want to play, and you guarantee your qualification if you get top 4. So yes, there is a world where maybe if like all Protoss qualify, obviously we don't have any room for Protoss invites, for example, but then you have had your open qualifier kind of chance as well. So that's what's going on. As we're going to start the day up on Persephone with Yakov versus Cristiana. Perfecto. Let me get this ready to go. I forgot to change the map pool. That's okay, I'll change the map pool for the later cup. Let me just sort that out, guys. Damn, this thing's so shit. Alright, people started playing on the ladder map pool, so we'll let them play ladder map pool for Qualifier 1, then Qualifier 2 will use a different map pool. All good with me. Are the maracas close by? The maracas are always close by. What's up, a little bit dicey? Thank you for the 25-month resub on the Prime. How's everyone doing? Welcome to some WardiTV October Qualifier action. Double cup, so, you know, usually the issue with these tournaments is that it's like 2.5 to 3 hours and we're done. So we fixed that by doing 2 back-to-back. So, yeah. I love it. That's the plan. Yeah, Gumiho has signed up. I'm excited about that. I thought Gumiho maybe quit because he just wasn't playing in anything recently, but he's here today, so that's very exciting too. Lovely, lovely stuff. You won your fantasy by 5 points? Let's go. Hell yeah. Keeping it close. That's what I need, because I'm just in the freaking mix right now, so I need as many people to be as close as possible so that we can just, so I can try and close out. Hell yeah. You thought Wardy was baiting with Zerg on the thumbnail? Buddy, the YouTube live thumbnails are just images of old YouTube upload thumbnails that I just go back to and reutilize when I need to make a new one. Yeah, obviously, I mean, there was a chance we didn't see Zerg today, but there is indeed some Zergy action coming in. We are going to get to see Yakov here taking on Cristiana in the first round. I actually think it's a pretty cool matchup. Actually, wouldn't like to say who's really favored on this one. I think this is actually a pretty kind of out there match where I could kind of, you know, see either player kind of having a go at this and maybe taking a win. So we'll see what happens as we get our spawning pool coming up, the Overlord coming in, Cybercore and the Nexus coming by as a couple of Queens and Lings continue to build for the next few moments. Glad to be here. Hell yeah. So am I, man. Like I say, I'm excited about this new concept I've had. Like I say, my problem before was, hey, if I run this qualifier, we only have like 2.5 or 3 hours of content. So what if we just run 2? Ah! You know, kind of a crazy concept, but yeah, it means that we should have a good 5.5 to 6 hour stream, which is kind of what we like. Them juicy streams lately have been a lot of fun. Last night was a big juicy one as well. If you were here and hanging out with us, it was a good time. So yeah, excited to kind of get into this, guys. Link speed coming up, Queen and the Hatchery on the way, Overlord in production. Stargate is building through on the side of Cristiana as we get everything set up in the early moments here. Wolfgate and the Adept all coming about, and we do have an Adept already taking a little bit of a shade forward to see what's up. I'm on the indie cam, so if the observance a little slow, don't ask me. As you just see the Adept coming around, the Queen going to be right there, and again going to nibble at that for a few moments as the Oracle and the Warpgate still coming through, and still getting online and rolling. So yeah, a couple of Adepts want to try and harass early. We'll see what the defense of Yakov looks like. We have the Adept shading in. The few Zerglings getting a little bit of a catch, so it's going to be a nice little grab right there. Going to be seeing both those Adepts getting cleaned out already, and the Ling's able to clean that up. There is our Oracle on the map and making its way to the other side to try and put some pressure on as well. Good defense by Yakov, though. 2 Adepts and only 1 drone going down. Not really a lot of lost mining time. This is a pretty good starting point, and now the Oracle. We'll see if that can do much. Absolutely not. Triple Queen in perfect position. This has been scripted, and I mean, the Overlord saw it coming, right? So you know where it was coming from. It is going to get around the back now, though. So it is actually going to get around here, but the Spore's nearby. I don't think we can really do much with that, especially being low HP. On high HP, it maybe could have eaten a couple of Spore Crawler shots and gotten rid of a couple of drones, but obviously that doesn't really look to be the case on this one, as the Oracle continues out down to the bottom. A couple of Lings poking around, Twilight Council and Robo Facility coming up, the extra gates and the Adept all coming through as well. And, oh, we should have killed that Adept. No! Messed up, pulled back a moment too soon. Not the biggest of issues, but just a little one that just didn't need to go like that. So, a little unfortunate there as the Oracle nabs a drone, takes that out. I'm just going to be seeing it activating for another drone in the next couple of moments. A couple workers going down, the Temple Archives coming through. Gates and the Prism continue to come up, Roach roaring on its way by, drones and the Queen building as we speak. And this Oracle just coming back down to the south side here from Cristiana. Just drop a Nexus into the 3rd base location, Temple Archives and the Gateways coming through, the Nexus still building, and continue to get settled here in the opening stages still. We have ourselves the Spore Crawler finishing, Roach roaring about to be done. The Lair is on the way, the extra drones and the Queen coming about, and the Overlord going to check into the main base. Coming over, a couple of drones still going down. All of Archon's just going to drop straight in. The Queen is going to shoot. A couple of shots going off. 3 drones going down. Going to be seeing the Queen's actually going to be taking some damage. The Archon drop is going to be pretty successful. And that's a little bit of a shame. After a great start here from Cristiana, he's now in a little bit of trouble. Only lost 1 Queen so far, and actually has the transfusion here to protect now. The other Queen's getting forward, and that is going to be an actual not bad defense in the end. Damn. Not bad at all. Let's just have the Roach speed coming up. So Roach speed coming online. The Spy is going to drop in the back. The +1 missile upgrade on the way. So +1 missiles and Roach speed all building out. The couple of Archons going to lift up there. Man, one of them actually got very low, losing all of its shield and some actual HP as well. So very close to going down. But it was saved by Cristiana, and he's able to maintain that now. As at the end of the day here, Cristiana's got a worker lead. He's got an army lead. Yakov is not exactly banking money as he heads into the Spire. Sorry, bless me. I feel like I'm going to sneeze again. I never only sneeze twice. Apart from this time, apparently. So, he heads into the Spire. He wants to get to Mutas, but it's not been a pretty start. Because at the end of the day, he's behind on Eco, behind on Army. And you're trying to play like the harassing Muta squad. That's not exactly ideal at the end of it all. So, see where this goes. If I get distracted in the next minute or so, guys, it is just walkover time, so I'm probably just doing some admin work and getting people processed through the bracket as required. So just a little heads up if I go quiet the next minute or so. We're just getting everything on track to keep the tournament running smoothly here today, as the +1 missiles and Roach speed will both come online. Got some extra Roaches and drones coming about, the Robo Facility and a cannon is on its way as well, and a couple of gateways for good measure. Those hallucinations going to go poking by on a couple of Overlords. Queen, Spore together, just going to get in after the hallucinations as well. Hallucination still gets by, going to be able to go in after the Overlord still, and that Overlord will take a few more shots of damage. Hydroden is going to be very soon halfway done. The extra mutas all coming up. The Prism loads up a couple of the Archons. The cannon is going to be right there. The Overseer getting turned the other direction, and the Overseer will go down. Roaches pull back over to the right-hand side. Hydroden finishing soon. Roaches and drones on the way. Add the +1 missiles in. Infestation pit building up. The extra units all coming about. And again, it's going to be a combination of Roachling on that right-hand side that settles and gets ready to dive down to the bottom side. The mutas already getting rid of the Oracle. I like that it's only a handful of mutas here because there is a Stargate and there are Phoenix, and they're not going to do much, honestly, anyway, to begin with. Which is a shame, because even just a few probes here would have been nice, but instead we're going to get completely deflected. It's not like Yakov really has enough to really power through just a Roach Max here either, so I feel like we're hitting a little bit of a brick wall right now as the +2 attack, the Storm, all coming into play. Just going to see those Phoenix are going to clean those mutas up. So this entire Spire and muta play has been a complete waste of resources. Absolutely zero net gain on that. Yeah. We've seen the Roaches going to continue to run. Just a couple more Roaches coming about. Immortals are going to be going after a few extra Roaches. I mean, Immortals obviously just going to be great in this scenario, and there's just not enough Roaches to be truly scary. Let's just have the Hydras and the Lurker-Den continue to come up as well. So that Lurker-Den is going to be coming through and getting into place. So Roach Hydra all on the way. I mean, I get where Yakov's going to. It's just, I mean, this game has been a disaster in the end. He ended up coming out of the early game behind. He ended up going into muta play, which has done absolutely nothing. And now he's going to be reliant on Lurkers against what is already a good Immortal count. I actually think if Cristiana pushed right now, Yakov likely dies. The only thing that's maybe scary is he doesn't have a lot of splash against the Hydras, but that's Storm. He has 7 Temple. He probably would be okay, honestly, if he just went for it. Now the Lurker count starts to grow a little bit further. It's going to become less and less likely Cristiana finds a push in the near future, and it becomes more and more likely that he plays toward the Fleet Beacon and the Stargates for the Tempests and playing into that later stage of the game instead. Phoenix Solid Archon around that left side. A couple of Lurkers get burrowed up. We're ready for ourselves in for a little bit of a push forward. A couple of Queens there putting some damage out, and the Phoenix will take some shots. Bling Roach Hydra going to be there to get rid of a couple of those Zealots, which are going to speed run up that right-hand side. It was a 100-meter sprint from them, but unfortunately it's going to end in the jaws of Zerglings. So not exactly the best finishes we have. Yeah, Hydra's good for the Phoenix. At the end of the day, the Phoenix don't have much use now. Killing them off, maybe. Okay, Phoenix can still be fairly useful. They can live Lurkers in a fight and deburrow them, right? And unburrow them and essentially kind of drop them down so they're not burrowed. So that can be annoying. It does also, if you have the Phoenix still, kind of stop you going back into mutas. Not that I think that that's really going to be a part of the plan from Yakov. But it does kind of, you know, by getting rid of the Phoenix, it maybe brings that a little bit more online as a possibility. So I'm not going to say it's bad to get rid of it, bad to kill them, but at the same time, it's not, it's kind of whatever. Like, it's fine if they're there because you can still probably get some use out of them. If they're not there, I don't think Cristiana cares either right now. He's also double Stargate at this point, so if you go back into mutas at this stage, he can pump 2 Phoenix at a time, and he's really going to get back to, you know, defensive numbers of Phoenix very quickly if he needs to be. Yakov does get burrowed to deflect on the left. And it is the carriers, by the way, from Cristiana as well. Take note of that compared to it being the Tempest, which I obviously initially suggested. You usually see Tempest as just a let's pick away at these Lurkers from afar. Instead, we're going to get the carriers up, which don't really pick away from the Lurkers from afar, but it just says he's very confident about being able to run into this army and take one big, massive fight. So that's exactly what he's going to aim to do, as we will see a bunch of additional cannons coming down over on this right-hand side. So they set up on that far right. We're now going to be seeing the carriers still pressing forward, a couple of interceptors coming through. The single Zergling here is going to chase the Zealot for a couple of moments as well. You can just see that Nidus network popping and moving along as the Zealot Archon steps up. Nidus goes down, killed off immediately there. And we just have the rest of the cannons finishing up on the right-hand side. Carrier, +1 air weapons, all coming through. Another Storm down onto that group of units in the center as well. It's a nice Storm. I mean, Storm again, lasting a long time now, doing that 110 damage. Does work its way through the Lurkers a little bit. 2 Storms to kill a Lurker is not bad if they eat full Storm connections, and they're absolutely eating them around the map right now. A lot of these Storms have been successful. And the Lurker count has been falling. We've lost 7 Lurkers already in this game, considering we're only on like 13. That's half the Lurkers killed in pretty quick succession. And yeah, you know, Cristiana lost some supply, but guess what? That supply is replaced with more carriers and now a mothership in the production tab. So really high-tech units that are going to improve his army for sure. I mean, he is going to be up against the corrupted production now of Yakov. As Yakov sits on 5 bases, getting to base 6 on that right side as well. So he has a good base count. The creep spread not amazing. It's obviously being pushed back heavily. It's around a little bit on the left-hand side of the map, a bit on the right, but not really in the center at all, which gives Cristiana a great place to just sit in the middle of the map and then really be able to kind of target bases as he sees fit or where he sees the lack of defenses. So that's going to be a big problem overall as well. See ourselves the carriers moving through. The cannon's going to be settling down. The mothership is still very much so on its way. And like I say, that's only going to make this Protoss army that much better in the next few moments of this opening game of our opening series today. I saw this in the round of 16, the only round of 16 match available. Everyone else has a bye waiting for an opponent from the round of 24. So actually worked out nicely, and it's definitely turned into a nice little matchup to start us off today for sure. Cristiana should research more upgrades. Yeah. +2 air weapons would be very nice. He just finished, he's got +3 attack finishing now. We'll see what else does off the forge, but definitely some air weapons would be generally a good positive. Usually people talk about +2 weapons being that kind of very powerful timing for the carriers, something about how it works at +2. So, yeah, still at +1, maybe not ideal. I'm not sure if that's still a thing. That was much more of a thing when it was like, there was like a +2 carrier timing you used to kind of really go for in ZVP. That was a little while back. So we're just getting rid of some of the zealots here as they warp in. Still 12 probes, and actually going to be able to push onto this base as well. So Yakov going to find Cristiana, I'm going to say out of position, right? I mean, he's not where he needs to be. Yakov can basically go where he wants to. And Corruptors are looking to preemptively kind of intercept the air units coming in. There's going to be an army coming from the right side. Cristiana needs to be super careful. Those High Templar are walking right into this. There are High Templar on both sides. These Hydras are, I'm very afraid, going to be in some trouble. Those Storms kind of zoning the Corruptors more than anything else. We do get a lot of this army back into position now from Cristiana, but it cost him kind of, he had to walk through a lot of Lurker Fire as well, so it's been kind of a messy affair. We are rebuilding Zerglings and Corruptors. Yakov has a better bank than that. I'm not sure why he's building so many Flings right now rather than just spending his money on better units. As now the Corruptors need to back the hell away. Obviously, Interceptor's going after them, and that's 100% a moment to move away from this. Not sure, again, what the real, the goal or the situation, or what I don't know what he saw there. I don't know what he visualized as a, oh yeah, this looks good for me kind of moment at all. Couple probies will be taking some damage. We just have +3 missiles, +1 Carapace, +2 flyer attack all coming in, and the +2 air weapons coming about as well. Additional Tempests are going to continue up as the assimilators continue to come by. I'm going to warp in a group of zealots on that bottom right-hand corner, so they're going to get warped in. They're going to get ready to try and play defense here, but Yakov doing a good job of trying to keep Cristiana slowed down and held back. He's definitely not making this an easy game for our Protoss in this early stage. Can I show APM for a sec? Sure. There you go, it's in the top left-hand side. The average is pretty close to each other, 270, 390. Boom. Alright. Well, attempting to deny us, running around the right side. Cristiana actually has a lack of minerals right now, so Yakov on the track to do something good here. He's got this army, from Cristiana reduced, and he's going to maybe be able to keep it reduced as well. Especially as Cristiana. He's rebuilding a couple of probes, but not too many. He's actually building Void Rays right now. Not sure how I feel about it in the long run. How much the Void Rays can add to an army versus other units that could take up that supply. Lurker's going to get burrowed. It's scary kind of position for these Lurkers because you can kind of see there's a lot of stacked defense nearby. I like it though. He had the plan of getting back into the Niders with most of them. This Lurker here just gets past those few cannons, and again, it's all about chaos right now from Yakov. If he can just keep his opponent busy, dealing with one thing, then he jumps elsewhere to make him deal with another, then brilliant. And he really is just outplaying Cristiana in this late stage of the game. Cristiana has an awesome army, but he's not been able to maintain the backfield at all. He's not being able to maintain the foundations of this game for himself. And so he's going to end up in a position where he's going to have one massive push. And he's going to be completely all in off of it. And I honestly think right now he should already just give up and go. Like right now you're trying to defend the bases and you're running around and you're just giving Yakov time to build up a bank and to set up into a bit, like you're on 26 probes. You're giving Yakov time to set up an army that can deal with your army rather than just going with the army that you have and just hoping you win with it. And I know that feels like a bit of a loser mentality. It's like, well, just go and hope you can do enough. But the reality is you're letting Yakov's units that he wants to trade out to improve his army, buy time. And now, by the time you come across the map, it's not getting any better for you because your economy's so low, because you're only on 26 probes now. It's just very, very difficult. So Yakov's rebuilt a bunch. He sends a few more lings in over here, gets a few more probes even. Cristiana is still trying to rebuild some workers, but he can't even afford that many workers because he's actually spending all of his money on worker production, so he can't even afford workers plus additional army. His army supply is not grown at all from the last minute or two. Yeah, Yakov's starting to play all around the map, has been great. He's got that Neuroparasite on the way. He's going to give up the top left base. We'll see where he decides to try and fight this, because like I say, it's not going to be an easy fight. Ooh, supply blocks as well, actually. Kind of a big deal. Needs to get out of those, get a couple overloads on the way ASAP. He's not even maxed yet, so wants to try and fight his way out of that. The Mothership, looking for a play up that left-hand side. I mean, that's just going to be a giveaway. This would be a cool play if you know, recall in the main base and your opponent doesn't see it coming, but you're literally attacking an Overseer and an Overlord with the Mothership, you know? As Yakov still has not rectified his supply block, so he's still going to be blocked here at 188 supply. There we go, 5 Overlords on the way through. You have the High Templar getting caught by the Fungal. It's actually going to be good to get the kill with the Broodlord, so one more High Templar down. In a game where Cristiana has an absolute ton of gas, 3,500 gas available, it's a very, very nice number. So he has a ton of gas available, but not really the minerals to go with it. Has to rebuild a Mothership right now already, so it goes straight into that. A couple of changelings wiggle their way down to the bottom right-hand corner as well. That just pops up again. Couple spines, 5 corruptors continue to come through right now. Voidray is moving around on that bottom side as well, just trying to see what else we can get up to here over the next few moments. Lurkers will burrow. The Voids are going to take a step forward. They're just going to be chilling overhead as well. Those few Lurkers going to go after the couple of bits over here. We see the Void Rays. Oh no, we recall 2 of them, and one of them that gets recalled just dies as well. So now these Void Rays are going to be stuck here, and your recall is on cooldown. It's just a disaster. Just need the Corruptors to actually fly through the speedy zones, and then they will actually catch up to these Void Rays more effectively. Second recall, so he has the Mothership to try and recall too. I mean, that was just bad by Yakov. He could have absolutely caught those Void Rays if he'd been a bit more attentive to where the Corruptors were pathing. He could have probably had a couple of kills instead of just the one there in the end. Yeah, just recall back, so a combination of Mothership and Nexus recalls. That means they're all on cooldown now, and if all of those are on cooldown, that genuinely does look to be a problem typically, so gonna get rid of a few Lurkers down that bottom side. Cristiana being held on these few bases. Just find an opportunity to boom, just show up, get rid of a Tempest, get rid of a Void Ray, free pickings, because your army's not collected together. And anytime that is happening, it's gonna be a bad time for you, as that was even a slow warping into that mineral line. That panel is just not connected. Simulator is here in trouble, and let's face it, I mean, Cristiana doesn't need gas, but it's still something you likely have to replace at some stage, as we are going to be seeing the Tempest targeting some Vipers there. And we do get abduct off to pick off one more Tempest. Yakov, again, securing himself in this game. Microbial Shroud coming up, more Corruptors. The bank is looking beautiful, 4k, 3k before you just spend a bit on a few more Broodlords. So he has a lot of money to rebuild with, and again, typically the Zerg is going to want to engage, rebuild, and then go again for the cleanup quickly. That's typically how these ZVP battles work, so it's important that he has a bank to go for that rebuild ASAP, because the army of Cristiana could still win the game. If he takes a good enough fight, he can absolutely just step through and kill units as they spawn as reinforcements if there's not enough of them. So there's 100% a way for Cristiana still to win this. Like, it's not super easy. I would not be confident in Cristiana's position, but you can still play for it, as that's going to be a nice fungal or 2 coming down. Good feedbacks though, and a lot of the Infestors go down without really doing anything at all. You do get the Broodlings actually in a good place, and they're actually hitting some of the High Templar down. Another nice abduct, gets rid of another carrier. Parasitic Bomb just going to be thrown into the center there. Mothership going to start splashing damage. The Broodlords are doing a lot, and now we have the Corruptors showing up. Because there's no Storms left on the ground, the Broodlords got rid of the Templar. We can actually dive in with the Corruptors, which is such a rare occurrence. That's going to do it. GG's. Yakov going to take the 1-0 lead in this best of 3. After 22 minutes on Persephone, we'll see him coming out as the victor. So 1-0 lead here from our boy Yakov, as the round of 16 does start to shape up a little bit, guys. So we've got Cristiana, Yakov, Gumiho versus Riong, and we've got Nightmare versus Tasia, Solo waiting for Milky Cow and let Alex to finish up, and then we also have Percival versus Shameless, ByuN waiting for Mixu or Honmono, Geralt versus Nicorakt, Nero waiting for Rex or Rebellion. So a lot of cool matches on the way. Genuinely a pretty cool tournament that we got going here. Like I say, impressed by the sign-up numbers as well. Good amount of sign-ups, good amount of players today. Happy to see that. Did I say Tasia? Yes, I did. Tasia is Yeah, Deja is our boy. He's love SE2 on the bracket, so he's been playing a little bit lately. He was playing a little bit of Thingy-bob lately, StarCraft Evo, and he started playing a couple of StarCraft 2 events. I keep seeding him into very good players because he keeps on signing up under the name Love SE2, so it's impossible to know it's Teja at first. So now that I know it's him, he gets a slightly better seed, and he might have a couple more winnable matches early on. Are the tournaments open to anyone? Yes. You Decisive, you want to sign up to some of these, maybe? 3 minutes of ads as soon as you ask the above. Yeah, so I'll answer. You know what? I'll just type the answer. Give me 1 sec, guys. Let me reply in chat. Alright. Yeah, that was really weird. So I was about to run out of ad time, or like, you know, time before ads played automatically as the game ended. So instead of manually running the ads, I just let the ads play. But because I let the ads autoplay, it didn't start the ads for like a minute. So it took like a minute before it kicked off the ads. So just as we got into the game, it kicked them off. Alrighty, so game number 2 of this best of 3. Sorry, was just replying in chat. While some people are in ads and asking questions. YouTube no ads master race. Wow, that's wild because I do click the ad button on YouTube too. Just YouTube. It is funny. Well, actually, it's kind of funny how YouTube runs the ads in comparison because, like, in theory on YouTube, I can click the ad button like 4 times in a minute, right? So I can click it and then 30 seconds later click it again, and each time it will try to instigate ads. But I can't just tell YouTube to run 2 minutes of ads. So we have 2 minutes of downtime, which is kind of annoying for my content, right? Because usually on Twitch, we run, you know, minutes of ads between games and so on to help fund the content. But like on YouTube, I can't tell it to do that. So on YouTube, I can run like a 15-second ad every game, basically, unless I manually remember to click it a couple of times. So YouTube Premium. YouTube Premium's a good cheat code as well, so... Very, very good product, though. Tell you, a lot of people have Twitch Turbo now. I like genuinely seeing actual revenue from Twitch Turbo as well is kind of crazy on the income dashboard. Like Twitch Turbo is actually like a color, like a line on the bar chart that's actually like this little section, and it's Twitch Turbo, and it exists nowadays compared to what it used to be. So Twitch Turbo is definitely picking up a bit of steam over on Twitch, and I don't blame them. Makes sense. Get yourself Turbo if you watch a bunch of streams for sure. EG Premium's just worth it, the family bundle's worth. Yeah, it really is. That's what we have as well. I actually got it specifically because, I mean, it obviously helps me out, but specifically because Helen signed into all of the, like, TVs around the house and stuff, so it was a double win, you know? And kind of needed it for work anyway, and then can turn off the ads when we're just watching stuff around the house. Big win. Big win. Few drones coming up, couple queens on the way through as we get settled down. He came out the ads on Twitch, sorry, I explained this, but basically the Twitch ads auto-run instead of me pressing run ads. So basically instead of the ads starting when the game ended, they took the system like 90 seconds to start the ads. So you guys might have got ads right at the start of the game, so just apologies if you had the ads right at the start. I didn't think about it. I thought it would be just fine to let it auto-run, but apparently if you let them auto-run, it takes a moment for the system to kick in and to think about the fact that, like, oh, yeah, we're going to run ads. So, yeah, just that's why it may have seemed a bit of an awkward timing. compared to usual. Temple Archives on the way up, couple gates coming through, the Nexus, Probes, Prism, all coming about as well. A couple of Depths negotiating toward the upper left-hand side. The best part of not getting ads is hearing about the ads for the duration. I want to make sure you guys know the benefits you're getting from being subscribed to Twitch Turbo. You know, I'm making sure you know about it, you know. Couple of queens, couple of lings going to be getting onto these adepts. We have lost a few workers this game. This is going to be now 8 workers lost for 4 adepts so far, and it's a bunch of lings as well. So a much more successful start from Cristiana on the early harassment, and then he's going to go into this Archon drop. He actually did way less last time, and actually had a way, and was actually in a pretty good position anyway. This time we'll see how Yakov continues, as right now I am again worried about these Archons. He needs the roaches to pop up. He needs to try and keep the queen safe, because they are his anti-air that can do a lot. Good target fire on that queen into the back. And we are going to be seeing a few lings and roaches popping. Will be enough to push this back for the moment, but of course the mobility of that prism is going to be one of the bigger issues here overall, as we just head in toward the main base. So queen takes a shot or two. The couple of Archons take their shots back at the queen. And the drones have to run, because again, the roaches can't be everywhere, and that is kind of the issue right now. Two lings on the other side might have caught a couple of probes if they hit the third base or truly clicked on the probes between mineral lines. Instead, they run into the front door wall off. Yeah, they could have been on this third base and absolutely had a couple of workers. As the prism will take a few shots here, but not enough to go down. Again, the queens are caught running. As they drop some transfusions, but yeah, that'll be good for now. The prism actually goes beyond the shield damage, so it's going to be adding up a little bit. Roach speed halfway done. Additional roaches in production still. Hatchery going to come down on the 12 o'clock position. A couple of Archons going to micro their way into a hatchery cancel. Plus one missiles, roach speed both building up. Additional roaches coming out. Just have, again, the charge and the +1 upgrade continuing to build into play right here. Those queens take a step over and look to get onto the Oracle. So, again, just trying to knock that down as we take our 4th hatchery and try to get this established. Yakov up 1 in the game. Definitely similar to the last game, where he didn't have as bad of an early game last game, but he still ended up in this mid game in a rough position. Down on drones, army not looking amazing, building this spire, which I'm not completely convinced by, especially after game 1. But he turned it around last game. It was the later the game got, he really kind of out-microed Cristiana. Really made him run around the map, and as Cristiana got to an awesome army, he just never got to truly use it, and Yakov bought himself all the time in the world. This game, Cristiana's attacking early and taking advantage of the fact that he's had a good early game. That 4th base gets cancelled immediately. I don't think there's anything he could have really done there as Yakov. He just doesn't have the army to fight right now, and Cristiana takes advantage of that, shoving straight in, cancelling the 4th, and looking to extend his position in this game into a better and better lead for himself. Expands to his own 4th in the bottom right, and there's no time soon where Yakov's going to be coming at him. I mean, maybe with the mutas, which he's going to have, what, the gas to build like 5 mutas or so at most, so it's not even going to be a ton of mutas. At least this game, there's not going to be Preemptive Phoenix ready to kind of deal with them, so we might actually get some value off those Mutalisks. And maybe that can be a bit of a turning point here for Yakov. Maybe there is a chance for him to get some mutas, get a bit of damage done, and just start to get something. He is looking to get the Hydras up behind it, so Hydra Den is on the way. And we start to head down to that bottom right side with this Roach Ravager army. The Archon Immortal Force is going to be right there, and it's going to be able to be keeping that Roach Ravager force back the other direction. Zards get in, a couple drones go down. May as well again reveal themselves onto the prism. I mean, as Christian, you probably don't hate that because it gives you time to build Phoenix. So you'll build a second Stargate. This is not a bad thing because obviously second Stargate eventually you're probably going to want anyway for the late game. And it just means that in case it is going to be a lot of Mutalisks, it really means that you can just go into a bunch of mutas. Okay, doesn't matter, I've got double Stargate Phoenix production. So you can really start to deal with that higher muta count as well. If Yakov goes into it, he's not going to do that here. He's again looking for the same kind of play as last game. A handful of mutas into the switch toward lurkers. This time he's already going to find a couple of probes. This is immediately more successful muta play than what we saw last game. He's going to find a third worker there, going to come across, get a couple more. Sees a High Templar, he would love to get it, why not? And yeah, we lose 1 mutalisk finally, but 5 workers. There's the Phoenix that are going to show up. 6 workers, just going to dive in, probably just commit on the mineral line and just get as many probes as we can. 8, 9. This wasn't terrible. I mean, don't get me wrong, it doesn't feel like a lot of damage for the investment of 5 meters and a Spire. But you force out 2 Phoenix, it's 9 probes and a High Templar. I feel like it's okay for Yakov. I feel like it's okay. Like I say, those Phoenix do not have, you know, they have a use. We talked about this last time, but they're not like something you would have wanted to build otherwise. As, I mean, Yakov just walks into these force fields and just lets that happen. I don't know what he's trying to do with this small group of units. Especially the moment he saw that, I feel like he could have backed away. He took a moment to take a shot, got force fielded. Now Zalcho up top right-hand side. Imagine those units that were stepping forward here, up in that top right side playing defense. That's a much better situation. 5th base probably goes down in this scenario. Yakov trying to come in from all angles to surround. Obviously, the storm on that ramp is brutal, and the force fields are stopping you from moving through. And the storms in general just making you kind of move through into positions and come through there on low HP. The hatchery goes down. 13 drones are dead. The Immortals and the Archons still pressing forward. The drones coming up once more. It's just going to be seeing the Immortals and the Archons still going in after those Hydras. A couple of Infests on the right side. I'm not sure they're going to add much use of anything. They're just getting jumped on by Zealots. They drop some Fungals defensively. But this one is GG's as Yakov just gets overrun. This one really was an early game that went wrong. And that early game that went wrong is one that Yakov was not able to rectify. Cristiana taking full advantage of it as we look to a Game 3. Now, opening match of the day. What's up, Coca? Welcome, everyone, from the Coca stream. Thank you for the raid. Hope you guys are doing great. Thanks for joining us. Some WardiTV October qualifier action today. Full round of 16 is now set. So it's going to be Rex versus Hero, Cristiana versus Yakov, Gumiho versus Riong, Nightmare versus Tasia, Solar versus Milky Cow, Percival versus Shameless. Just looking for the lobby link here, guys, before I miss it. Percival versus Shameless, ByuN versus Mixu, and Geralt versus Nicorek. That is our round of 16. That's a hell of a round of 16. It's actually a pretty darn cool round of 16. So that's our round of 16, and our games will just continue through, obviously, as we work our way through again. $75 prize money up for grabs in this one, guys. So there is going to be a little bit of prize money up for first and second place. Like I say, these are open cups. They are designed as, like, come in, play for the $50 first place prize or the second place $25 prize. And you get the added bonus of top 4 guaranteeing an invite to the WardiTV October event, and the top 4 and anyone else who plays has a good chance of being invited, especially scaling down on your position that you finish off in. So top 8s have a little bit more of a chance than around top 16s, but yes, we do consider, you know, you participate in these qualifiers as a big bonus towards you being the recipient of an invite. Top left side, Cristiana is going to be our Blue Protoss player, tying this series up 1-1. Start our series in a very fun way. Like I say, fun start of the day, as Yakov will be the opposition Red Zerg player in the bottom right corner of the map. Get this on the way, get this on the go, and up and running we head into game number 3 of the series on Pylon. Just playing the ladder map pool today, guys. I forgot to actually change the map pool list on the qualifier. So they're just playing ladder map pool. For the second qualifier, that's in like 3 hours or so, we'll use a combination of the current ladder map pool and TLMC maps. We are calling it the Wardi map pool, and we'll be using that WardiTV map pool, same as we had for the Monday Cup last week. We'll be using that for the second qualifier today, now that I've remembered to actually edit the challenge page. You know, when I made it at the time, I was like, I should really copy-paste the map pool, and it's like, I'll have to do that later, because I was on a train, and I was on my iPad, and it was already a pain in the butt. Challenge was just not being my friend. I was like, you know what, I'll just copy-paste the maps in later. And I did not remember to copy-paste the maps in. I did not remember to copy-paste the maps in. Whoops. Hey, what's up, Maidman? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Using that Prime on Twitch. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for priming us up. Thank you so much. The road to 700 subs is back on track, by the way, guys. We're at 623, so we are really on the road back to 700. We might even be able to make that by the end of the month, question mark. That'd be crazy, as we are obviously back streaming a lot and everything, so appreciate all your support. Thank you for subbing up, and yeah, thank you for helping us push towards that 700. 700 is always a great number. 700 subs keeps us at a good baseline level of income and allows us to kind of focus up on kind of putting a lot more money in towards the tournament prizes and so on, so that's why we consistently kind of aim for 700 subs lately. It just gives us that good baseline to work off of each month. So thank you so much if you're helping with that. As we just chat our way through a couple moments of this early game PvZ, Cristiana has a Stargate on the way through. The Nexus coming up on the side of him as well. We got ourselves the Adept and the Wolfgate coming up as we speak. So all of that coming online for a few moments. Is Maru in this tournament? No. If I could convince Maru to play in a WardiTV October event, trust me, I would, but I just don't think it's happening. We will have the Korean Royale next month, although I've been thinking about the Korean Royale a little bit, guys, because I'm a little bit afraid of running the Korean Royale and trying to make it like a big event, and then we have like 11 Korean players who want to take part or something, you know? So I'm a little scared about the Korean Royale. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to make the Korean Royale a little bit of a smaller event. So it'll be like, you know, Korean server only. Anyone can play, but Korean server only. And we'll just make it a bit smaller of an event with the idea of, like, there is still an event specifically based around the Korean server. And then to make up for it, the other funds we would have put into the Korean Royale prize pool, instead of drawing that Korean Royale out over like 3.5 or 4 weeks, we'll just do it over 2 weeks. And we'll put the rest of the money that would have been in the Korean Royale into another tournament that will just be open to everyone. Just because I just think it's going to go a little bit better. I'm genuinely a bit afraid of the Korean Royale being like a bust where like 7 people want to play and we just can't make a good tournament out of it, and I can't get enough content out of, like, you know, the amount of players we have. So just thinking that that's the approach we're going to go for next month. And then obviously in December we're going to have the WardiTV end of year championship, which is very exciting. That's always a lot of fun, and that'll be very exciting to see that be worked through as well, because there's a whole system to qualify into that and everything as well. So yeah, that'll be our WardiTV 2025 championship at the end of the year. Unfortunately, I've had to adjust the prize pool downwards on that a little bit because we've been... this has been a rough year. We're getting back on track a lot right now, but yeah, the prize pool is not quite going to be as amazing as we first thought it would be for the 2025 championship. So we're trying to just get that fixed up and run what we can with it. It's still going to be pretty decently sized. It's just not going to be like 10k as we had originally hoped. So just got to adjust to how the stream's been doing, unfortunately. But like I say, things are looking up right now, and it's going to be a fun couple months of streaming as well. Like I say, we're streaming a lot. So anyways, I'm just yapping away because not much is happening in this PvZ. A very similar setup to Cristiana in previous games, but he will not get the damage done this time with the Adepts. So Yakov has a much cleaner early game from the start. You know, units lost tier 2 Adepts for 4 drones and 4lings. So it's still something. It's not nothing, but at the same time, it's not a, you know, it's not like 8+ workers going down, 8+ lings going down. Still could be, I guess, if these next 2 Adepts come in. We will see very shortly. The 2 Archons are obviously setting up and getting ready to go as well, so that gets set and ready to rumble in a couple of moments. Oracle down the right side. Archons are going to hit. The Overlord goes down already. Still got those couple Archons gathering together. Lair on the way. The Roaches and the Drones are going to be coming up as well as we speak. Seeing the Immortal, the Forge, the Nexus continue to come through. The Lair is going to be done in a few moments here from Yakov as well. Also an attack coming up on that Forge. You see the Roaches and the Queens. Good defense. This is a much improved defense on what we've seen against the Archons before now. Nice stasis, gets there just in time and does block that hatchery as it was just about to get down. So good timing there from Cristiana. Does delay the 4th by I think a good 20-25 seconds or so. So that's actually a pretty significant stasis ward. And that does, like I say, hold Yakov back a little from where he might have initially intended to be. Spire building, a few more Roaches on the way up. The Overlord's building through. There's a lot of Overlords. The preparation just to be able to max out on units after and just build nothing but units. Again, that Spire coming into play. Is Yakov really pretty scripted in what he's doing? Just wants to get that Spire up. Sees a lot of value in the threat of the mutas. I kind of get it, right? It forces a reaction from your opponent. There was a good chance they get a good bit of damage done. I mean, think about it. Last game, there were a High Templar and 9 probes, and they killed the Prism, even though there was then Phoenix out. So you killed the Prism, Phoenix got made, so you force Phoenix, and you still get 9 probes and a High Templar. So I think Yakov just likes it. He says, yeah, even at a base level, it's likely they're going to work. And obviously in game 1, they did not. But, yeah, heading into this for a 3rd game in a row. The only reason I don't like it is it just feels predictable at this stage, right? Should Cristiana not be better prepped to make sure these meters do nothing, for example, right? And perhaps he may be. You know, cannons and mineral lines and so on could do a lot to kind of shove back a low number of meters early. So yeah, maybe just a little bit predictable from Yakov, doing the same thing back to back to back. It's always a little bit rough. +1, Storm and Charge, all coming through. Robo Facility and the Immortal still building by, getting ready to go. Roaches, a few of them going to try and get into the natural here initially. The Immortal's trying to step through. Storm coming down. Roach is going to start to take some damage. We are going to see the Roaches getting across into that mineral line where we are going to have a couple of Zealots getting warped in. Roaches take a whole bunch of damage. This is where Yakov obviously just hits that Roach key and gets going. The muta's going to be showing up soon as well, so they can start to create a distraction, maybe start to cause a split. We do have the Zealots countering. Last time they got the 5th base. We'll see if he can stop that from happening this time. They actually head in toward one of the mineral lines that are saturated, so we'll have to make sure we have a defense there. As the Archons try and chase those mutas, they'll start to get a couple of probes. They will take the Archons on a wander. Again, cannon going to be a good part of this. Having the cannon really does a lot to help you defend against these mutas. Makes your life a lot easier, as those mutas do get chased away down the left side. Hive coming up, Lurker then coming through, the Oracle taking a few more shots, the Queens are going to be there, Oracle will take a couple of hits as we go, and we do have our Roaches, Ravagers splitting apart right now. A couple of Corrosive Valves coming in toward the ramp, so to see in our Nexus, Immortal and Phoenix building through as well, so Phoenix again just making sure we can push those mutas back and not let them linger around on the game the whole time. This is going to be really nice from Yakov though. Cristiana is out of position, this base is in trouble. He's not right-clicking the Nexus. I actually think if he right-clicked the Nexus, he would do very well here. We are going to be seeing some the Immortals and the High Templar on the back end of that, maybe a little bit exposed. Now he can maybe dive to the 3rd base. Gets rid of the Warpins, getting rid of that pylon. He's going to get a few probes as well. Obviously, army about to show up. I mean, do those Roaches not just want to right-click the Nexus down? Apparently not. Like I say, we're going to run in with the Roach Ravager over on the left side at the same time, so we're going to be showing up in multiple places. What can we do here? Batteries recharging, healing the Zealots up. Yakov's going to lose a lot of the Roach Ravager, rebuilding a bunch of Hydras as we go. Roach a step away, Oracle going to come chasing, the Archon, the Immortal, the Stalker, all coming through, the High Templar gathering. And we do continue to chase those Roaches away, out, down to the bottom side. So Yakov runs away. The Roach Hydra still coming up, a couple of Hydra shots going straight in. Phoenix and the Oracle taking hits already. Archon and Immortals are just going to continue to push down. Cristiana shoving down to the bottom right side. Hydra Roach pulling back for a couple of moments, stepping through, getting a sentry. Again, Stalker Immortal still gathering up otherwise, and we split up once again as Yakov says, let's go, let's fight, let's trade. Trying to take this engagement with this split army. Is it just too much for Cristiana? Yakov is moments away from +2 missiles. Storms coming down, Yakov trying to step away from those. There's a point where maybe you could argue enough storms have come down that you can kind of just... There's not many storms left, maybe then you can engage in. Now, Yakov gives up the base though, and that's already a very bad sign. 4th hatchery down. First Lurker on the way. You can see the preparation from Yakov is just moments from being finished, right? Lurkers, you know, +2 missiles. Has so many things that are going to be so good soon, but not right now. You know, he's just not ready yet. Another 30 seconds even may have been enough time, because then you go to the 4th base, but you have Lurkers out to defend the other bases. But now we just don't get a chance to do any of that. The Mutas try and dive in, and I just don't see what this army does. Nice split against that Storm. We pull back again. There was just a lot of High Templars, so Storms all over. The drones eating Storms as well. They try and get pulled into the defense. Cristiana is going to pull off the comeback from the 1-0 deficit, and he is going to clean up Yakov here to move on through to the quarterfinals. I think our first quarterfinalist of the day even. GG's, Cristiana will be in that round of 8 and taking on whoever comes through. Gumiho, by the way, just won out over Riong. I would love to maybe go to Korea, maybe catch Nightmare Tasia, and then the winner plays Gumiho. That would be really cool. A lot of the other runners. So Cristiana will play probably Hero. So that's probably PvP. Solo Milky Cow, Personal Shameless. I actually kind of like the Gumiho matchup, because I've just not seen Gumiho in a while. Even if we end up in TVT, I'm actually all for that, because A, we would be Tasia and Gumiho, and otherwise Nightmare Gumiho sounds cool as well. So let's maybe set up for that. Let's do it. Nightmare's in game for 8 minutes, guys. So I think we're just going to wait for this Tasia Nightmare game to finish up, because either we join them mid-series, or we can join in and follow the winner into versus Gumiho, and Gumiho's ready to play. So I think we'll just do that, which means we will probably have a little bit of downtime here and just sit for a little bit. Then we can go. Go out Nickerat would be nice too. There's a lot of cool matches, but the round of 16s are all underway already. So I'm kind of thinking about what we can do to get into a round of 8. And I think my favorite round of 8 on the whole bracket is probably the Gumiho match. And this one, and because Gumiho's already there, it means that as soon as this game, as soon as this current game ends, we're guaranteed back-to-back games, because we're either going to get a fresh best of 3, or we get into a game 2 or game 3 that will then lead into guaranteed a fresh best of 3. So, yeah, I would have liked to catch Geralt correct too. There's a lot of cool matches in this tournament. That's the shame with the Open Cup aspect of it, right? So, yeah. Yeah, guys, you can't balance wine today because yesterday got out of hand, so the mods are ready to ban everybody. So if you balance wine a day, yeah, it's good luck. You're basically like sticking your hand in the fire and being like, "Whoa, what the hell do you burn me for, bro?" Like, you know, it's almost that level of silly, you know. What happened yesterday? Oh, we had a little bit of fun in emote only mode for a while. We had a little bit of fun in emote only mode time. Bad moderation because it was against Protoss? No, I mean, you just said why would I be against Protoss? I'm a Terran player. I think Protoss should be terrible. I don't want to see Storms in my games at all. You literally got the bias on the wrong side. Your message, it wasn't even a type. It was one deleted message because it could potentially start something. And yesterday was just a bad day. Okay? Yesterday was just a rough day on balance one, so we're just being proactive on not letting it get there again. Wait, you paid your points? What do you mean? I don't see you paying any points. Wait, what the hell? It didn't even tell me that was a thing. Wow. It didn't tell me that was on my dashboard, it literally just came across as a normal message. Wow. Actually scammed. It literally just came across as a normal message. It didn't say anything. It didn't say anything like about it being anything else. That's crazy. You actually got scammed by Twitch. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Sugar Teet's asking the real questions with the 83 on 3 sub. You deserve it. We'll just call it payback for yesterday, sure. Oh, guys, while we have a couple of moments here, well, I'll give it a minute for the ads to play out, but I do have a little sponsor thing to talk about for a couple of moments. So yeah, we'll give it a minute for ads, and I'll do a little bit of the sponsorship talk and stuff. Get ready to go. It's like I say, we're just waiting for Nightmare and Tasia to come out of game. Don't know how long they're going to be. They're 12 minutes in games. It's not like we're waiting for them to play like a fresh game into a macro or something. Like, even if they play a longer game now, you know, it's 5 to 10 minutes probably. Unless they play a very long game, which obviously could be the case. So yeah, we'll keep you updated if they come out of game. I'm keeping an eye on that to make sure we are ready to roll out if necessary. Do. Alright, let's sell out for a moment, guys. So again, we're waiting for Nightmare and Tasia to come out of game for us to have another game to cast. So while we're just waiting for that, we do currently have our sponsor for the next couple of days still, GrabTap. We talked about this a lot yesterday. If you didn't hear yesterday, my funny story was that yesterday morning I woke up to a Discord message, and the Discord message was like, "Hey, did you start the sponsorship yet? Because we're not seeing anyone using the link." And I was like, "Oh, that's awkward because I've been promoting this for 5 days. So we got to do a better job yesterday, today, and tomorrow, basically, while this sponsorship's still on." So if you guys want to support the stream for free, one of the things you can do is check out GrabTap. Obviously, you can like and subscribe on YouTube as well. You can click the follow button. You can just watch ads. You can just be here. It's amazing. But if you want to go one step further and help support the stream monetarily without costing yourself anything, you can check out GrabTap. If you head on over to the GrabTap link or use that QR code, it will take you to my GrabTap page. And basically, that page is just a basically that's my community page for GrabTap, which has a link to a bunch of different games that we've played on stream before, such as StarCraft Fleet Command and so on. And the TLDR is if you play those games and complete certain missions which are linked on the GrabTap page, you can earn points. Those points come towards me, and I earn a bonus based on the points that you guys earn. And you guys can also get gift cards and so on for, earning points as well. So you guys play the games, you get points, you can get gift cards. I can also get some money back as well from the whole situation. And then it's just through and through a very positive thing. So if you've seen our sponsored stuff before with mobile games, such as like Star Trek Fleet Command, or we did Royal Match earlier this year, it's very similar to that in this instance of like, if you get to like level 5, usually I would get $1 or whatever, right? And this is the very similar thing, only instead of it just being get to level 5 in Star Trek Fleet Command, you guys can pick whichever game you want to play, and you guys can go for whichever one, guys can pick whichever game you want to play, and you guys can basically just come through and, pick and choose what sounds fun to you, and so on like that. I've got a moment here, I can bring it up on screen. So, so far we've had 6 people playing games. We have 11 missions completed by the community, and we've so far earned 4,000 points as a community. So good job, team, on the 4,000. Besides, I say, there's a bunch of different games you can play. There's some available to PC. If you want to do it on your phone, you can play on Apple or Android on some of them as well. Obviously, each of them shows which is available and where. I decided to check one of these out, so I had something better to talk about. So I've been checking out Lootborn Warriors. This is basically a little AFK game where you basically are a little warrior and you just kill monsters. Now, I know what you're thinking. That sounds like fun. It's actually a pretty fun little dopamine hit because you kill monsters. You get a loot beam. It shines. You pick up new gear. You get stronger. You go and kill more monsters, and it's very like relaxing brain. It's like brain AFK, So I checked out this one because it's one that we just haven't done a sponsorship for before. It's actually kind of new. So check it out. So yeah, you guys can pick any game that you want, and as you earn these points, you guys can spend those points in the rewards section for gift cards. So you guys can check all of that out. And then obviously you guys can also, earn points towards the WardiTV community. So if you click on here, we earn these points, and that helps support the channel directly. So do check it out. Take a few moments to check out GrabTap on the chat. And, yeah. Super simple, super easy. Helps us out a bunch. Like I say, you can pick whichever game you want to play. You can play all the games if you want to earn even more points. There's a leader point, so you can come and support and stuff as well. And compete with each other to see who can earn the most points, who can get the most, like, there's different goals in all the games. Like this one, it's just a level scenario, so even installing just gives you some points. On some of the others, there's a couple more things than just basically leveling up. But there you go, like open the 7-day loyalty chest or unlock your second ship on Star Trek Fleet Command. So you guys can check out all these games. It earns us points. You can go from there. It says 0 games available to you. That means it's probably not available in your region, I would guess. If I had to guess, that's probably why. It is a little bit sensitive to ad block as well, but I think that's, if it's saying 0 games available, I think it probably just isn't available in your region. It will change based on your region. So like there's 30 games available to me, but there will be different games if you're in a different location, most likely. So it might just be that. But if there's no games available, I appreciate you giving it a click and at least checking it out and giving it a go. So thank you so much for giving it a moment there. So guys, we are waiting for Nightmare Gumiho. They are vetoing right now. That's going to be our round of 8 matchup today on this first qualifier for WardiTV October. So Nightmare took out Tasia 2-0. We'll get ready to go into this next game in just a couple of moments. Beautiful. Beautiful. So yeah, we'll go Nightmare Gumiho. Hero versus Cristiana going to be happening in a moment as well. Hero and the 2 over Rex to advance through into the round of 8. So he will play Cristiana for some PvP. We'll cast Gumiho versus Nightmare. And then there's ByuN versus Geralt or Nika React. Solar versus Milky Cow. Percival versus Shameless still happening elsewhere on the bracket. I'm sure you can watch some of those games through some of the other streams as well, guys. There's multiple people streaming right now. Who's streaming? Indy's streaming. I know Pommy was streaming. Rex might start streaming as well. There's probably a few different games going on if you guys want to check any of that out. You got 38 games available? No way. You got more games available than the streamer. Isn't that crazy? Insane. Yeah, I actually really, it would have been nice. Honestly, I didn't really know how it worked as much at first, but it would have been nice. Like over here, it talks about like, so basically we've got like 6 people that have played, 11 missions completed, and like 3,500 points gained, right? It would have been really nice if there was like some goals over here, so I could have been like, hey guys, let's try and get to like 10,000 points or something, I'm gonna bring this as feedback to the to Stream Elements who are giving us the sponsorship, because I feel like we could have done better if I had like more to push. You guys like love goals, right? Is what it comes down to, right? So yeah, you guys love goals, and so if we had more of a goal to push towards, I think that'd be cool. I mean, right now it's just a case of literally get on there. If you guys complete a single mission, I get paid for the first time you guys complete a mission. So even if you just install a game, that counts as you participating, and I get paid simply for that. So even if you just want to, you know, support at the bare minimum, go on GrabTap, download, find one of the games that gives you points for installing, like that Lootborn Heroes game that I was just talking about. Even if you just install, it counts as some points, and it counts you as a member on the GrabTap, and I get paid simply for that. And I get paid more if you keep playing. If you just want to install one and that's you done, then you're good, you know. Is it per mission I get paid, or every mission? Basically, every mission is worth points, and the more points that you guys earn, the more I get paid. But I get a bonus for the first time you guys take part in anything as well. So, yeah. Basically, the more you participate in, the more it helps. It's the TLDR. As we are getting invited into Nightmare Gumiho right now, guys. So be ready to go soon. So yeah, like I say, the first time you guys do anything on the site, it's going to help me a lot. And from there, the more you do, the better. I'm not going to say sit there and grind out games if you're not feeling it, if you don't want to. But obviously, if you have some free time, you can pick up a game on your phone while you're watching or something. Go for it. Like I say, it will help support the channel. Alright, thank you so much. You can complete a goal. How do you make sure it goes to WardiTV? As long as you go through the link or the QR code. I mean, hang on, give me a second. I'll post the link on the YouTube chat just in case anyone's interested. But as long as you go through the link and you download the game from the page that says Wardy at the top, then it will count. As long as the only thing is if it asks you for tracking, or if it asks you to allow tracking of your download or something, it tells you on the page, but basically you have to say accept tracking at some point. I didn't have to do it when I tried it earlier, but on some of them you might have to do that. So yeah, appreciate you guys if you check it out. Thank you so much for listening to me sell out while we were waiting for the game. We did not delay the game, obviously. We just waiting for videos and stuff to be done, and now we are ready to go into this TVP. Okay, let's get this one rolling. Thanks so much for listening. Like I say, guys, appreciate you all standing by while we're between matches. And let's get into some Gumiho Nightmare TVP action. In the top right-hand corner of the map, we're going to start things with Gumiho. When was the last time Gumiho played an official game? I don't actually know. Now I'm going to tab out and check when Gumiho last played. Gumiho? Gumiho last played an official matchup in the RSL Revival on the 6th of September. It's his first official match since, well, in almost 2 months. Like I said, I was really afraid Gumiho wasn't playing anything. I invited him to play the TLMC, and he said he couldn't, and I was just like, no. But he didn't tell me he'd retire, so I was like a little bit hopeful still, but yeah, very happy to see him signed up today, looking like he wants to play some tournaments again. I'm absolutely a fan of that. I'm a big smiles all around kind of guy to see Gumiho playing. It's always a treat to see him playing. Just as it was a treat to see Nightmare returning as well. Nightmare actually did say he'd retired, but he has bounced back. He's back and he's playing the game again. And yeah, excited to see him here and showing us some content and some games, because he's actually been great since returning too. So Gumiho Nightmare, pretty fun matchup for us here as we get settled down into game number 1. That's Riong on the camera, so let's not use Riong's camera. I think my camera might be a little bit smoother of an experience for you guys than Riong's. That pro player observer cam is always like a little bit all over the place, isn't it? So lovely. Alright, just going to be seeing the Reaper hopping up. The Adept is going to come around and get ourselves the command center and the reactor coming on through. The Adept is going to be coming down, and that Reaper is going to hop away as the Adept comes through. You were looking at the rewards, and one's a €5 visa thing. I was wondering if the meta is to keep using it to buy rewards that give you a €5 again and spend on different games. That is really min-maxing the min-maxing the system. Look, if you earn a €5 reward card, you go ahead and spend your €5 on yourself. You know, like you've earned it. I wonder if it would actually... I do wonder if it would work, though, right? Like, I wonder if there's a built-in... I mean, I guess they don't really care if it's like... Because instead of giving away €5, you're essentially just putting €5 back in the system. So they're not net losing stuff, but... Yeah, I guess, like I say, I'm the only one that benefits from that. Interesting. Alright, Reaper and the Hellions going to move down here as we do get the cleanup. What was the Adept going down? Killed a Reaper, actually, so I've just missed that a little bit, as we do have ourselves the Adept over here. And you get a couple of shots from the Hellion. The Reaper is not nearby, so not enough damage output to really push this Adept back and to scare it right now. The Hellion taking a couple of hits, going to stay alive for the moment. Blink coming through, the Stalker on the way out. We continue to settle into this game at this current point in time. Just going to be seeing that robotics facility, going to be on the way through, going to be done fairly shortly, so you get that robo up. Medevac, tank, and Marines all coming by. And again, Blink and the Robo, like I say, is going to be the playing point here from Nightmare, as this Medevac of Gumiho will make a move across to the bottom left side of the map for the next few moments. Parting is back. Yes, Parting is back as well. Honestly, like, StarCraft 2 isn't a fun place. All we genuinely need is, like, an EWC announcement for next year would be really nice. And even if EWC doesn't happen, like, obviously that's a big blow to StarCraft if it doesn't happen, but I do genuinely believe the StarCraft community would make things happen, you know, beyond an EWC, basically. So, yeah. As this Medevac gets turned around the other way, Cyclone and the Marines are going to go pulling back out into the center. A few Stalkers blink down to the low ground. They're going to move through the bottom of the map as well. The Medevac's still on a bit of a cruise. As the Viking, the Siege Tank coming about, and this big push from Gumiho is getting ready to go. So Gumiho wanting to get a bit aggressive. Sieges the tank preemptively, expecting these Stalkers to walk up, but they're coming around the right-hand side instead, so they're not quite going to be coming from the direction Gumiho is set up to deny. And that's awkward, because now Gumiho's kind of stopped, missed this army, and these Stalkers will start to kill SCVs. Gumiho's just going to go across the map. He's just going to pull the SCVs away, minimize losses, and just try and put himself in position here. I'm not sure how much I love it. Two more Stalkers warping in. Nightmare should probably recall soon. Doesn't need to recall right away, but if you could recall and have these Stalkers here, the sooner you have the Stalkers here, the better, right, at the end of the day. So, let's see, as the tanks will begin to siege. As the recall, tank's going to go very far forward. We could blink on top now and just go for this, as Gumiho is finally sieging. Took a long time. Leaves one tank unsieged, a little bit of micro there. The Marines try to deal with these Stalkers. Yeah, the Viking does pretty well. Honestly, that was pretty good for Gumiho. That went better than I thought. Sees the Observer as well, able to pick that off. A couple Stalkers now blinking back at low HP. Makes this a lot more difficult, but we do still get some kills as the micro is not perfect for Nightmare. And that is going to be Nightmare pushing it back. I honestly feel as though Gumiho made more out of that than I thought he was going to. The tank and a couple of additional Marines on the way currently still rallying forward. And uh-oh, these Stalkers not going to see these units in the middle of the map there. And actually didn't have the blink to get away. That's actually some good tank shots, and that does soften things up and forces the blink back to allow you to re-push into position. Gumiho, it's scary though. Like you're pushing into something which has already pushed you back one time. You got a couple tank shots off. Does that change the whole scenario here? Tough to say. Tanks will siege in the center again. He's committed to this attack. He is building SCVs, replenishing those. The longer we wait, the closer we get to charge, the more of an issue this becomes. The Observer spotting this army coming forward here, and there's the blink forward, looking for the Medevac. Doesn't get it. Might be able to get it now as we do micro the Viking backward. Good micro from Gumiho. Gets rid of the Observer. And hey, that was actually not bad. Gumiho going to take a bit more of a forward stance. I wouldn't mind there being a couple of SCVs here. Repair up the Viking. Repair up the Medevac. That's another Stalker going down as Nightmare steps into tank range. So a little bit of a problem for him there as we continue to press through. Stalker's taking a few more shots. Probes transferring between bases. Not going to be a happy ending. I'd say I was genuinely afraid of the tank count, but the whole thing about the tank count is it's only gotten this high because we've waited so long, and now charge is going to be done sooner rather than later. Gumiho's adding 4 racks. He's adding on a 3rd command center. How much does he really get done here? This tank here is going to get rid of a couple of the Stalkers, honestly. Yeah, but that's not going to be too great. We lose a lot of the Stalkers there. Here we go with the Zealots, though, and this is exactly why there was a concern, and that Medevac is going to go down as well. Yeah, I was going to say that's exactly why I'm concerned, because the Zealot charge is going to be a real answer to this amount of siege tanks. We do not get rid of the 3rd base. There's a Banshee that shows up, though, and there is currently... Okay, there is a battery over there. The Banshee could go toward the 3rd, though. This actually would have been a better place for the Banshee. Probes up for grabs, no units nearby. Gumiho gets the wall off up. Auto turret and Marines behind the wall to try and survive here, but I think the reality is this is not going to be enough. These Zealots are charging through. They do break down the depot that was building. Obviously can't repair a depot that's not yet completed. So there's only so much damage you can handle, and that is going to be GG. Nightmare takes the opening game of this best of 3. So Nightmare gets an opening game 1. We'll head into our game 2 here in a couple of seconds as we get that ready to roll out. Alrighty. Apparently Solo's going to play Shameless. Shameless 2-0 over Percival. So Solo, Shameless, and ByuN versus Geralt and Nicorite. Might be Geralt because Geralt's back on the NA server already, so I think that might be about to happen. So, yeah, a few different things going on. We will jump into our lobby for game 2 of this BO3. Between Gumiho and Nightmare. Get this one started up in a sec. Just gonna run ads, guys. Sorry, we had a couple long games at the start of the day, so I feel like I'm really spamming the ads between maps. I'm just trying to make sure, just in case we get a long game, I don't want the ads to run during it, so... Yeah, sorry, it's been a little bit spammy today, just because we had some long games to start the day off, unfortunately. Hey, what's up, P-Nutty? Coming in with that Prime sub. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much for priming us up. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, in the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the Red Terran, who is down a game. It is going to be Gumiho. And in the top right, our blue Protoss player is going to be Mr. Nightmare. Second game, Nightmare leads by 1 in this best of 3 as we continue through. I'm going to collect some of the replays from other matches, guys, so obviously we will have back-to-back cups, but obviously if this event ends, you know, with an hour before the next cup starts, we will go back and cast a couple of the matches that we will not have a chance to cast right now, so just a little heads up on that one. That is how we will approach it. We'll make sure to, we'll make sure to basically just give you guys a chance to watch as many games as possible. So obviously, like I say, the whole goal of today is just to be live for a good 6 hours or so. 5-6 hours, thereabouts. Probably more 6, because that's 5 to 6 hours. That's the whole point of this double cup. And, yeah, exciting stuff. I'm really enjoying the longer streams lately. I don't know if you've... you might have realized this, I might have mentioned it a couple of times, but yeah, we've been doing some longer streams, and it's just nice being able to get those, like, 5-6 hour streams, and it feels really good. Yeah, definitely going to be aiming to kind of keep that up as best as we can. 1 stream, 2 cups? Yes, that is in fact what's happening today. Loving the long streams? Oh yeah. No, it's nice, you know? To be fair, I mean, a lot of the time the issue with long streams is just having enough to be able to kind of make long streams happen, right? Like, having enough content to keep the stream live. But, yeah, I mean, that's not always, yeah, that's the biggest issue, so I'm just trying to kind of manipulate streams so that we can actually get longer streams if possible, so... Makes your workday so much better, hell yeah. Love that. Alright, we'll have ourselves the gate coming through, the Nexus coming up. Just gonna have ourselves the warp gate coming by, the factory coming through. We'll just get ourselves the command center building at the front as well. So factory gonna gather up that reactor building. We need more evening streams. You're gonna start a petition. Man, you give me something to cast regularly in the evenings. I was kind of thinking that maybe one day a week we do like a specific like evening stream, like maybe we would just run like a more European timed cup or something. But I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure if it's worth it. I mean, like, so I'm sure it'd be nice to stream in the evening, but like. I just feel like it would be difficult to put it, like, to make something where people would sign up without it just costing too much money for streaming outside of the regular hours, you know? So, add an hour or two of maracas at the end. Incredible. You're thinking Wardi's front page of Twitch again? No, we have applied for it in November. I've not had confirmation or... I've not been confirmed or denied for it yet, so we'll wait and see. I think signups for it close in 2 days, so hopefully we have that in November sometime, and then we will double cup it up again when that comes around, most likely. I mean, it's a Monday, so if it's a Monday, then we would probably just jump on the Monday night weekly for the second portion of the stream. So yeah, but hopefully we get that as well. It's been 3 months or so, right? Maybe it's only been a couple. We got denied last time because it had been too soon, so fingers crossed. Those front page Twitch days are fun, man. So it just gives us a good boost of viewership, and actually genuinely does affect like ad revenue in a big way, to the point we can actually just fund an extra tournament straight up. So we don't get to do it all the time, but when we do get to do it, it's really, really nice. So yeah, Medevac is boosting up over here, getting to the top side, getting into the natural. Cyclone and a couple of Marines will unload. This Gumiho looks for some early damage. Going to go to the Cloak Banshees at this point as well. Cloaking coming up on the starport. Factory building up the siege tank. Gateway, robo facility, all on the way out, as we do see the Adept shading down to the bottom left. It's going to commit in behind this mineral line. And cancel up. Just going to start backing away over to that right side. A few Marines pulled back. The Medevac is there with the Cyclone and a couple of Marines also. And robo facility, couple probies in production as we speak. At the Observer, at the probes on. And Banshee tank, a couple of SCVs coming through. The Medevac going to boost back over to the left-hand side. Cyclone gets a lock on. The Adept will just be chased away. Stalkers with a blink down. Going to get onto the siege tank. Cyclone there. The Medevac just going to boost a bit further away. Just about getting out of reach. Tank will siege from Gumiho. Still got the Banshee. Still got the cloaking coming on up. And you get the command center down in the front as well. It's just going to get that foot straight into position. As the tank fire good onto the Stalker initially. Gumiho can ask for a pause here for a moment, so we just take a second. And we will take a moment or two to get him sorted out and hopefully get back on track. Last time I had front page, I did back-to-back WardiTV Mondays. Yeah, we did 47 and 47.5. That was about a couple of months ago then, right? If we're on edition 56 now, so yeah, we'll probably do the front page again. Yeah, that was fun. Obviously, there was no Monday night weeklies then, though, so it just made sense to do the back-to-back Monday. To be fair as well, that did start. That was meant to be the second cup was meant to be like reduced prize money, but then people donated to make the second cup, so to make up the prize money for the second cup. So yeah, we actually just got the second cup kind of paid for, so that was pretty sick. Yeah. As Twitch decide who gets front page. There's an algorithm thing on handpicked. So basically, what happens for me at least is that I get I'm allowed to apply for front page once every. I think actually they removed the time restriction on it, so it used to be once every 3 months, but now you can just apply every month, and you may or may not get it. And there's a bunch of factors that decide it, such as availability, how recently you were on the front page already, for example, and stuff as well. But basically, you can basically anyone can apply if you go through the proper form. So pretty much anyone can do it that's a Twitch partner. So you can apply. There are other front page. There's different levels of front page too. You can get like regional front pages and then just like straight up front page. So there's a little bit of a different kind of amount or different values of it. There used to be a UK front page, and that used to be kind of very mid. Like it was not even worth trying to get onto it. So, but yeah, the front page I applied for was like pretty much proper front page. But there is even more powerful front page than that. Like when RSL has their finals, Tasteless pulls some voodoo magic, somehow has a contact at Twitch, so every time RSL finals are on, that's why they have like 6,500 viewers, because they have mega Twitch front page. So you are just like the absolute priority stream. And that's why RSL finals is like 4 times the viewership of any other day. So yeah, it's there's different levels to it, because when we're front page, we don't get 6,500 viewers out of nowhere, you know. So yeah, there's like different levels to it. But I have no idea how you get those deeper levels. You need the connections within Twitch. I've only been streaming full time for 10 years. I don't have any of these cool connections or anything. I'm actually impressed though, because so many people have left or been fired from Twitch that I'm surprised Tasteless even knew anyone to still talk to. Like that's genuinely impressive that that's still a thing. But yeah, like I said, it's all very dependent on different regions and stuff. There's different levels to it. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that it works. You just have Zealot Stalker moving to the bottom side. Now I got the cleanup on the Banshees. They were kind of, yeah, they were okay. They weren't terrible, they weren't great. It's been a good game defensively for Gumiho early. Look at that production tab, by the way. All the upgrades coming through. 1-1 upgrades alongside Stim and Combat. Interference Matrix for the Ravens. You can even get the Concussor Shells. So all 3 Barracks Tech Lab are upgrading right now. That's a very rare sight, actually. As we see the couple of tanks just gonna set up together. You can imagine it leads to a big boost in the long term, in the short term. Yeah, so just to continue being off topic, but front page stuff's very interesting because it does boost viewership, and typically the best part about your viewership being boosted is that more people are like, oh, there's lots of viewers on Wardy today, I'm gonna click, right? So a lot more people click on your stream because it's higher viewership, so a lot of the actual front page viewership itself doesn't really matter, and you don't really translate a lot of front page viewers into like, oh, I'm gonna watch StarCraft 2 suddenly, you know? But what it does translate to is being high on the StarCraft category and having high viewership on the stream makes more people click the stream than usual. And that is where the real boost comes from, because if I just have very good viewership all day, a lot more people click from the very start, we turn that into better ad revenue and stuff, so it has a big impact. I mean, Twitch is a platform, and viewership on Twitch is very much so dependent on just what your viewership is already at. It's the same reason why, as Nightmare here does get completely cleaned up, by the way. Good defense from Gumiho, and I like where he's at with the 1-1 to 0-0. I'll finish up this point, and we'll finish up this game, guys. But the last thing I'm going to say is, like, it's why, like, when you see, like, cups, StarCraft 2 cups and stuff being casted, initial viewership usually dictates overall viewership more than anything else. Like, if I am already live, and then, say me and Roddy are going to stream the same tournament. If Roddy is already live with 400 viewers, this happens more often than the other way around, because he streams his ladder beforehand, right? If Roddy is already live with 400 viewers, it's very difficult for me to ever have the highest viewership on that day, simply because more people see Roddy's stream, they click Roddy's stream, they just go to Roddy's stream, right? And the same thing if we kind of start at a similar kind of time and my stream has a few more viewers because I naturally have more viewers at this time of day, for example, I usually end up with more viewers because I just start off with more viewers. Like, it's very dependent on that kind of just initial viewership. And that's kind of how it's always been in StarCraft 2. I mean, you know, the first few times I out viewership Base Trade TV was simply on the fact that I was live before Base Trade TV went live for the tournament, you know? So there's just a lot of value in that initial kind of viewership package. Zealot Stalker trying to push through here as Gumiho, like I said, like where he's at, upgrades are good. He's now 2-2 against 0-0. Holy goodness. There's surely nowhere Nightmare survives this. The Storms are pretty good, and a lot of these units are low HP. Medivacs are kind of low on energy, but he's going to lose this Nexus, and there's not a lot of buffer behind this. There's no Storms left either, so I think Nightmare is going to be in trouble. And he's just going to be having our army continue to push through, and yeah, this base goes down. There's a base over here. Gumiho could go and grab and get rid of this Observer. Raven is going to provide the detection there. Gumiho just needs a moment to heal up off the Storms, and he honestly can get back on track quite nicely. I think he's going to be absolutely fine in this game to win out. There is going to be the Nexus over here, which Gumiho already sees. He's going to drop the main and then probably hit this right side Nexus afterward. I like that combination, because then you're really going to force your opponent to move around. Reinforcements head to the left side. I mean, Nightmare's already getting super strung out right now, so Bio is going to jump through. A couple gates will go down. I mean, the High Templar doesn't have energy for a Storm either, so that's not really a threat right now. And yet we just load up. We're going to be able to threaten the right side base, and we are already stimming in over here. There is a High Templar. There is a, there is a cast available there, so that's going to be a defense potentially. Drop down here, though, and this is where there's not going to be a defense. Gumiho moves around very nicely to deny another base. Gumiho steps into that Storm for a moment. We have got reinforcements still heading to the left side. And because of the positioning, you can threaten the main base again here. There is a High Templar. The Medivacs are low. I think we could just boost through and drop on top of those High Templar. It's a little scary, perhaps, but I think it would be an okay play. But still 2-2 to 0-0 upgrades. He's just going to drop on top. Also, the double Storm just gets out. Actually, don't mind that either. Those Medivacs are low. Getting out alive is a pretty big deal. So the Storm coming down. Bio taking a little bit more damage. And ByuN's coming back across. Another couple probes going down. A couple of Zealots going to get jumped on as well. It's going to be seeing those Zealots continue to go down. Stalkers blink through too. It's going to see one more Storm dropping. The Archon, the High Templars trying to push their way forward onto this. And I think we're going to have ourselves a fight that looked somewhat hopeful for Nightmare on the right side. But the left side, he's just getting absolutely crushed on. Very Marauder heavy, and maybe the Immortals can do something about that. But man, the Stalkers are just melting. A couple of Archons pop through. Gumiho's going to need to get some reinforcements. Again, he was very Marauder heavy, and those Immortals were just smacking the Marauders down. It was great when he was fighting the Stalkers only. He's just going to need some reinforcements. I mean, he's in a great position. He's reduced this down to a 3-base Protoss, 4th trying to build. He's a 4-base Terran, building to 5 bases, has full control of the map. There's nothing scary coming his way. He's up 2-2 to 0-0. There's been no money or time to build the forges and the upgrades from Nightmare, and that's not going to change anytime soon. So yeah, I think we should be able to probably push up as Gumiho here and probably just rebuild and just go again. I think his biggest issue was like over on this right side early, he actually ate a lot of Storm. And he kind of thought he could stand in it. And he could stand in it, like he didn't lose a lot of units, but his medevacs were low, and I feel like a lot of his momentum never recovered from that. But at this point now, I think he should be looking good. He's still very Marauder heavy, which is a little scary, just because it's going to be very Zealot heavy in return. So a few more Marines might not go amiss, and obviously a couple of Ghosts might not go amiss either, as we have the Ghost Academy now coming online as well. This medevac's empty, by the way, and look at this. It's going to pull it's going to pull the entire army away. Oh my god, the entire army's chasing an empty medevac. As Gumiho's going to take us a chance to get in position. I don't think we're going to right-click down the Nexus or anything here, but it doesn't do too much. He could have maybe moved forward a little bit sooner, to be honest. Medevac's still moving about. Medevacs continue to gather. I'm just going to see the 3-3 upgrades coming through as well. The Archon's looking to come down that ramp. So it's chasing. Stalker's going to be there. Bio is going to get pushed back once again. On the left-hand side, we're going to run through. Going to recall here defensively. Wouldn't mind clean up some of the initial defenses. Oh, it's not a bad recall from Nightmare. It's actually a very good split to kind of deal with the army on the left side and maybe still give you a few units to play with on the right. Again, Gumiho could maybe already be moving up on the right side right now. Like, this base is just completely open. You know, like, and again, Gumiho could have already been forward like a few seconds earlier, and then you're already on top of this base, and it's just that little bit of confidence to believe that Nightmare is moving to the, you know, the plan that you're playing out. And if you just believe that he's moving in such a way, he can actually do very well, as you just have a couple more Widow Mines going down. Bio going to turn the Archon and take a few more shots. I mean, yeah, I think Gumiho's just playing very cautious. The reality is he's going to be A-okay. Whatever he decides to do, really. He's got Ghost out now. That's only going to improve the situation against the High Templar. This is going to step up. A couple of the Archons start to go down. A couple of Storms come through. There's the army on the left side again. We have just got way too much. And with the upgrade difference being 3-3 to 1-0, like, even Zealots don't look tanky anymore. You know it's an issue when Zealots don't look tanky. They're the tankiest units we got in the game. As, yeah, this is Gumiho just slowly overwhelming in different places. Still somehow is super low energy on his medevacs. So actually he's not going to have a lot of healing over here as he goes after this base. And his army is just like yellow and orange. It's crazy. He will get this base though. And I mean, Nightmare is just struggling ahead on 100 supply or so. GG says Nightmare. As Gumiho cleans it up, but man, he had to work that way more difficultly, or way harder than I thought he was going to at first. He does get there. GG's. Yeah, there's going back to the little bit kind of beyond the conversation now, but kind of going back to what we were talking about in the game. There used to be a one of the scummiest things I think I've ever seen. I say scummy, it's a tactic, right? Like I say, but like there was you guys might remember the Gauntlet. Was that what they were called? The Gauntlet. There's these two guys. Gauntlet StarCraft or Gauntlet SE2 or something, and they were, you know, just like we were, community casts and stuff. These guys did a lot of scummy shit behind the scenes that never really came out. But one of the things they did that was, it's not scummy, but it was really stupid, was that basically we were all looking to community cast, you know, it was a DreamHack day. I think it was like a DreamHack Americas event or something, so it was like later in the day. And so, like I say, like a lot of what decides viewership for events like this is going to be basically who has the most viewership going in. Now, typically, for DreamHack, like, you know, for a DreamHack event, it's very hard to run another event on the same day, because back then, every player would be at DreamHack. So what these guys did, and this was simultaneously smart, but then kind of messed up as well. So what they did was they organized a tournament, pre-played this tournament, right? And that's fine. So they pre-played this tournament, and then they casted the games and advertised it as a live event with the players playing live when it was clearly replays just before DreamHack, right? Kind of smart, good idea, because then they had like 1,000+ viewers when DreamHack started. That would have been great if they'd executed it well. But the problem was they were in like game 1 of their finals when DreamHack began, and they literally left they literally left game 1 of their finals of this event they ran, claiming it was live despite 3 of the players being at DreamHack, right? They literally left it to then be like, right, we got the DreamHack stream now, and to change everything so they were ready for DreamHack. And I'm just like, bro, like this is like it's smart, but like finish your tournament or something, you know, or like, you know, execute it properly, you know, like let's try and you know, it was one of those things where it's like it was good for them, but it was also funny because like they couldn't get the viewership without doing stuff like that pretty much all of the time. But they just like it was smart, but it was also the way they did it was kind of scummy because to get the viewership they advertised it as live and stuff when it just couldn't have been. Yeah. If it's pre-recorded, they should have known the length of the matches. Yeah, I mean, they should have got someone to tell them how far in advance they needed to start, you know. Yeah, it was, like I say, smart idea, terrible execution. But that was from a couple of guys that were just very they were just very shitty guys. They got really mad at people for a lot of things. They flamed me one time because I organized an event over their event, and I'm just like, it wasn't on purpose. I just didn't know your $50 cup existed when I was running my $2,000 winter championship. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, this shit happens to me every single day, and I have to just deal with it and sort players out and stuff. I don't go flaming people. Ay. The gauntlet drama was fun back in the day. There was one time, so there was another... you guys want story time as we open this game? Sure, let's do it. There was another time where I actually lost my shit a bit because there was a Chinese tournament. And so this Chinese tournament was going on and stuff, right? And I was the main caster for this Chinese event, and then these guys had started casting it, which is fine. They got permission from the Chinese guys, all good. So for the finals of this event, I was away. I was actually away for like a couple of days, so I couldn't cast it. And so I actually worked to get the replays of it to be able to do like a live cast. Oh, I think I worked with the Chinese guys, but it was like a different event. So I was away for this different event that was like an offline final or something. Anyways, I organized it with them to be able to get the replays and stuff. And in the end, they just released the replays, which is not really a bad thing or anything. So anyways, when the replays came out, I made a post literally saying, hey guys, obviously I can't cast this one live, but we've been given permission to cast the replays, and we're going to cast the replays at like, let's say, I said something like, I'm going to cast the replays at 3 p.m. on Monday, right? And so I was like, I'll see you guys there. 1 hour later, the Gauntlet, the Gauntlet make a tweet, and it's literally like, it's something along the lines of like, hey guys, we noticed that nobody's casting these games, and we're here to, you know, do you guys the favor. 2 p.m. Monday, we'll be live, bringing you guys exclusive coverage that no one else wants to bring. I'm like, literally an hour after I said when I was going to do it, they announced they're going to do the replays like an hour before me. And again, like, whatever, that's fine. But then the way they said it was like really shitty as well. So I like, you know, I get tilted at this. I'm like, man, that's really shitty. And they're like, whoa, we had no idea. And then, literally the community was like, God, Wardy's so shitty. These are public replays. Anyone can cast them. Why does Wardy thinks he owns this event? And I went on a big StarCraft rampage, and it resulted in me like deleting my Twitter and stuff because I just went on a full like wall of text rampage and just had a fight with the community. But yeah, good times, guys. Good times. I was even more mad that the community sided with them. But I didn't present myself in a good way, so should have just took a deep breath, taken the L, and moved on. But man, I was being painted as the bad guy because I was the big bad established caster. Meanwhile, I was not really an established caster. I was just a community caster, you know. Yeah, but the Gauntlet did a great job of twisting it to make me look like the bad guy. They were like, "How could we? Why would we have seen your tweet? Like, you're not important." God, they pissed me off so much. Anyways. Raging about things 7 years ago. We got StarCraft right here. As we get ourselves, there's a few Stalkers moving about, a couple of Marines tank and the Banshee, all on the way in. That's going to be seen our next and a few gates coming online, the charge coming through. Factory gonna lift off barracks to the tech lab. And we are just gonna be seeing the reactor moving over to the right-hand side. You love spicy, Wardy? That's not really spicy. Spicy would be calling out people in the modern day and age. I'm calling out people who've been gone from the scene for like 5+ years, you know? Because there's nothing good to come from shitting on other people, really. But this is just a... Ooh, nice catch. It's just a funny story that, like I said, was kind of amusing at the time. Like I said, I think they're actually very smart guys, and a lot of what they did was good. They did run tournaments, which was always good for StarCraft. I just didn't like the way they approached a lot of things, which... I mean, you can imagine my point of view. I'm grinding like 16 hours a day trying to do things by what I think is by the book, and by my own set of rules, which is not really the official set of rules, but whatever. And like back then there was a lot of like quote-unquote caster etiquette and like community streamer etiquette where like you wouldn't stream the same game as someone. If you're covering a cup, whoever had the most viewers would have priority on picking games, right? So, you know, if me and Base Trade TV were casting the same tournament, Base Trade TV would pick their game and I would then pick my game, right? And we wouldn't cast the same thing, right? Like there's a lot of like basically like unwritten caster etiquette. And like there was a few community casters that came up that really just said screw it to this caster etiquette that had been established for like quite a lot of time. And like, you know, like I say, it irked me the wrong way for no reason at all. Yeah, so unnecessary looking back, but in the moment when you're super committed to these things get you mad for no reason, you know. Anyways. We have Nightmare. He's done a good job of denying Gumiho in this game, as we saw those Banshees go down as well, not able to get out. His Medevac's going to see the army here. He's got a couple of defensively placed tanks. Nightmare knows about it as well, as Gumiho tries to put his third in position. These few Marines trying to bait this army to run forward into tank range, and Little Mines are going to get some good connections. Oh my god, talk about clumping your Zealots. That is exactly what you're looking for. There's the Storms. Very good Storms. Medevac didn't get the extra lift. I was looking for one. The full Medevac goes down. Disaster for Gumiho. That's actually very unfortunate, because I actually think he had an okay fight there, especially because the Wooden Mines did so much against the Zealots. He just had to run back away from the Storms. I actually think trying to lift from the Medevacs made this a little bit too fancy. And the end, it ended up costing him big time, as Marauders and Marines are going to continue to fight. The Stalkers going to fire up a few more shots. The High Templar coming around the other side. Just going to have the tanks continue to fly through, as you're going to see the Bio. Just going to trade. He actually gets a High Templar there. Man, so many good moments to start this off for Gumiho. Now turning into trouble, as he is obviously needing to take these fights to break through into his third base. This third should really just land and morph into an orbital at the very least. There's no reason for it to be sat there not as an orbital, if nothing else. Marauder coming back and forth. The Stalkers take a few more shots. We blink away. Just going to see a Widow Mine shot into the Stalkers as well. Gumiho's hanging on in there, guys. He has a +1 attack advantage. In this game, he's not going to have as big of an upgrade lead. But he will still have an upgrade lead, and he did get rid of a lot of the Zealots, so he has a chance to trade with some Stalkers now. Robobay on the way too from Nightmare, so he's looking for that follow-up tech beyond the High Templar. Gumiho does not have the Ghosts on the way through, which is an issue as well, right? As this continues through, you would kind of imagine that some Ghosts would go a long way to helping out against this composition, and that just seems very apparent from Gumiho to be missing at the moment, so feels like he's missing a lot right there. We scan out, the Zealot Stalker moving around, the Medevac comes over the other side. Just going to see the Zealots going to try and jump through. ByuN's going to pull back, a couple more Zealots going down still. The Stalker's going to try and turn onto the Vikings. And we're just going to be seeing the rest of those Stalkers still blinking through, a couple of tanks firing away, Stalkers taking hits. The Bio army will continue to go down, so the Zealots will continue to fall. And that is going to be Gumiho. You know what? I mean, he's going to land his third. I really think if he just landed his third in the main and morphed it to an orbital, like he could have had 2 or 3 mules out of that orbital by now. That would have been a big difference. Like, we're in a pretty close back-and-forth game. It doesn't feel back-and-forth, maybe, because Gumiho's not hitting back the other side, but he's holding Nightmare off. Like, this orbital generating 3 mules or something would have been a big deal in the main base, while it was just sat there AFK. So I do think that's a little bit of a missed opportunity from Gumiho, just to set himself a bit better up after this whole aggression. As we now have this army from Gumiho stepping through. No way you can have Ghosts in the 2-base economy. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why he's just waiting for the third base, but I think he could have still had the Ghost Academy on the way. You can probably get 1 or 2 Ghosts, because it's not like he needed... It's not like he needs a lot of Ghosts right now, because the way Nightmare is playing, like 1 or 2 EMPs could have done a lot. And just because he got delayed on 2 base for a long time, maybe it could have been something we went for, but... Yeah. Like, obviously, 3 bases is kind of usually, you get 3 bases. You sometimes go Viking Ghost instead of, 2-2 upgrades initially as well to kind of spread your gas out. I think he could have maybe made his way to a couple of Ghosts. It was also close, though. He was also under pressure and obviously losing a lot of bio units. He absolutely could have gone to Ghost if he didn't lose the 2 Medivacs units like here earlier. If that hadn't happened, I think he would have been a much more comfortable kind of player to kind of tech up a little bit and to put himself in a bit of a better spot. Zealots firing through, a couple shots coming down. Storm's coming in, ByuN's taking some damage, the Medivac's pulled back. Wouldn't mind looking to try and get a connection. High Templar trying to be targeted, it doesn't quite go down just yet. Wouldn't mind connects for the Zealots. Rest of the bio coming through as well and will be there to keep the Zealots at bay, pushing that back to the other side. Zealots in the main base going to make it an issue though as the SCV is going down over here. The bio shows up and we'll clean those Zealots up. A bunch of those beginning to go down as well. 13 workers falling. Still got the 2-2 building behind, a couple of Vikings up into the skies. So let's Stalker Colossus coming up at the moment as well. So we're seeing the Bio Ghost Viking coming through. The Medivacs join up together. Everything joining in for the moment as you just see the Prism. +2 attack, +1 armor coming about also. Gateways coming into place. I mean, Gumiho trying to push forward. He's up against Colossus now. He has a handful of Vikings, but not many. He has a couple of Ghosts available too. Not really much at the moment. Coming back down this bottom side. Stalkers blink in. Bio gonna stim. A couple of Zealots take damage. The Vikings gonna go in after the Colossus. Are we winning enough on the ground as Gumiho to stick around? Nice High Templar from the other side. Taking Gumiho split in an awkward direction. You can see the supply is not there. Nightmare cleans up and wins out this quarterfinal matchup. And is going to be qualified into the WardiTV October. Alongside Hero, who does advance as well. With the win over Cristiana. So Hero and Nightmare will be our first semi-final. Meanwhile, Solo on the bottom of the bracket took out Shameless. Will play against ByuN or Geralt. What's happening in ByuN versus Geralt? Let's have a look. ByuN leads 1-0, is in a very good place in Game 2, it seems. So we're probably... I think we're going to let both semis play at the same time, guys, because this is not a big prize money cup. So I'm going to let Hero and Nightmare begin. So I'm going to let Hero Nightmare begin, especially it's a PvP. And like I said, I think the winner of ByuN Geralt will be ready to go soon. We've got an hour and a half until our second cup. So if we've got a couple best threes left, then I think that's still kind of fine. So yeah, I think let's we'll just wait for ByuN Geralt to wrap up and then go from there. All right, let me hop on over to America. I mean, we might be coming back to Korea very soon, but yeah. Okay, I tell you what, guys, I'm gonna run ads. I'm gonna nip to the bathroom quickly, but what I'm gonna let you guys do is I'm gonna put you guys on Indy's stream. So I'm going to put you guys on Indie stream so you can watch the last couple moments of ByuN Geralt while I am BRB. So no cast, no anything. Please explain to everyone why there's no sound if they ask. But as you can see, it's looking pretty good for ByuN right now. I'll just BRB a couple moments while we get ByuN Geralt Game 2 wrapped up. And the winner of this plays Solar for the next best of 3. Alrighty guys, hello, hello. How do you see the player camera in the minimap? Can you hear me right now? Or are you in ads? Because I don't want to explain if you're in ads. You kidnapped Wardy. Unbelievable, I know. Slacking off. You can hear? You're gonna hear because you're a sub. Unbelievable. I mean, 15 seconds the ads are over, then we can take a chance to chat. Yeah, thank you for checking out the GrabTap stuff as well, guys. We got some extra points in. Nice, strong. Appreciate you all. Appreciate you all checking it out, taking a few moments to check out the sponsor stuff. So yeah, to get the minimap, the player camera on the minimap, it's basically you have to host the game with a mod. So you have to host it with, like, when you create the game, you have to create with mod, and you use, like, I think just the WCS Game Heart has it now, and then certain UIs also have it enabled as well. So I think it's a combo of mod and the UI has to enable it as well, I think. I don't actually know. It's some combination of the mod and the UI that we use, so that's all I've really got for you all. That's all I've really got for you guys. That's all I really know, so yeah. But it's basically if you host with like WCS Game Heart or so, mod is WCS Game Heart. I mean, if you're seeing it on our streams, probably then yes. Because that's the one I host with the most, but it might be another version, but yeah, it might be another version, but I'm not actually 100% sure. Observer, it might be Observer++ only. Yeah, it might be that too. It might only be an Observer++, because that's the newest version as well. Can I share the screen? I could, but I don't know if it's going to help. Because I think it's going to come down. The rest of it. Alright, players are ready, and we are good to kick off into this ByuN solo series as we get going into this best of 3. So it was like, ByuN's asking if he can play both the cups because he's greedy for money. And I said, oh, that's funny. And ByuN's like, no, I want practice. And I'm like, no, it's okay. I already made rule. You can play both because I knew you would ask. And that's exactly why I made it so that these are just open cups that, again, you can qualify through, but also there is, like I say, there is the fact that everyone can play both. In the bottom right side, it is going to be ByuN. In the top left hand side, our red Zerg is solo. We go on Maganatha for the opening game of this best of 3. And yeah, it will be best of 3s here. In the semis, Hero and Nightmare are already starting up as well, so that's going to be on the way through. And Pommy's on a journey. Indie, Inu. Let's watch the Inu cam. We don't get Inu cam a lot nowadays. He's also a great observer while he casts. Shout out Inu. Korean caster. As well as whatever ByuN just said, Solar is finding nice and funny. So, yeah, they're having a good time on that one. Action drone coming through. Yeah, I mean, Solar just... ByuN's a funny guy, what can I say? ByuN's a funny guy, clearly. Alright, semifinals here. Maganatha coming up for our opening game of this best of 3. Obviously, this builds into the WardiTV October event, which will start on Friday. So this weekend, it's WardiTV October time. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then I think we got a day or two off. And then it's like Tuesday for Group D. So, yeah. So we basically start this event next week, and then we finish it up next week as well. Or we start the event late this week and finish it up next week. And then, like I say, we're going to... The plan for the rest of this year, guys, in terms of WardiTV events, is obviously weekly on Mondays. In November, we're going to try and do the Korean Royale, which will probably not be as... It will absolutely not be as big as previous Korean Royales, but it will be Korean server-only event, which is something we very rarely do. And then we'll probably do WardiTV November with the additional prize money that I'm not putting into Korean Royale, because we're not going to try and stretch the Korean Royale out across the entirety of a month. Instead, we're just going to do it over a couple of weeks, so we're going to adjust the prize pool accordingly. And then we do that for WardiTV November. And then December will be WardiTV 2025 Championship, as well as the Christmas Invitational, Christmas Day games, and all the other usual stuff we do in the Christmas period. We're also going to sprinkle in coverage of OSC events. This week we've got OSC Mid-Season Playoffs and King of the Hill, building up towards that OSC Championship in January. There's also the Crank Team League that's going on, so that's going to be a bunch of teams: Vitality, Shopify Rebellion, Liquid, Falcon, Streamer Zone, and why can't I remember number 6 off the top of my head? I can't think of who it is. Liquid versus Shopify, Vitality versus Thingy, Streamer Zone. I can't think of what the final team is. Basilisk! There we go. Very forgettable team. A couple of random guys in that one making up the last spot of the roster. But yes, we're going to cover the Crank team tournament from replays. We're not allowed to live cast that because it's on Chiswick, which is a Korean streaming platform, and they are the sponsors. But we are the official, alongside the Cranky Ducklings, we're both the official English streams, providing you guys games from that. So you guys can join that. We're going to sprinkle that in as well over the next week and a half. That starts next week, or that starts on Sunday, I believe. So basically next week we'll start sprinkling in some of the replays from that as well. But telling me on me to Roddy? Who? Roddy? Haven't seen this guy live for at least 5 days. Doesn't exist in my head. StarCraft. Basically quit StarCraft already, guys. I heard he's become a pro slot machine player. Drama, what do you think Sarah Reno and Trigger are randomers? No. They don't play random. They play, I think they play Terran, right? Not sure. Oh no, I know Trigger. Trigger plays in Wardy events all the time. He's a Protoss player, obviously. Sarah and Reno, don't know who those guys are, though. Basically non-existent. Freaking hardcore. Playing only in big event guys. Unbelievable. What's up, Ian? Thank you for the 55-month resub. Appreciate you. How you doing? Thank you for resubscribing. Actually, will be nice to actually cast some Sarah and Reno. It'll be fun. Looking forward to that Crank team event. Like I say, I'll figure out the schedule for that close to the time. I don't know how it's going to work and how quickly we get the replays each day. That will determine when we do some of the games. So we'll change a couple of things up here or there. Sterile who? Yeah. I've decided to only believe in the players that participate in WardiTV events. You know? Funnily enough, my ranking list is the exact same as Zaligilag, apart from like 2 guys. No. I do know about Cyril, guys. I have in fact appreciated that Cyril is the world champion of StarCraft 2 right now. Man, that Cyril Clem series from the it was so funny, that Cyril Clem series from the Maestros of the Game. I uploaded that on YouTube like a week ago. So it's like 2 weeks after it was played. And someone literally, the first thing anyone comments is like, "This match is so old, you should be embarrassed." I'm like, embarrassed? What do you mean embarrassed? Like first of all, I casted it like 2 weeks ago. You should be embarrassed you can't find the live stream if you want the most up-to-date games. Secondly, why would I be embarrassed for uploading an old game? Yeah. Some of these people are convinced that if I don't upload stuff before Winter and Loco, that I'm literally leeching off their content or something. They're like, God, this Wardy guy can't find any of his original content. Meanwhile, Winter and Loco have like 70% of their replays being from Wardy events. Ay. Can't win, can you? Just can't win sometimes. It's the challenge in life, trying to win against everyone in every way. It's it's impossible. Every video is gonna have that comment now. I mean, sure. I mean, at least now they're doing it as jokes, so then the real ones get kind of mixed up in the system, and I don't have to think about it as much. You know, I can live with that. That's okay with me. Anyways, let's talk about this ByuN solo game as we got a Bane Nest coming up, Carapace coming through, a few Lings and a couple hatches coming about as our queens will be there to hit the Banshees for a few moments available for a couple of seconds, get some damage done. So I see the Hellions knocking down some creep timbers, which is a nice little starting point as well. Not a bad option there initially to just put some damage in, get some damage done, and put us in a good little position. Attack and armor upgrades coming through, the 1-1 on the side of ByuN, the engineering base building up. You please everyone all the time, I just need to try harder. Oh, I see. Alright, I'll get right on that then. You watch out, you never know how good tryhard Wardy's going to be. Hellions, the Reapers come through, a couple of creep teamers again smashed about, and the 1-1 upgrades and combat shield all in the way as well. Maybe having the yeah, Ling Bane just going to be moving about for a couple of moments, coming back over the side. The Queens gather up, Heli upgrade plus 2 Carapace all coming through. Got a couple more Banelings in production already. As we settle up around the top, I'm just going to knock down the rocks there and give less kind of passageways for Solo to be able to move through as the Hellbats and the Marines get to that top side. The Ling Bane looking to run by. Tanks are firing, a couple of Queens already getting shot at. The first Queen in the front going down as well. The Hellbats are going to sit right there. Banelings just still trying to wander through. Good target fire though. He's going to get them before they get to the the acceleration zone. I ruined a good clip because yeah, I can't talk apparently. ByuN gets all of those Banes. Good target firing, but expected out of ByuN as well, to be fair, right? As just leave a few Marines behind now and does pull back. Balin target fire never gets old. No, it really does not. It's just great, right? It's very good. Nice target fire, absolutely. Hey guys, I actually forgot to mention this, but just a heads up, if you guys see something cool happen on stream, please clip it. Clip it, post it in the chat. I'm gonna be using Twitch clips for some content in the future, so if you guys see something cool that you thought people would like to see as like a StarCraft highlight, absolutely clip it. And like I say, post it in the chat so it gets a couple views so I can find it in like the top clips of the week and stuff. And yeah, if you see like something like that you thought looked good, like I say, clip it, and I might use it because I had an idea on how to do some content with stuff like that. So, especially because I realized you can just download Twitch clips immediately, and it's like a very easy way to basically just, you know, create some short content. So, name the clip "Wardy Baffled" for. Yeah, okay, don't. I mean, you could clip the last one, but it wasn't the best of casting. Probably not going to make the cut. But you know, next time if something cool happens and I don't stumble over myself, then go wild. You know, clip Ellie only. Okay, that works too. That works too. But yeah, if you see something cool, clip it. I was like looking, I was like, man, people have not been clipping anything lately. Like, people used to clip so much, and nowadays it's like a lost art. So yeah, clip it if you see something cool. Appreciate it. There's a couple Queens gonna get in trouble here. ByuN's continue to control this game, but as is so often the case with Solar, once he gets to Lurkers, it's a very, very different scenario, right? So we've got that Lurker Den coming online, and we're very close to the point where Solar gets the most comfortable position that he gets to in these games. Marines settle up on two sides of the map, readying to go. We've got the 2-2 upgrades coming in from ByuN. Plus 1 vehicle weapons as a part of that as well. Marine, Medevac, tank all coming through. The rest of the Lings and the Banes will run forward, looking to get to that mineral line. A couple of units going to go back the other way. The Marines are going to fire. The hatchery will take some shots as well. That's going to go down. The Lings drop. The drones drop. It's going to be a decent cleanup for the moment. Still got 2-2 continuing through as the hatchery will try and replace up to the 12 o'clock position. ByuN hits the left-hand side. Lurker Den done. We will be on our way to Lurker upgrade shortly. And I think Solar is going to survive through to those Lurkers, and like I say, that's going to add a very, very difficult state of this game now for ByuN. How does he handle and how does he manage this situation? Now that Lurkers are coming through, it becomes a very different army, and you have to take a very different approach as the Zerg player or as the Terran player against the Zerg in these circumstances. You watched that clip of Halston saying Clem's micro was not very good every time you see it? Yeah, this clip was great. Yeah. That clip has like it's like my most viewed thing I've ever put on YouTube. It's ridiculous. And you know what the funny thing is? Is the first words of it is Halston saying I don't want to be a dick, which instantly demonetizes it. Not that shorts make a lot of monetization, but it instantly demonetizes it because he opens with the word dick in the first like 2 words of it. I'm like, the most successful thing I ever did. Halston just ruined it before it even got made. Unbelievable. That was a good one though. Funny. Adrenal Gland's coming up, plus 1 missiles and the melee upgrade coming online. Solar is coming across with those units to push units away down that left-hand side, push them away over in that direction, as you do have the 3-3 upgrades. Cloaking coming through, Siege Tank and the Sense Tower coming up, the extra command centers coming by, the Hydra's going to be good to get rid of that medevac, a little bit of a yoinky-yoink to get the kill, and that is going to be a grab for the moment. Wardy, you must acknowledge that I am very holy. Holy Squid 89, you're the holiest Squid 89 I've ever seen. So I don't know what that does, but yay, we did it. The Twitch chat challenge complete. 3-3 upgrades still coming through. We get the Burrow and the +3 carapace coming about. The upgrades all coming over. Bio stepping over that right side. Lingbane Hydra gathering up. That siege tank doesn't like the other siege tank. It did fire on that one more time, though. I felt like there was some friendly fire there. Maybe there was a Ling on top of it that I just didn't see. Anyways, now we've got Lingbane going to run through with the Blinding Clouds, giving us a little bit of a shove forward as well. Solar still kind of very Lingbane Hydra heavy. Doesn't really have lurkers just yet, so interesting. As the 3-3 upgrades continue to come through. Just going to get those on the way. The Bio in the corner is going to get rid of that Nidus network as well. A few more Lings coming over. The Baneling and the Hydra's running across also. Siege Tank still firing away. The Lingbane trying to run through as well. Just going to pull back. A couple Banelings go down. Zerglings still being killed. And a couple more snipes as we do clean up those Hydras. So Solo trying to attack in and unsuccessful so far. We do have Maganatha on the 5th base location coming up as well. Scan out 5th hatchery. Sorry, the 5th command center in position from ByuN. Solo starts taking bases around that map. That upper right base coming online right now as well, for example. Get that going. Is 90 workers standard for Terran in this matchup? It's a little high, but usually Terran has less workers, as hold that thought, because we're fighting here. Dane's trying to make their way through. Ghost's going to hold out. Usually Terran has less workers because they want more army supply and they're going to trade very efficiently, so they don't need as many workers. But 90 workers right now is not super crazy because, well, A, he loses 20 already, but having a higher worker count initially is not super uncommon because it lets you kind of, as long as you're playing defensive, you can still hold on a lot of the time. You don't need the larger army just yet. And your defensive kind of capabilities let you play with like a smaller army. So if you're planning on being a bit more defensive, just getting mining and setting up effectively into the late game with a boosted eco can be very effective. Is it standard to be on 90? Probably not. But it's not uncommon to see players kind of play a bit higher, especially in a game like this where ByuN's kind of controlled initially, Solo's clearly gotten to that higher tier tech, and ByuN just preps for the late game. Like, he wants to enter that late game with good economy. 10 minutes from now, there's no way he's going to be on 80 SCVs, right? Like, 10 minutes from now, we're going down to 50 or so SCVs because it's much more about taking super efficient trades. The trades haven't had to be super efficient yet. It's already been good for ByuN, but they haven't had to be, like, crazy big armies to win trades out just yet. As ByuN wants to start stepping on the map a bit more and taking extra bases, he may need more army supply at any point in time to take the kind of trades he needs to then trade efficiently to out-mine or to out-eco Solar in this game, who is starting to get a lot of extra bases up as well. It's one of those things where you can kind of adapt it a bit to the situation. And right now, ByuN just says, yeah, I want full 5-base mining, essentially. And yeah, another kind of point of that as well is just the fact that if you take bang like 20 SCV losses, you're still mining very comfortably for the foreseeable future. If you're on 70, bang, you lose 20, you're on 50, and then it's like you're just trying to recover from that, and you lose another, like, it depreciates very quickly. So while you're getting set up and stabilized onto a lot of extra CCs, the higher SCV count just, again, it brings stability at the cost of army, but you're not really needing that larger army, so you're not really being punished for it yet. Is the way that it's going. As the Veins roll across the left side, the Bio Ghost going to gather together, the Medevac's going to come through, +2 missiles, +3 melee, +1 flyer attack upgrade coming up as well. Going to knock the rocks down. Is he getting extra production buildings off his extra bases? 71 wouldn't spend the cash fast enough. So he's just on 8 barracks for the moment and 2 factories, 1 starport, but right now he's also putting a lot of money into command centers and so on as well. So because he's not losing, like, he doesn't need the extra production straight away, but like one of the next things he should look to is probably a couple more infrastructure pieces as well. The thing is the way that ByuN's trading, he's only losing a little bit at a time. Like, it's very rare for your full army to get wiped because he's not moving onto the map. So he doesn't need to prioritize that infrastructure just yet. Instead, he's just going to prioritize the other things that push him further ahead into the later stages. And then, you know, maybe like, you know, extra starports are going to be a priority. Maybe a couple of extra barracks you want to bring through as well. It's kind of weird because it's like you're not really looking to, like I say, you're kind of equating like the economy to like, oh, he's going to build units with it, but he's not. He's building all the things that are going to help him out later. Like now he adds extra factories because, again, the other thing about not adding barracks is because the later that this game goes, you're not going to be in a position where you're trying to rebuild like a bunch of bio units, right? Like ByuN's army is actually going to be pretty minimal amounts of bio eventually. It's going to be much more about the factory production, the ghost count. So as it gets to that stage, extra barracks early don't really actually benefit you anymore. So you just kind of make do on that lower barracks count, even though it maybe is, it's fine. But like I said, and that's just what it is. It's fine. So you are going to see a good fungal here, and Solo tries to capitalize on the back of that fungal with the Bane Hydra connection as well. He's just going to be seeing a couple of Banes. That right side will get a few SCVs, and the Vikings will try and chase the fight back. Excuse the FPS drop for a second, guys. I have to tab out and snooze the ads because they're trying to play. Oh, they're going to have a tough time keeping the ads out of this game, I think, because I don't have a lot of snoozes available. Let's see how the game goes. You got 10-15 minutes before it becomes a problem, but yep, I could definitely see this one going on a lot longer, right? So yeah, you see ByuN, he is adding some production, but it's factories. And again, it's because there's never really a point in this game from here where it's like, oh, I want to just spam Marine Marauder. Like, if he was playing a much more aggressive out on the map kind of game, there might have been a scenario he goes up to like 10 barracks. But the late game just doesn't require you to build that many bio units. It's about all the other stuff, so extra starports, extra factories are going to be what takes priority at this stage. And yeah, that's why it maybe feels like delayed production, but that production does eventually come online. You see that base getting taken out. Solo doing what a good Zerg would do, which is to try and stop the Terran getting to a... I mean, I say 5th base, but it's actually 6th base. Basically, you can't let the Terran player get too many bases up. 5 bases is something you can maintain against. 5 bases is super comfortable for the Terran. They can be very slow getting to base 6. But you do eventually need base 6 more than likely here as ByuN, even if you're trading well. Solo has both corner bases. He needs to take base 6, and Solo is going to do his absolute utmost to stop that from happening. There is a base in the middle of the map with that watchtower at gold that maybe becomes a thing later that's going to be hard to hold on to in a map like this one. And that's going to be seeing the Liberator set up, the Seed of Dangji gathering, Infestors and Broods coming through, the Carapace upgrade building as well. As we see a couple of Broodlords still morphing in and getting all of that up and rolling. And we have ourselves the Hellbats building, +1 vehicle plating coming about, +3 vehicle weapons on the way up. And Bane Hydra stepping over that right-hand side. And the rest of those Broodlords are going to finish very shortly. As we just set ourselves down and get joined together. Yeah, the Thor production here, guys, is very good against the Broodlords. Ghosts can be good against Broods, but you can't rely on them because if they get fungal, they can't fight. The Thors are a very good baseline damage output against Broods. Like, it's constant damage output. It's like having siege tanks against like a lot of ground units, right? Like, you're not just relying on the siege tanks to clean it up, but siege tanks behind the bio will just provide damage over time to everything. And that's what the Thors are kind of adding against the Broodlords here. So it makes dealing with the Broodlords way easier. Thors are extremely good against Broods. The only problem that Thors have against Broods is being in position, and that's why he's not going to make a purely Thor army. But adding a few in is really nice. And also Thors can be pretty good against the ground army too, because if they tank a bunch of Ling Bane shots, I mean, they're super tanky units, so they can absorb a lot of damage there as well, and that will only benefit you further also. So a few different ways in which you can look at that Thor investment, but yeah, it's definitely because of the Broodlords and the anticipation there. Any more questions? I feel like I'm doing the Wardy teaching session right now based on questions from the chat. We'll take a moment as we are 20 minutes deep on Maganath. Solo has a good amount of the map, creep spread all over, both corner bases activated in his favor currently. Bit of Bio Ghost Hellbat coming up that right-hand side as well. Bird's coming over. It's going to jump in. The sub turret goes down. Let's see, look to continue across that right-hand side. Bane Hydra going to run through. The couple of Vikings are going to be there. See the Broodlord's going to get turned away. Corruptors will step forward as you just see the Banes coming down as well. What's the next main StarCraft tournament coming up? Great question. There's a couple of smaller events that are happening in America. So there's the SC for All in Philadelphia. And I think there's the Canadian one as well, Stellarfest I believe it's called. They're coming up soon. There's also going to be an offline All-Star event in China at the end of November featuring a bunch of great players. And then Home Story Cup in January. Those are kind of your offline events coming up. There's also a lot of good online events happening as well. I've heard about this WardiTV kind of tournament series. That's kind of cool. So yeah, there's a few things going on. Four shot's going to come in, push back on that left side. What's up, Ian? Thank you for the gifted sub to Krusty Bagels. You like your bagels, Krusty? I just had a bagel for lunch. It was good. It was good. Alright, we do have our Infestors coming back the other way. As the Thor command centers all continuing up. The Bio stepping forward. A couple of Crypt Teamers going down. We've got some changes we can jump onto there as well. Playing cleanup. Siege Tank will take the Watchtower for a few moments. And, yeah, we just have ourselves the Thors and the Ghosts back around that bottom left-hand side. A little bit of Lingbane Hydra actually going to come through here. And those Ghosts just get caught. That's the problem with running around with a bunch of expensive units. A fight like that is going to go against you, so that's not exactly ideal. See a couple of Thors getting taken out, and we are going to be seeing, again, extra Ghosts and Hellbats on the way up. Thor's still producing, plus 2 vehicle playing, and the ship weapons coming about as well for the moment. Command centers will build online. Corruptors and Broods coming up. Hatcheries on the way, and Broodlords are going to step forward here, heading into the center. Ship weapons coming through, plus 2 vehicle playing coming online. 4 Ghosts still in production. That Fusion Core and Starport being added on as well. For an even later stage of this game, both players have a lot of money. Again, excuse the FPS for a second, guys. I gotta snooze the ads one more time. We have 7 minutes. If this game does not end before the 30-minute marker, I apologize in advance for the ads that will take place during the game. I can't do anything about them from here, so let's see if this game concludes itself in 7 minutes. I'm not convinced if it will or not. If you do get hit on the ads on Twitch, you can join the YouTube. We'll not have ads during the game. You can jump on over there if you want to watch the couple of minutes in case it gets exciting when they hit. Like I say, it's out of my control right now, so apologies in advance. Planetary Fortress is going to get through a few of the Broodlings. The Vikings take a step across, looking to chase the Broodlords out of here. And just keep them at bay for the moment. The command center is still trying to float into the center. Once you take that central area, you can knock down the tower and knock down the rocks and kill the tower, then kill the rocks to open up that base properly. ByuN 6 base Terran again has money to work with for a while here. As our upgrades continue through, resources lost, 10k difference, that's fine for Solo considering the mining he's had. The one thing he doesn't have though is that bottom left base anymore. Why does nobody kill the freaking rocks? Why does nobody ever knock this down? Everybody, instead of knocking... I wonder if it's just because... So I always thought that they just didn't know. I wonder if it's just genuinely because they'd rather have a base that has a watchtower on it. And they will take the knock-on mining time for it being further away for the safety of having a watchtower. Like, you will always see any fight coming into this base from ahead of time, right? And I can only imagine that's the thing, because every single player I've ever seen take this base has never knocked down the rocks. So I guess, yeah, you just get a free sense tower, so you don't actually want to knock it down. In which case, why don't the players who are not going to take that base start knocking down the rocks? Ah, it maddens me. If we actually could knock it down somehow as solo, though, I mean, that would potentially just stop a bunch of mine. I wonder if it would kill any SCVs. I'll see, we'll find out. A little Hellbat drop top right-hand side as ByuN looks to take that location down. The Broodlings dropping through. A few of those Broodlings going down already. Ghost, Hellbats, etc. knocking those Broodlings away. The Hellbat's going to get busy top right. A couple of drones going down already. The Banelings are going to come across. And the +2 ship weapons coming online with the extra Ghosts in production as well. Hellbat actually doing a good job of this so far, as just going to be seeing ByuN pushing forward. Loses the Planetary Fortress on this location. Is going to step forward with everything else, trying to push through onto that position here. Bunch more Corruptors coming up, +3 Carapace being added. Thor's Hellbat on the way in. The Liberator lib range. Those 2 ship weapons all coming about as well as the Corruptors. Get rid of that lib. Push to the top right. ByuN looking to deny some of the important bases of Solar. Solar needs to keep winning fights. He needs to keep some of these bases alive. And he's got units here as well. Ling Bane, and especially those Banes crashing into the Ghost. They get obliterated nowadays with that light tag. There's a few units behind though that will survive, and this hatchery may still be in trouble. Love the Knights to just transfer the workers from one location to another. We're going to go bottom left with those. We have taken that base, and that's the issue. It's difficult for ByuN to keep moving to both corners of the map and to consistently deny both those bases. So as long as Solar ping-pongs between the bases himself, he will continue to mine advantageously. As this Broodlord push through the middle of this army has been pretty darn good as well, pushing straight on in there. Nicely done for the moment. Broodlords fire up. The Planetary Fortress will take some damage. A couple of Ghosts looking to snipe up in return. The Broodlord's taking damage right now. A couple of Fungals going down, keeping a bunch of these units at bay also. Festus trying to come through on the ground. Neural Parasite will come through. A Thor already being fought by that Neural Parasite as well. A couple snipes still going out in return onto everything else. Damage being done. Orbital can't land up right because the Knight is providing the creep spread there, so that's going to be the issue. Was it pure Ling Bane into this late army? It was Ling Bane Hydra from Solar. He played Ling Bane Hydra, tried to get to Lurkers while holding off pressure, but he actually didn't really need the Lurkers. You look at what's been lost this game, he made 1 Lurker. So it looked like he was about to play into Lurkers, and he kind of just bypassed that phase. Usually you build a bunch of Lurkers to fend off the Terran, but he actually had the Terran pretty well under control. And ByuN was already kind of bidding to play later in the game than end the game, so he didn't need the Lurkers to survive. So just Ling Bane Hydra into the rest of this army late game was the play from Solar on this one. Solar with his own hatchery on the gold as well with the Watchtower. ByuN will lose that CC. He's trying to build on location. Tank will go down. Like I said, at this moment as Solar, I think you should knock down the rocks and remove the tower from this location. Like, I think that only helps you right here. I mean, right now he holds the tower, but if you think ByuN's going to take this base back, I think you knock the tower down and you stop him from having the Watchtower attached to the base. ByuN does deny the Watchtower hatchery over here. At this point, I just want to see someone actually kill those rocks at this stage. Libs are going to fly in. They do barely anything splash-wise to those Broodlords. As they try and get involved, just Parasitic Bomb fungled immediately. Not a good fight at all for ByuN. Soul's going to come steaming forward. Those Broodlords in the acceleration zone getting forward quickly and able to make their way down toward the rest of that army. Liberator, Thor, and Hellbat still building up. The Ling Bane up the right side, going to get in toward an orbital command as well. We play cleanup over there. And we're going to jump ourselves onto this hatchery in the bottom left as well. So Solar is running out of bases to mine from. Resources lost is still about 9k difference. Solar's traded very well. Keeping this at a 10,000 resource loss difference game is very impressive. It's not easy to maintain efficient trades as though, but Solar's really found it. The issue I have is, does he have a way to keep on mining later into this game? He's denied some bases of the Terra nicely, but again, I worry about the corner bases that I think Solar needs some of to just see the end of this game still. I think we're so close to kind of seeing everything we need here, we're just not quite getting it just yet. Changeling stepping through, the Ling Infesta coming about. Hellbat Ghost coming forward as we have an army in the bottom left side gathering as well. The few Infesta still moving through, the Broodlords will step forward. Hellbat taking out on that tower. Just in the corners. Yeah, the hatchery coming up. I've liked these Knights as a way for Solar to maneuver units around the map, maneuver drones where he needs them to be. Take a couple of calm moments here. In the next couple of seconds, just going to be seeing everything gathering up. The Nidus network will go down. Hatch to the bottom left instead is going to get established. So we're going to put that down into that bottom left-hand corner. As Hellbat, Thor, Ghost continues to produce through. The Broodlords and Corruptors gather. And ByuN is going to relocate back down into the center of the map. So relocating back to the middle here. Scan coming down, creep tumors expanding. And we're kind of holding off for a moment or two. ByuN maybe looking to force a fight here as he sieges up the libs. Solar's just going to run away from that. I mean, ByuN obviously has a difficulty of his own of taking bases too, so they're both going to get... I mean, ByuN's almost out of money, actually. ByuN is really at the very tail end right now of what's going on. Couple of shots, the Broodlings coming through, Snipes coming down, again a couple Corruptors and the Overseer right there, so again a little bit of the value out of this. Orbital's the bottom left as ByuN, like I say, desperate to get the base going. He does not have a lot of minerals remaining right now. So even just a few moments where you could mule a base en masse and get a bit of money. I mean, he has also got gas issues as well, so ByuN really needs to hold on to a location right here. A couple lib siege up, the rest of this army settling down. Broodlings still trying to push their way forward. The Hellbat Thor will come up and will just run away. Hellbat's back around on the right side. Again, the couple Infestors and the Overlords coming through. The 17 Banes in production as well. So I have Ghost building through on the side of ByuN as the Broodlings will get cleaned up as well. Army establishes to the upper right again. We knocked down a bit more of that creep tumor force. This is actually very scary. I mean, Solar has money to rebuild with, so it's not just going to be one fight and done for Solar. He actually has rebuild potential. And ByuN just trying to scrape his way through some of these resources already with the snipes from afar. Getting a couple of shots off. Solar giving up space. Bottom left-hand side of the map, by the way, there is a orbital floating above the hatchery, so we have got ourselves ByuN loving a chance to maybe move in over there and try to deal with that. The Thors and the Hellbats will work their way through on that right-hand side as well. Orbital command still coming about. Broodlord still coming up. More shots still coming by as we have the army looking to try and get down to the bottom side. It's going to be more Broodlings in a little bit of trouble here. Just going to have the Ghost going to get caught in the fungal. The Broodlords are still trying to come through. Thor's still taking a little bit of extra damage. Neuroparasite comes straight down, going to catch the Thor there. Is that enough for Solar? It looks like it is. As Solar continues to push straight through this, I think Solar is going to have enough to clean this one up and take home game number 1 of this best of 3 after 33 minutes here on Maganatha. GG's. And well played. Well done, Solar. Just about got it done as well. He was really running out of stuff toward the tail end there. GG. And that is going to be ByuN tapping to give Solar the first map of this series. Alright guys, game 2 will come up in a few moments. Do we have a result from the PvP? I'd be surprised if we didn't. Nothing reported yet. Nightmare and Hero have just come out of games, so I wonder if they've just finished up perhaps. As we ready ourselves for the next game of ByuN and Solar. In a moment, I can still get this ready to go in just a couple of seconds. Alright, Hero 2-1 over Nightmare, so they did go to a game 3, but Hero comes out on top. I'm terrified. I'm not going to lie, guys. So, whenever the ads play during a game, it's very bad because A, you guys get ads during the game, but B, then it really screws up our ad timing. Because right now, I can't play ads. So, I can't create the usual gap we'd have of ads between ads, of gameplay between ads. So, now we're in this weird state where if this next game goes long, I've got no way to stop the ads again. So, we're just in hell on Twitch right now. We've had some long games. The ads have gone out of control. I do apologize, guys. We usually try to do what we can to avoid it, but some days it just gets a little bit out of reach. So, sorry. Appreciate you guys putting up with it. We are readying ourselves up for game 2 here as soon as these guys host up. Twitch ad system seems jank as hell. Honestly, it's pretty fine usually. Like, I choose to run the amount of ads I run per hour. And because I choose to run a certain amount, Twitch just schedules them in because we get more guaranteed. We get a better ad percentage based on the fact that we get a better ad percentage if we tell Twitch how many we're going to run guaranteed. So yeah, it's just annoying because like usually I can basically predetermine them and have a lot of gaps. So if we get a long game, it doesn't matter. But obviously some days the games just get out of line and it gets a bit out of sync and it just is, you know, very difficult to make it work the way we usually make it. Basically when we get like a lot of long games on the same day and we don't basically get a chance to build up the ad buffer, that's what happens. So it seems jank. It actually works pretty well. It's just unfortunate because obviously we're in a system and a process where we can't just control the length of the game. You know, I can't just say, hey, every 30 minutes we'll take a break. Because the games depend, you know, the game length depends or changes based on that. So, yeah, a bit unlucky. It's what it is. Like I say, it's not the best thing in the world, but we try and make it do. think I say. I'd say like there's only like a couple of streams each month where we get to the point where ads kind of start hitting the gameplay. And at that point we just can't really do much about it, you know. So happens a couple of times each month, but yeah. Unfortunately, ads are just a major part of what we make as well. I was looking at it earlier, and for October, for example, our ad revenue is... Let me do the math. Our ad revenue is 65% of our income on Twitch. So, yeah, it's as much as you guys, as much as it sucks, it's just the largest portion of what we create, you know. So, yeah. All right. Let's get into game number 2, guys. Enough about them stinking ads, more about the awesome StarCraft. As Solar goes up a game, ByuN in the top right is down a map. Solar is up a map. Game 2 of this best of 3 coming through right now as we get ready to go. YouTube isn't blocked at your work. Yeah, YouTube has its benefits for sure. It's that's the nice part, right? You can kind of watch whatever works for you as well. These two are chatty. Yeah, Solar and ByuN are some of the chattier guys when they play against each other in StarCraft 2. Definitely very true. What's up, Phalanx? Thank you so much for the 43-month resub. I'll watch all the ads you want if it means more SC2. Cheers. Well, you don't have to with the sub. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed. Like I said, guys, it does go in the right way. It does genuinely help us out. So otherwise, I wouldn't run them. So yeah, Hatchcast and Pool all coming by. That barracks coming online. Can we just take a few moments early to get established here on this one? What's up, Invictus? Thank you so much as well for the 8-month resub on the Prime. Thank you for priming us up. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the stream. Like I said earlier, guys, but we are kind of traveling back towards the 700 subscriber count. So thank you so much for helping us out there. Heading back towards that 700 sub goal that we try and maintain. So thank you so much. Queens and Lings coming about. Command Center. Let's see if we have a Marine coming through. Why did you think the Liberator's AoE on auto attack got removed? I have no idea. I don't think anything has happened in that regard. Or even been stated towards that regard, has it? Hey, what's up there, boys? Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. The GrabTap catalog's pretty cool. Hell yeah. Appreciate you checking out some of the games, man. Appreciate it. If you have not already, guys, exclamation mark GrabTap in the chat. There's a bunch of different games you can play and basically support the stream for free. Even if you just find one of the games which gives you kind of like a notification or like bonus for installing. Even if you just install it and you don't even play, helps the stream out because you're going through the site and installing the game. Even if it's just on your phone or something, you pick one that's on your phone. Like I say, that stuff helps a lot, so check it out. With the exclamation mark GrabTap if you fancy it on the Twitch chat. You remember the AoE being broken? Maybe it was just in like a meta meta or something. So the mutas like died a lot to it and stuff, and then the libs were kind of good. We've not really seen a lot of units be built at the AoE kind of splash damage of a Liberator really impacts a lot of the time though. Yeah, the Reaper. I'm just gonna be seeing Solar happy, ByuN sad. Does that say nice from Solar? Did Solar? I think Solar was just like nice. That's funny. Solar says nice, ByuN sad. Look at me reading the Korean for a moment. That's about the peak of my Korean abilities, guys. Everything's coming about. We are going to be seeing the Stimpak building Banshee on the way. It's pretty stunning stuff from ByuN so far. Like that from Solar getting forward with the Queens. trying to get the Hellion and target firing that low HP one, but it just wasn't quite enough. ByuN did pull away in time to save himself, so gets himself out of trouble there. In the end, Banshee Marine and the Stim coming up, a couple of barracks still coming through, SCVs producing. And again, Hellion does go down as the Queens get turned around on that and pick that off. Bane Nest Lair all coming through, 8 additional drones, and the Queen coming online also. Spore Crawlers in production. We get ourselves 2 barracks building in the main base. So just get to that next stage with the engineering base as well. ByuN onto his bio play right now here on ley lines. As those couple of extra refineries come through for a couple of moments as well. We'll finish in the main. Aliens pulled back, Spire in the hatchery coming through, add a few additional drones on there as we just have ourselves the group being picked away out. A couple of Queens going to turn the other direction. Those Hellions will have to go running. There's a couple of barracks on the way by from ByuN. It's going to take us to 5 racks now. This is triple CC, so not surprising that we're just pumping up the infrastructure here. We're expecting to go up to 8 racks in total. Hey, that's a Spire. Yo, that's a Spire in ZVT. Are we going to see Lingbane Muta? Oh my goodness, that would be exciting. It's been so long since Lingbane Muta has been really something Zerg's play in this match. Like, it gets used, but like super rarely. Actually, getting to see some Lingbane Muta here would be really, really lovely. It's such a fun playstyle. The sacrifice that Solo is making for this right now is upgrades. So his upgrades are going to be pretty late, while ByuN heads into his own 1-1 already halfway done and so on. So there is an investment here from Solo to be able to get to these mutas. And that is part of the problem, right? Is that it's not free to get to those mutas. You do have to, like I say, excuse me, make that investment initially. Just one flyer attack on the way through. Those melee upgrades building by. Ling Muta still in production, so bring that straight up. A couple of Banshees coming over. The mutas will peel off in towards the center of the map. To the upper right they go. And you have a cancel on this hatchery. A couple of Queens join up together as well. The factory is building the armory on the way. And a couple of Hellions will go one way and the other, as the mutas will gather to figure out what they might like to do next. 7 additional banelings coming by. Melee upgrades coming up, flyer attack upgrade coming up. That's going to be a hatchery getting cancelled. The Banshee going down as well. Just going to be able to make a nab of that. A couple more medevacs coming through too here currently. And the mutas back around the top side as the Marine Hellion steps up. SCV started to take some hits. The mutas already in. Getting some damage done. 6-7 workers going down. This hatchery bottom side going to begin to drop as well. So hatchery will fall. 7 SCVs killed from the mutas, who are going to just dominate the third base at the moment. I mean, and more SCVs still alive there as well. Nice to get rid of the hatchery, but we have another hatch coming up far left side, so Sol will get back to a 4th base pretty swiftly here, all things considered. Then he gets 15 SCVs with the initial mutas. Not bad at all. Going after the fall down supply depot there to A, open the wall off, and obviously B, really try and supply block ByuN. ByuN does at least manage to protect from that as we clean up the Banshee that's hitting this hatchery, and there's still the army on the 6 o'clock there from ByuN that's going to step forward and knock down some creep tumors. He has tanks he could pull forward and use to kind of really solidify this position if he wants to try and push into the 3rd base. Obviously right now that seems like the general idea of ByuN, but how far forward do you really want to go? Now the mutas are coming back to step too far forward without those tanks. The mutas are going to be able to dive on the siege tanks as well, so a couple of things to look at here is, again, the extra drones coming up. Lings and mutas still very much so on the way in. 3 Widow Mines, Drilling Claws coming up as well. 2-2 upgrades still coming by, and the Marines and the medevacs coming over. Just going to find one middlist. 3. No charge. So on his way to the +2 carapace, so trying to maintain upgrades in this game where he's obviously behind early. That's not too surprising with the mutas. Like I say, he gave up on upgrades initially to prioritize the tech instead. Bane's going to roll down that ramp. They have... Oh! Anyway, go look at the... go look over here. So those Banes are rolling down the ramp on creep, so they have a chance to kind of get through and maybe make something happen. We might need the mutas back at home to help against these couple of tanks. Solo pulling back, man. Solo's almost maxed out against 150 supply. I want to say that I think Solo should be very comfortably okay in this fight, to be honest. I don't think there's any Widow Mines here either. Like, it's just a couple of tanks. I actually think this is absolutely a swarm and kill. This kind of army scenario is Solo looking for the moment or two. He's ready to come in from that right side as well. There's reinforcements about to arrive from ByuN. We are going to dive in with the mutas to get rid of the first tank here. Banes from both sides. Kaboom! And the Banelings are going to grab all of those Marines. And that, my friends, is going to be GG Solar. wraps up on ByuN's army and is going to get this game number 2 clean and simple with Muta, Ling Bane. And my hecking goodness, my friends, alert, 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 there is a Zerg in the finals. It doesn't happen every day, but when it happens, it's a magical thing. So we're going to have Zerg in the finals, solo versus hero. Going to kick this off in a couple of moments. And then in 50 minutes time, we have our next qualifier starting up. So we actually have our next qualifier in 50 minutes already. So we're actually very well paced to just go into that as well. Very, very exciting. Awesome. Also just in a while we have a moment or two here. Set up the... Yeah, set up the next, set up the replay folder so that Loco and company can have some stuff to cast. That's while I remember. While we have a couple of moments waiting for the finals. Alright, here we're going to join us here. We're just best of 3 in the finals, guys, because when we do these smaller qualifier kind of cup things, we don't typically try and draw this out and keep the players playing forever. That's why we let the semifinals play at the same time, too. We're 2 hours, 45 minutes in. I'm very happy for them to play a best of 3 final today. You know, usually, sometimes we kind of mix it up a little bit. Like, if it's only, like, being 2 hours, we're in the finals, maybe we'll ask for a best of 5. But in this case, we can, yeah. We can just go for the best of 3. Awesome. How are you supposed to know what to buy without ads? You just buy yourself gifted subs to Wardy. That's all you need to buy. Super simple. Super simple. There you go. You don't even need advertisements for it. I'll be your advertisement. Tokamak, Leylines, and Maganatha. Perfect. Alright, let's get this ready to go then, guys. As we'll host up. I've got about a minute left on ads. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So again, we've got a second qualifier in about 45 minutes time, guys. So it's going to work out pretty nicely. So yeah, this is working out very nicely. That long game of solo ByuN definitely helping us just get along to make these two things link up quite neatly, I would say. Alright, players are both ready. Waiting for my ads to trail off on Twitch. Alright, Tokamak coming up, game 1 of this finals. Again, it is going to be a best of 3 here. Second qualifier in about 45 minutes if you want to play from that. The link is in the Twitch chat with an exclamation mark B, or it's pinned at the top of the YouTube. You will find the link to the second challenge page. We've already got the sign-ups pouring in for that one, so... And yeah, you can participate even if you've already qualified, so... Solo, ByuN already signing up, they're already getting set to play. So I imagine a bunch of guys will maybe double dip on the cups here today. And we might honestly just have a very similar lineup of players. I'm honestly fine with that, as long as we've got StarCraft to cast as the TLDR. So, yeah. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss here is going to be Hero. And in the top right, our red Zerg is going to be Solar. Best of 3 for this final, so obviously... In terms of qualifying to WardiTV October, both qualified. In terms of prize money, it's $50 versus $25 for first versus second, so there's a good chance to get a little bit of, high-level ZVP practice in, while also earning a little bit of extra cash on the day for taking part. Lovely stuff. Couple drones coming through, hatch coming about. Bunch of gas. Spawning pool, I'm going to drop straight in. The gateway coming up as well. So now have our extractor coming over. Again, just getting ourselves settled up for the next few moments. Strongest Zerg versus the best offline Protoss. I think so is the strongest Zerg. It's nice to get these guys on the way here. It's nice to see Solar playing, and actually in a finals as well. Like a Solar Hero finals is pretty neat, so I'm into it. Very fun. There's a hatch gas and pool coming up. Cybercore next is coming in. The simulator coming online. And we get ready to rumble. Yeah, Cynical, best of 3 finals. I know the challenge says best of 5. It's just copy pasting. It's my bad. Also Cynical, the second qualifier has a different map pool because I forgot to make the map pool different for the first qualifier, so the second qualifier map pool is on the challenge page. It's just the Monday Cup map pool that we've been using. just to make your job as difficult as we possibly can. Couple queens, Lingsley coming through. We get the Adept gonna go shading out. Just going to be having our Stargate coming about, the Adept and the Probes coming through, the Wolfgate coming online as the feelings nibbling by for the moment. The Stargate is about to finish, the Adept and the Probes continue to come into place. Get that on the way. Overlord, drones, hatchery, all coming through and taking place right here. There's actually a couple of drones continuing up. Then the Adept just threatening through with the Shade as well, try and see a bit more of what's going on. The Adept will hang around on the front as well. And we just got the Queen and the Feelings looking to gather as we're going to start putting some damage out onto this Adept already. So damage being done right there. Phoenix and a couple of probes coming up alongside the Warp Gate. And the Adept will end up going back into the middle of the map, heading down to the bottom as we get reset for the moment. And Spore Crawl still coming through. Hatchery coming by. Drone, couple Lings, and the Ling speed coming up as well. The Phoenix going to jump straight onto an Overlord. And just nip our way through that for the next few moments. The Oracle is going to be Chrono Boosting out from the Stargate. Yeah, that Overlord will get knocked on down. Final's only best of 3, I know. But hey, we have a whole new qualifier for you guys in 40 minutes. So, usually I'd be like, well, guys, at least we got to the 3-hour mark. But today we go for round 2. Isn't that great? I think that's pretty great, personally. Big plus. Phoenix coming over. Again, Gates and the Twilight Council coming up. The Nexus is about halfway done. Phoenix going to go poking onto the Overlord for a couple of moments as well. Phoenix in the early stages is one of those things where you can actually get an Overlord or 2. Doesn't really usually have a lot of use. In this case, trying to lift a Queen and giving the Oracle a chance to deal damage is nice, but doesn't get much done. Hero going to go Glaives with that massive gateways that you see incoming. So he's going to go heavy on the Glaives off the 3 bases and look for some real damage here. Now, Solar is already building a Rotron. It's halfway done, so the preparation against these Adepts is looking good. It's just a question of actually building roaches. It's all well and good being like, oh yeah, I'm going to build some roaches here. You actually got to build them, though. Having the Rotrons fine, get enough roaches up to make sure these Adepts don't start to deal tremendous amounts of damage right off the bat is going to be a really major part of this. So that's definitely going to be, very valuable very soon. As the Lings come around, they're going to catch a couple of Adepts already. Just going to get rid of 1, looking for 2, and just going to see a couple of these probes going down as well. Oracle continues to chase. The Zerglings getting pushed away. That Oracle about to finish up, and Resonating Glaives still coming by for the moment. Okay, and the extra Adepts coming about. The probes are coming through, and the Zerglings just going to head down to the bottom left-hand side as well. Overlord speed building. A couple of Queens will be there. Oracle will take a few more shots of damage. Those 7 roaches still coming about as the Lings pull back on the other side. The Adepts will head up through into the center. Lings down to the south. Forge in production already. As you just see the couple of probes going to go down to the counterattack, and obviously you see the Adepts, and you get an idea of what's going on maybe. Roaches and Queens here to meet the first round of Adepts very nicely so far. You killed a couple of probes on the other side. You forced a warp in at home as well. I mean, that's a big win already from Solar. You don't necessarily need to keep the fourth base alive there. Some Roaches in position. Probe still going down. Hero, I think, is in some trouble here, man. Like, yeah, he's going to get some drones in return, but any drone he's getting is not even making up for the probes he's lost on the other side just yet. Maybe now we lose a few more drones. A little bit slow to pull there as Solar. But this Adept count is going down. Obviously, we're also in a world where this has not been a prism, so you can't just reinforce directly into this fight. You have to run the Adepts across the map. And we actually just lost the Oracle too, so one more loss. Now, how well does Solar deal with this split of Adepts as they go multiple different directions? Roach speed on the way and Lings in production. I get the big feeling that Solar is going to keep on building units and just send a massive Roach Ling attack across the map against someone who's not ready for it at all. There is a drop load with Queens inside. Oh my god, this next Oracle is super low as well. Is just about alive. There's a Queen in the main base that might be able to get in position to connect, and it will get the kill. So the Oracle goes down. There's a lot of Adepts warped in, so no Stalkers. That's the main factor, that we're not going to have Blink Stalkers here to help out as the Roaches arrive against these Adepts. These Adepts are going to threaten to shade forward. The reality is these Adepts may need to shade back as they're getting surrounded right now. They're actually going to commit to it. That means we're going to give up on the third base. Well, I mean, I guess we're going to intercept some reinforcements over there, but he actually catches the Ravagers. Kind of nasty. Ravagers do good damage as well, though. Some Lings to support. Obviously, we don't need much more over here from Solar. He's got plenty to come through and to kill off this base as this entire mineral line begins to go down. Hero's worker count is dropping fast. He's a third of the army supply. He's starting to warp in some Stalkers here, as I'm just not sure if that's going to be enough, even with that Blink, to sustain against this pressure. As we have the Roaches and the Queens starting to hit that Nexus. Pick through there. Solar 104 supply. Hero at 60. And Solar is obviously not done yet. Now, again, these Stalkers do have Blink, so there's some efficiency to be found at this point of the game for Hero. Can that be enough, especially as Solar reinforces across? There's going to be a couple of Zealots getting warped in. Here are the Ravagers, by the way. Oh my god, that's going to be an issue. This pylon will go down, open the wall up a little bit further, and that just makes it so much easier to get through with these units. Ravager's going to fly. A few Biles going to go in towards the Cybercore a little bit. I mean, if we knock the Cybercore down here, you can only warp in Zealots, and that's never going to be a defense. Solar looks good for this first game of the best of 3. Hero's not someone he regularly beats. He obviously had that big win against him in EWC, but that was against the trend of the matchup between these guys. So Solar getting the first game of the series here. It's going to make this be a little bit exciting for sure. It tells me Brazil has to be a punching bag for 15 minutes before they get to do anything. Well, to be fair, Solar was the punching bag for the Adepts. He just decided to punch back, you know? Justice for punching bags. You get punched in the face yourself sometimes when you use them. He's the ricochet. You punch the punching bag so hard, it's like Adept, pow! It's like, nice! And the punching bag comes back and you're looking the other way, slaps you in the face. Ah! Pain. As our second map here is going to be the ley lines. I'll get this hosted up for game number 2, my friends. Alright, so Solar up 1-0 in this final. And we will head into game 2 in a second. Ready, go, go, go. Let's kick off into game 2, guys. Leyline's coming up as we are into game 2 of this final. See what happens here. Check in open again for Qualifier 2, so if you want to participate, you absolutely can. It is an open cup. Come along and play. And yeah, take part. Have some fun. I probably should have spammed sign-up link a couple of places, but never mind. We'll sort that out after. Hey, what's up? Vidal NX. Appreciate you as always hitting us up with the Prime. 28 months of it. Thanks, Wardy, for keeping the community strong. Thank you so much for being part of our WardiTV community. Thank you so much for keeping the stream going. And thank you so much for supporting the StarCraft 2 that we cast here. Super appreciate you. Thank you very much for hitting that Prime. Got a Prime sub available, guys. If you've not made use of it yet this month, we would love to take care of it for you guys. Prime subs help us a whole bunch, and it allows us to keep putting money into StarCraft 2 tournaments, so if you're liking the StarCraft 2, if you're liking the WardiTV competitions, hit the Prime sub button today. and help us out. Bottom left side is going to be our red Zerg player. This is going to be Solar. There's a Peak 5G. Thank you so much for the 29-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you so much for priming us up. We appreciate you so much. This is the start of this game number 2 of the finals of the first out of 2 cups today, guys. A quick mention over. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, consider hitting us up with that like and that subscription as well. Takes a couple of moments to scroll down below the stream and hit like and hit subscribe. Appreciate you guys. We've talked about it a lot lately, but obviously we have actually seen a lot of surging kind of viewership on the YouTube, and a lot of people watching not subscribed, a lot of new people on the YouTube even. I've seen a lot of comments saying, hey, I'm new to the channel and stuff, so that's awesome. So like I say, if that's you, give that sub button a little click. It takes a couple moments and it helps us out massively. A couple lings coming across as we chase the Proby down. As you see the ling speed queens and the rest coming on through. Stargate coming up, Nexus coming through. Get ready to rumble. Adept in the Warp Gate coming about. Just going to be having the link speed coming through. Queen on the way. Stargate building. Seems like StarCraft's getting a random little boost in popularity. I think just new maps, new patch brings a lot of people back into watching it. I don't think this is really a boost in popularity versus it's more of a people are starting to watch a game that used to watch a little bit. Just because people stopped watching with the patch getting a bit stale after EWC and stuff as well, so I think there's a little bit of a factor in that, so. Fling's coming about, the Adepts are going to get jumped on. It's going to get cleaned up. You see the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming through, the Adept coming in, the Probes on the way through as well. A couple of Queens are going to be there. Just get that going. Oracle gonna fire a couple of Depths coming through. Spawn the Queen is gonna fire. A couple of Depths gonna be over here. There's more damage out onto them. The Oracle gonna sit over on the side. Lings and Overlords continue to come about. Next is coming through. It's a pretty nice catch in the end. We're finally gonna play cleanup on this as we just have this pushback. We've lost 4 drones now in total. Just going to be seeing those lings getting the wrap around, cleaning those up, and pushing that away. Just going to be seeing the Oracle is going to be there. Ling's going to wrap around on the pylon. Just going to be seeing the Nexus coming through, and the gates coming up for the next few moments. Oracle is going to be getting into the stasis. Flank is halfway done. Forge and the probes coming up. It's going to take a couple of moments. It's going to be seeing that Forge coming by. The stasis coming through. Oracle is just going to go down, so that Oracle gets nabbed. The Hydra Den. Overlords and the Zerglings continue to come about. It's going to see the stasis looking to get into place. Chase those few drones away to the side. And the rest of the drones coming back over. A couple Queens going to hit. The Oracle going to take a few more shots. The Hydra Den, the Groove Spines coming up with the missiles, and the Hydras still in production. So we're going to see Solar potentially able to get aggressive with some Hydras. We'll see if he gets onto the map or so. Right now, this is just Ling Hydra as well, so always kind of feels a little bit kind of Ling Hydra aggression-y. Just going to see some more Lings coming in from that top side, ready to run into that mineral line. A few Stalkers setting up as well. Lings with a wrap around to clean up the assimilator. And we back away, as on the bottom side we see the Stalkers just going to go in after the hatchery as well. So some pressure here. This is where the Ling Hydra wants to come in and play defense. We don't have a lot of those Hydra upgrades yet, but you can just get a few Hydras up. That would be nice. Great split away from the stasis. There's not a lot of Lings to play the surrounding game, though. As again, a couple more Lings going down. The Hydra's still getting chased back. That's going to be seeing a couple of those Crypt Tumors continuing to go down. Lings chasing. Hydra's chasing. Stalker's being pushed away. Oracle still gathering up. As they charge in the +1 coming through. Temple Archives coming in. Going to see the Stalkers settling down again. Queens and the Hydra and the Lings pulling back over the other way. Ling Hydra still coming through. Missiles and the muscular augments coming through. Again, just a bit of Ling Hydra chase those Stalkers back the other side. Ling's going to get on top of the pylon and the Nexus there. It's just going to pick straight through that. Look to get that cancel in the next couple of moments. Storm coming up as well here from Hero, so bring that Storm straight online. Now the Ling Hydra chasing those Stalkers down. Infestation Pit coming through. Ling Hydra in production, +1 missiles. The muscular augments coming about. The extra Stalkers just warping in. We are going to try and get onto them Hydralisks. Just try and jump through onto these as we have a chance for these Hydras to keep pushing. Storm not ready, so it's a great few moments here for Solar to get some damage done. This is exactly when these Hydras feel powerful. And an Infestation Pit behind, there's no detection. That Stasis Ward could be big as Solar's stepping close towards it. Hero's going to engage forward, meaning that we cannot step into the Stasis. Couple Lings set it off. The Oracle's going down. The Hydras are still strong here with reinforcements showing up. Maybe? Well, reinforcements show up on both sides, so actually maybe Solar's got enough to just bust on through and to make this a win. Those few Stalkers hanging back for a couple of moments. We've got our High Templar there waiting for Storm to finish desperately right now. What do we even Storm? The Hydra Link to the bottom side. Probably, I think Solar's recognizing that High Templar is waiting to Storm. He gets out of it quickly. 15 probes already down. More Zealots warping in. We will see the Ling Hydra regathering. A couple more Stalkers going down still. It's getting picked off right here. 16 probes dead so far. Hero's numbers are not looking great. He will start to push this back, but we're probably kind of get going again very, very soon. He's going to be seeing the Hive coming about. Lurker Den coming up. +1 melee upgrade coming by also. A lot of this still coming into play here as we see the Ling Hydra trying to step up that ramp again. Storm is good to push the Hydras the other way. Another Storm coming down. Damage being done across the board. We continue to chase up here. Stalker still being hunted as Hero. Can he get a defense? 24 to 47 army supply. Solar going to threaten the 4th base and going to get a couple of units as they step into play defense. But 4th base for now is surviving. Melee upgrade on the way through. Solar building on the back of his +1 missiles. And Hero is going to keep this game alive for the moment. Wow. It's a very impressive save in the end. Let's just see our melee upgrade. The Seismic Spines coming through on the side of Solar. 8 more Hydras coming up. And now he's got the Lurker Den ready. This is the thing. He's actually done all of this, and he's had the follow-up ready behind it. So he's actually going to be very well set to play the next stage of this game still. That is going to be a big deal. +2 attack still coming up from Hero. We continue to get that going. You're going to see the Lings going to nibble up once again. So it's into the main base, just going to get ready. A couple of Lings going to go nibbling onto the mineral line here. A few probes will begin to go down. Workers being killed, but not too many. Good defense by Hero. How well does he defend against the next visitors? The concern I have for Hero is that he's set up on barely, basically kind of the baseline kind of Storm Stalker count. Doesn't even have that many Storms available, so these Lurkers are an issue, and I just don't think we can fight into it. You need more Zealots to kind of be the buffer. You need the Stalkers themselves don't really do much. And now he's supply blocked off losing the Nexus as well, so it gets even worse. That Pylon goes down, so he'll remain supply blocked. So he's building nothing right now. Counterattack as Zealots gets dealt with immediately. Solar is on top of that, no problem. High Templar's looking to get through, and we'll drop one more Storm that will hit the first couple of Lurkers, but nothing more just yet. Morph the Archon. And Solar now coming around the right side to start pinching in on two different sides. Zealots... sorry, the Lurkers starting to do some good damage there. We blink in. The Lurkers will decimate a lot of those Stalkers. And this army on the right side, I mean, I don't think there's anything there to fight it. Some Lurkers still remaining toward the end of this. You're going to see a few Zealots showing up, but Hero, that was not a good fight on the left. He felt the need to go in and play cleanup, and it cost him heavily. Now some Lurkers will siege the right side as Ling Haider works onto the natural, and Solar extends the lead in this game too, and looks for the win in this finals for a little bit of cash money on the day, winning this qualifier, and getting himself the first place prize. What a guy. What a guy. Things coming through, a couple of Zealots going down. GG says Hero, and that will give us a 2-0 in favor of Solar. So Solar gets it done in the first event of the day, guys. He will take that 2-0 over Hero, and like I say, close out this qualifier number 1. Now, guys, like I say, first of all, that's impressive from Solar, because that's not really typically what you expect to see happening in these matches. Hero and Solar recent history, I cannot imagine it's been very Solar favored, because I feel like I would have known about it if it was. Hero and Solar in recent history has been... Hero 1031-2020. The last time Solar beat Hero was at eSports World Cup, so his first win since the EWC for Solar. Takes the 2-0 here today. So guys, we have another cup coming up in about 22 minutes time. So in 22 minutes, we have cup number 2. So that's going to be in 22 minutes. That will be coming up very shortly. And it's going to be the exact same as what we just saw, just a second round of it. Players can play a second time, even if they're qualified. So even if you're qualified, you can play a second time here. So we will see ByuN and Solo already signed up, for example, so they're likely going to play as well. So yeah, we'll have a second cup in 20 minutes. So more StarCraft 2 on the way. We're not going to be too far out from that. Before we go to that second cup, I'm going to first of all run a round of ads. I'm going to BRB a couple moments. We'll come back and do a little bit of selling out, and then we'll be pretty much ready for our second cup. So BRB a few minutes, and then we'll come back. And like I say, we've got another cup coming up in just a few minutes' time. Hello everybody. Thank you for sticking tuned during a few moments of me taking a break just before we get set for our next round of action. Hope everyone is feeling good. So we got our second qualifier coming up in about 15 minutes time. So qualifier 2 coming up very shortly. And yeah. Current player list looks a little bit like this. I'll just run through this with you guys. So right now, these are the signed up players for Qualifier 2. So we've got ByuN, Nico Let Alex, Nightmare not checked in, Rebellion, Akaroni not checked in, but then Riong, Triple, Hatsu, Milky Cow, Yakov, and Lunacy not checked in, and then Mana, Geralt, Trigger, Cristiana, Shameless, Solar, Percival, Iosupupi. So that's current bracket sign-up list. Obviously, still a chance for people to sign up for the next 15 minutes or so. And we'll get that underway. Cool. I'll just drop a link down in a couple of servers and get that all set. So guys, obviously more StarCraft coming in like literally 15 minutes, give or take a little bit of time to pick a matchup and figure out which match we're going to cast, etc, etc. So that is on the way very soon. And yeah, until we get to that, first of all, I'm going to mention GrabTap, which you can see is over on the side of our screen right there. If you head on over to the GrabTap page, guys, this is our sponsor right now. So if you head on over to the GrabTap page, hang on. There we go. Made it there in the end. If you head on over to the GrabTap page, it looks a little bit like this. And what you can do is you can support the stream for free by participating and playing in these games you see on the GrabTap page. You will see some different games yourself if you're in a different region to me. But you can check it out with the link in the Twitch chat. And straight up, like, first of all, if you guys even just, like, get to be one of the members that's participating, I get paid more. So that's straight up. If you just kind of come on here and you join in and you say, pick this game, Kings of Avalon, and you install it, because that earns points, that counts as you participating in the community, and I get straight up paid for that no matter anything else. So that's the most important thing. Literally, you can come online, pick a game, install it, and you're good to go. You're supporting the stream. And then if you want to support further, you can continue to complete missions. Say you downloaded King of Avalon, you can reach Stronghold level whatever within 30 days. Basically, you have 30 days to reach a bunch of levels, and each of those you get will get you points. Those points help support me, and they also get you a chance to reclaim rewards as well. Marvel Strike Force is a lot of fun. Hell yeah, this one as well. Let's obviously reach some levels. A whole bunch of bonuses if you get certain levels on certain days even. I imagine they're quite difficult, but yeah. I mean, do your daily objectives and stuff on this. There you go. You can even see Joseph is here. He's installed. He's got the level 2 already. Man is grinding up Marvel Strike Force. This is one we've never done a sponsor for on Twitch, but I know a bunch of people have, so a bunch of people have enjoyed it. So, yeah. TLDR, guys, the more points that you guys earn, the more rewards you can earn, but also the more points that you earn, the more I get rewarded. The more I get rewarded, the more StarCraft 2 we can put on. We are heavily reliant on sponsors to be able to run a lot of the StarCraft 2 events that we run. They make up a lot of the bonus cash on the stream. Sponsors pay well. And this is no different. So take the chance to support the stream for free by checking out the GrabTap page. And like I say, you can get involved. Like I say, there's a whole bunch of different games and missions you can take part in. Yeah, I mean, I was playing the... I've been playing the... Where's it gone? It's disappeared. Which one was I playing? It's actually disappeared. Am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. I was playing one of these games. It was here earlier today, but it's disappeared. Yeah. Someone else is playing it too. But yeah, there was I was playing one of these earlier. I can't see which one it is anymore. It's not there now. But yeah, there's a bunch of different ones you can check out and jump on and support with. So yeah, come and play whatever seems fun to you. I was playing one called Lostborn Warriors, but it's just not there right now. Crazy. So yeah, check it out though. Like I say, it's a free way to support the stream. Supporting the stream is good if you like StarCraft 2, believe it or not, because it allows us to run more StarCraft 2. And guess what? If we can run more StarCraft 2, you guys will have more StarCraft 2 that you guys can watch. I know, isn't that just a crazy concept? So yeah, head on over to the GrabTap page, guys. We appreciate it if you do. That is our sponsorship for the stream right now. And we've got a couple days left on that sponsorship. We have got... sponsorships. We have got 1 day and 17 hours. So basically just tomorrow's stream, I guess, because we'll probably not be live again the day after. So today and tomorrow, we've got to try and get those numbers up a little bit. We've had 7 people participate so far. So please, again... even a few more people participating would be amazing. So check that out. You set up simply because you want to support. Thank you for what you do. So you can be here to watch these events. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's what it's about. Like I say, it's just providing another way for you guys to support if you guys want to support. What if you send your promo sound clip, you could make a remix of it? For my sellout sound clip? I don't even know where I have that. It's literally just saved into my... I mean, it's got to be saved somewhere. But, I actually don't know where it's saved, because I just save it through my GoXLR, so I don't even know what the... I don't even know what the, I don't even know where the file is, actually. I'd have to look into it. The dubstep wardy. This is what my life has been calling for all this time. Amazing. Alright, guys, we are 10 minutes out from the, we can have a wardy ad as a Twitch ad. We're 10 minutes out from the next qualifier taking place. Mixu has just signed up to come in and give us some more Zerg representation. Love to see that. And, yeah, hopefully we can get that rolling very soon. Very, very exciting. So, yeah, second qualifier coming up in a few moments, guys. Get that ready to rumble. Like I say, 10 more minutes to be able to sign up still, check in, and all the rest of it. What have you signed up for? Honestly, mate, probably a bad time if you're new to the game, but, I mean, good luck to you. Star Trek Fleet Commander, here you come. Hey, I love that game. That game was super fun when you played. We actually did a sponsor specifically for that game before. It's one of the best sponsors we ever had on the stream, because I think people genuinely just enjoy playing it. You know, a lot of these games are obviously very, you know, a lot of these are mobile-esque games, right? There's a lot of microtransactioning and stuff, right? I actually think the one thing that Star Trek Fleet Command did very well was it didn't just shove microtransactions in your face. Like, this genuinely felt like a, game where... This genuinely felt like a game where it was just like, it was like gameplay first and microtransactions later almost, so... Yeah. You grinded the hell out of that game? Yeah, I actually played that game like way after the sponsorship, you know? Yeah, I played that game way after the sponsorship wrapped up. What happened to all the sweet Raid Shadow Legends sponsors? They still come around. Usually what happens is that sponsors come around in batches, and so when Raid Shadow Legends comes around, I don't take it because I take other games. Because to me, it's better to do games that you guys haven't seen on the stream before, because there's more potential we can convert new people into checking the game out. So then we can make more money off of the bonuses from getting people to play, right? So yeah, you get like more bonuses of getting people to play more than anything else. Yeah, that's my TLDR of it. So we don't really do Raid Shadow Legends unless we specifically get sponsored for it, which just doesn't really happen that much anymore, basically. Yeah, it just doesn't really happen that much anymore, actually. So that's all. But, I mean, at the same time, like, it probably comes around again at some point. Usually I just get a random email that's like, hey, do you want to do Raid Shadow Legends with us? I'm like, okay. And then we do it and, like, nobody signs up because we've done Raid Shadow Legends, like, 6 times. So... So, unsurprisingly, after your 7th time of Raid Shadow Legending, everyone that wants to support the stream for free has already done so. Honestly... Raid Shadow Legends, I know it gets beamed on. It's actually not a bad game. Like, it is what it is. It's a mobile game, right? But, like, it's still not a bad game. So, the only caveat is you have to play the game on mobile. That's to avoid emulation or cheating. You can play some of them on PC, no? Like, some of the GrabTap games are on PC, just not all of them. But yeah, you can play some of them on. Oh, look, we actually have the high score list popping up as well. I didn't even realize that came up. Yeah, it just depends which game you pick. That's the cool thing about the GrabTap is if you want to support, you can kind of just pick whichever game sounds cool to you and just play, or you can play multiple games. You don't even have to just stick to one. You can do as you wish basically. So I actually think it's kind of cool. Like I say, it's kind of tough because also it's hard to be like, hey guys, let's hit this goal. Let's all try to get to level 5 or something. But yeah. Yeah, some of them are specifically for like mobile only or iOS or Android only. Some of them do have like PC versions, so it just depends which game it is. Obviously, different games are, trying to hit different goals and stuff like that too, so yeah. Guys, again, we're about 6 minutes out from the next tournament starting up. We'll take a couple minutes to admin at the start, but we're not far from getting into more stuff. Your dad's interested in the Star Trek game, you'll sign up for him. The Star Trek game is genuinely pretty good, man. Like, honestly, like I say, like it's a bit mobile-y still, but like it really isn't like in your face. Like it doesn't pop up with like, hey, you have moved your ship for the first time. Do you want to buy the 99p package so that you can now access the coins to move your ship again? Yeah. Are you understanding correctly? GrabTap is MLM and microtransactions. What's MLM? Multi-level marketing. I don't think so. Like, I mean, basically, like, I have a set period of time where, I mean, basically, it's like you guys can go play the games and then, you guys can go play the games and then I earn from you guys playing the games. So, like, kind of, but like, I'm not getting you guys, like, you guys don't have to spend any money on the games, right? Like, these are free options. It's getting you guys to participate. I wouldn't say it's multi-level marketing. I think it's a bit, I think it's a bit different from that. I can kind of see the comparison, but there's nothing that you guys are like buying into necessarily, unless you guys choose to spend money, which is obviously completely up to you. So. I'm looking at my new skill on my on the mobile game I'm playing. Don't mind me. I'm just doing the things over here. Did the game devs basically allow GrabTap to sell their game and they get a piece? Oh, I see what you mean. I mean, is that any different though? So I think GrabTap is basically just like a consolidated place to kind of do these marketing schemes that already existed. I don't think there's necessarily, like, it's not really any different to just the sponsorships that were happening. It's basically like, hey, this game is like, basically you are the game company. And it's very common for the game company to get a marketing agency to sort out sponsored streams, right? It's not really too different to that, apart from this is basically like a longer term contract. Where in the past, these games were like basically saying, hey, look, we have this amount of budget for this month. Can you get this, can you get a bunch of people to play our game? And the marketing agency basically said yes. And so they put a bunch of that money into basically just paying people to play the game first of all, but then they put the rest of the money into bonuses if you can convince enough people to play, right? So yes, I'm sure GrabTap is absolutely taking a percentage, but it's basically just consolidating a bunch of marketing efforts. And it probably streamlines the process where games can basically kind of get involved with this with less investment, because now you don't necessarily have to pay the streamer to play the game. But on the downside of, like, you don't necessarily get your game pushed straight away. So kind of, but like I say, like there's a bottom level, right? Like it doesn't just keep going. I think. I don't know. This is getting too deep for me, man. We got 2 minutes out, guys. I'm just seeing if anyone else is signing up. We'll do some seeding, and we'll be ready to go soon. I'll actually start seeding some people about here. So ByuN can have top seats. I don't like how the seating is already set up, to be honest. Move a couple of people down still. think that's fine. Thereabouts, probably. We'll see. What's the soundtrack? This is just the StarCraft soundtrack in the background. At least they aren't getting us to sell the game. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't... It's not... I just don't see how it's not really any different to just basically... You know, basically being sponsored to play the game only... And what we would get from those sponsorships, right? It's just giving us a way... It's just giving us incentives to convince you guys to try the games out, right? So... Yeah, alrighty. We are at... official check-in time, guys. So I'm going to process the check-in results. I'm going to do a final check over here. I'm going to get ready to go. Alright, 1 minute, and we'll get ready to rumble. We'll get ready to rumble. Awesome. Thank you for your patience between tournaments, guys. Obviously, you know, I had to, you know, I couldn't put the tournament too soon because then it would overlap. But then I had to have a little bit of a gap. I'd say 20 minutes isn't so bad, but I appreciate you guys obviously sticking around even for us during, with us during this. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Alright, just checking. Anyone is going to complain about not being in the bracket? You have another minute or so. And then we can kick this off. Awesome. Like I say, thank you for hanging out with us during the downtime, guys. This is just so usually this is what happens before I go live on a tournament day. Is me just getting the seeding done, the bracket started. So you guys are getting the insider look on this. You guys actually have a choice. Would you guys like to watch TVP with Geralt versus Nicorakt? TVP with Geralt versus Nicorakt? PvP with Cristiana Mana? No, we're not watching PvP, sorry. Or would you guys like to watch Yakov versus Shameless ZVP? So basically, Geralt Nicorakt TVP or Yakov Shameless ZVP. It's up to you guys. It's your choice. Make your picks. Zerg, Yakov Shameless ZVP. TVP, PVZ, ZVP is getting absolutely destroyed. Cool. Rusty, do you know where you need to be and stuff? Are you all good, buddy? Do you need any help? Because I probably assume that this is your first tourney. Let me know if you need any assistance. If you're playing Percival, you basically want to be on the WardiTV chat channel on America. You've checked in? Yeah, you're good. You just, if you go to the... Do you know how to get to the American server? If you go to the American server and type /join WardiTV, you'll join the WardiTV chat channel, and you can go from there. If you need to get to the American server, all you got to do is, from your StarCraft, you go up here into this little globe, and you click it, and you click Americas, and it's going to swap you over to Americas. It might make you log in again, but that's all you got to do. And then you go into chat, and you type /join WardiTV, like that. It'll put you in the chat channel. If you need any help, just at me in chat. I got you. All right, yeah, we'll go Shameless Yakov, guys. Sounds like a good one to me. I need to shut this game down. I'm tapping. I am tapping. All right, Shameless Yakov coming through, guys. Get the ZVP setting up. Thanks for the patience. Yakov Shameless. Rex Triple B even. I think Yakov Shameless is good though. Yeah, I agree. Cool. Cool. Did I let them know it's CLMC maps? Great point. I mean, it's in the bracket, but I'll actually make it known as well. Perfect. Yeah, Rusty, you're in the right place as well. You nailed it. Good job, bro. Alright, sick. We are just waiting for Shameless and Yakov. Yakov's not online just yet. Or Yakov might be online, he's just not in the chat channel. This happens all the time. Just write to Shameless, just so we know. Get that sorted out. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright, guys. So we're just waiting for Shameless and Yakov, and we'll be good to rumble. So yeah, guys, we're going to run with the what we're calling this, the WardiTV map pool. So the WardiTV map pool is 5 ladder maps: Leylines, Persephone, Pylon, Tokamak, and Torches. With 4 of my kind of preferred maps from the Team Liquid map contest. These are not... I actually like these 4 maps a lot. There's other maps I would have included in here, but I just thought these were good ones to add into the map pool that I think people are going to play on. So White Rabbit, 10,000 Feet, Ruby Rock, and Tydo Citadel. So, yeah, those are the maps that we're playing on for the second qualifier. I just forgot to put it in the rules for qualifier 1. Don't you just love some consistency in your tournaments, guys? Second qualifier, and boom, we turn the other maps on. Love it. 10 out of 10 experience. Alrighty, guys, we'll be a couple moments. We'll get this underway, and we'll get ready to play some games. What's the name of the ice map? There was a couple of ice maps, no? Which one in particular? Oh, that's what I wanted to write down as well. I was going to write down something. It was game 5 of ByuN Clem where we had the... Oh, the snowing one is Winter Madness. Yeah, the snowing one's Winter Madness. I was going to say, was it game 5 of Clem ByuN where the Planetary Fortress and the Nexus fought each other? Where ByuN Planetary Fortress, the Nexus of ByuN? Of Clem? I think it was game 5 of that series, right? I was trying to think for a to see if it was a good clip or not. I'm just trying to remember what it was, but I think it was that one. So we're just waiting for Yakov, guys. So we'll just take a couple of moments and get this on the run. Yeah, as soon as Yakov's here. If Yakov doesn't show up, then I've scuppered myself on the first round, but I mean, I'd be surprised if Yakov wasn't here. He was here earlier. So, yeah, we'll see. We shall see. The map names are so weird. Now you get them mixed up. Bring back the Greek goddess names of maps. They were more, you know, instinctive or something. I don't know. I don't remember who was playing, but it was great. Yeah, the one that was where the snow is actually on your screen is Winter Madness. There was a couple of other ice maps though. So yeah, there was a couple of other icy maps. Just the one with actual, like, where it was snowing was definitely Winter Madness. Yeah. I think the cool part about the Team Liquid map contest maps was actually just the fact that a lot of them were genuinely very good. So, honestly, like, when we're kind of picking map pools, I said this yesterday, casting the Monday Night Weekly, they have, like, a full 9 map pool from TLMC, and 2 of the maps that I have in my map pool are not part of their map pool, because they like a lot of the maps, and I like a couple of the maps more, because all the maps are good enough to play, basically. Like, it really was a very cool part of the, yeah, it really was a very cool part of things, so, yeah, I really like that, part of it all, as we get ready to go. And kick off here in a couple of moments, just waiting for Shameless and Yakov to kick us into play. Beautiful. Alright guys, we'll take a few moments and hopefully we'll be good to go. What's up, Zergburger? On the Twitch today, huh? 34-month resub. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting with the 34 months. Mothership, yeah, Mothership was good. Actually, a good 3-player map. It is rare that a good 3-player map comes around, but yeah. Alright, so we're just waiting for Yakov to arrive, if he's going to arrive. If not, then we're just sat here awkwardly. All good. It happens. So yeah, we'll just give it a few moments, guys, and take a couple. Mothership map looks so awkward. You think? What do you think makes it awkward? Genuinely curious. Will there ever be another island map? Yeah, maybe. Island maps, honestly, if you put an island in a cool way, it probably could work, but I just don't know what that looks like, to be honest. What if we had an island map where the island was the middle of the map? You know how so many of these maps try to stop the middle of the map being, like, super, being super accessible and stuff? What if the middle of the map's just an island? Bum, bum, bum. That'd be cool, no? Probably not. It'd probably be absolutely terrible for gameplay, but I'm all about it. Alright, we are loading into Persephone here. And we're going to jump into game number 1 of this best of 3. So, kicking this off, getting this going. We'll get this started in a few moments' time. So, opening game of our second qualifier and cup today, guys. What do you think? You guys like the double cup? You like the double qualifier? I think in the future this might be what we do, because whenever I run like a couple of qualifiers, it always feels so lame to have like 2 days where it's like 3 hours and then that's the stream, and then the next day it's like 3 hours and that's the stream. But I do like running qualifiers. I do think having qualifiers is a positive thing to have. So I think I kind of like this. $150. We're going to get like 6 hour stream out of it. I kind of like it. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think the back-to-back cups are cool? If you think it's kind of naff, I don't know. Maybe it really annoys you for some reason. I don't know. You know what? Honestly, if there was a good island map, I would love to have it in the map pool. Like, I don't know how balanced it would be. But the thing with the 9-map map pool is more than ever before, we're really able to have some more adventurous maps. And I really do think that we can kind of utilize that a bit more now. The only issue I have is that I think the only issue I actually have with the recent TLMC is a lot of the maps are very standard macro kind of maps. And because of that, I actually struggle to make like a full 9-map map pool out of the TLMC maps. So yeah, that's why I kind of like the idea of maybe keeping like a Persephone, because this is a standard map that has a little bit of a more unique layout. And that's why the maps that I've added into my map pool for the foreseeable future, are the maps that I think have a bit more of an interesting layout while still kind of giving us the standard kind of games and scenarios. So yeah. Alright, we're going to see a gas, a hatch, a pool. Not in that order. There was hatch, gas, and pool. So that's going to be our order here. From Yakov in the bottom left, our red Zerg. Our top left, blue Protoss, a Shameless. Actually kind of excited for this one. Yakov's been playing well lately. Has been having some success with some of the aggressive Lingbane Hydra stuff. That was the vibe last time I watched him play ZVP. Wondering what his vibe might be here playing against Shameless. Last time... Okay, not the last time I watched these two play, but I think back to that European League match this year. And Shameless played some really good long kind of maps. And he was able to kind of play into some very good positions there, so I'm kind of wondering if... I actually think it's a good matchup between the two. An interesting starting point for the day for sure on this second qualifier. I say qualifier, like I say, it's kind of a cup that guarantees invites. People are allowed to play twice even if they're already qualified, so yeah. Solar and ByuN took us up on that opportunity immediately, didn't they? They were signed the hell up. What's funny is that Solar asked me, he was like, he was saying, oh, ByuN was wondering if he can play the second cup. And I actually think he was asking for himself, and I got fooled. Clever Solar. He knew how to play me. He knew ByuN, he knew it was the kind of thing ByuN would do. Oh, yeah, cheeky. Adept coming down, Hatch and the Ling Speed coming up. We get the Stargate on the way, Adept in the Warp Gate building. Chrono boosting this Adept along for a few moments. The Adept heads to the bottom side in the early stages. I'm just going to be seeing the Queen. Going to go after this Adept. The drone does become an extractor. It's just going to be able to grab that for a moment or two. Anti-gas and Cool coming up. The Ling's still building into play as we get settled here. It's an Oracle, Warp Adept, Warp Gate building up as well. Let's just have this hatchery continue to come about. The Adept is going to fire up onto the hatch for a couple of moments. Get that on the go. The Ling Speed coming through. Drones and the Lings coming up as we speak. Adept, Oracle, and Warp Gate all coming over. Drop the gateway down in the front. And this Adept is going to start shading its way out towards the top side of the map here to start us off, heading to the 12 o'clock and beyond. The Adepts will shade. The Zerglings make their way around the right-hand side. And we'll just see our Lings looking to get into position. Try and see what is up. A couple of Adepts are going to be there. To play defense, I mean, the Lings are going to get a good surround on the Adepts. Because the fact that there's two of them going to affect this. We have two drones going down the other side. First Adept dead. Adept over on the wall off as well. I'm not going to come and get involved. This as the Oracle that got the 2 kills. But it's just sat inactive now. As we will get the second Adept kill here. Not enough Lings to jump onto Adept 3. But not a bad start, right? 2 Adepts. 4 few Lings. I think you like that as Yakov. I think that's a pretty reasonable pick-off to start us off there, as now a couple of gateways in the Twilight Council will come in as the next stage of this. Nexus coming through, 2 more probes coming up. And we just have the Overlord out on the left-hand side, going to move around. Spores and the drones all coming in, and that is going to be the lair building as well on that main. Get that ready to go as the few drones come up. The gates in the Twilight Council coming over as well. I'm just going to be having the Assimilator and the Pylon coming through right now also. See the 2 Oracles going to head in toward the natural. The Queens are going to get here. And it's going to be seeing some activation as the drones take damage right off the back. 1 Oracle on the left side. Going to get another drone kill. Both those Oracles peeled back and away. Resonating Claves coming up as we are going to see Shameless opting for that option. Now it's going to be Ling Bane from Yakov. Can absolutely deal with the Adepts with Ling Bane, especially when it's not going to be a Prism, because a lot of the time when you're kind of playing against the 4-gate Glaive build off the 2 bases, there's a Robo and the Prism. You use your Banes to kind of deal with the first round of Adepts, and then bam, warp in, and you're just in trouble because you don't have new Banelings up. But because these Adepts have to come from across the map, there's much less of a factor there, as it would have been a good catch on those Lings if they got the 3 Adepts there. Obviously no Glaives just yet. Instead now we back it up a few seconds. The Oracles linger around the right-hand side. First Banelings coming online, as Yakov will continue to just build units here. With the amount of units he's building quickly and being behind on drones already, he needs to make sure this is a clean defense. To try and ensure that these Adepts do not manage to, kill too many workers, because you're committing a lot to the defense, preemptively and ahead of time, making sure you get ahead of the game on this. So that's exactly what you're aiming for, what you need to kind of stay, moving toward, essentially. As melee upgrade comes in, a couple of Banes are going to come about. You're going to be seeing the Hydras coming up as well. So Hydra Den is getting going, but it's not going to really be ready for now. This is still about just dealing with these first round of Adepts. Banes in case the Adepts shade in a clump, but the Lings to jump on the Adepts if they shade in little smaller groups. And the follow-up from Shameless is already establishing sentries and the Immortal on the way. You can see that Yakov already started to drop down in supply. And this happened against Cristiana as well, where entering this mid-game, he was just down on a couple of workers and down on army supplies. So having that same kind of impact here. And, yeah, that was kind of his issue against Cristiana. That's why he fell in that earlier cup today. Now setting up here in this ZVP as a couple of Oracles come around. They're going to get a drone over on the left-hand side. It's able to make a grab there. The Adepts continue up toward the top. And a couple more Zerglings go down. The sentries will continue to join up together. We'll have ourselves the Alien Nest Groove Spines and the melee upgrade building as well. A couple of Oracles still heading into the main base. Queens are going to be here. And the Oracle is going to take a little bit more damage. Just going to get turned around the other way. Another hatchery coming into place. The 5th hatch in the front. But we have obviously got the big push of Shameless about to arrive, right? And he has up a lot of army supply, and I just don't really see... I mean, Yakov needs to not build this infestation pit. Like, he's setting up for the long game, and this is going to be a short game. So we gotta cancel that, get some money back. We gotta get some money just in units. Building a ton of drones as well, which is going to establish him to 80 workers. That is probably not going to help you survive this massive commitment. And I'm surprised Yakov's not a little bit more aware of it because, he kept the Adepts alive. This is always going to be a possibility when the Adepts stay alive, and that's exactly what we've headed straight toward. And we're going to morph in a bunch of Banes, and boy, do they need to do some work. This hatchery in the front probably just needs to cancel. Give that up, let it take a few shots, buy a few more seconds for you. But yeah, we need to go, go, go. We're down 30 army supply, like I say. It's not going to be hopeful unless the Banelings can do amazing things. First Banelings get through, and oh my god, the first Baneling connections are amazing. Well, there goes the army supply lead. Even more Banelings get by. A couple of them getting caught now, not doing much, caught in those force fields. But if we can continue like that, Yakov is in with a shot still. The Banes are going to come through again. We're out of force fields. Stasis catches a bunch of those Banes. Banes stuck behind the Queens. We need to get free here as we are going to make our way through this. The Hydra's doing good damage. And the Queen's tanking a lot of the shots as well, so the Adepts haven't done that much. What an absolute decimation as Shameless, just provided us with a very... I hate to be negative, but that was a was a bad fight. I'm trying to think of how I want to say it. I was going to say uninspired fight, I think. Like, he just attacked and was like, I got this. But the force field didn't block the Banes at first. And then they did block a bit, but by then it was almost too late. Like, you went into that with so much of an army lead. The one thing you can't let happen is Banes to roll right into your Adepts. I mean, if Yakov defends like that from a bad position, imagine the Zerg's in a better position, and you've got even less chance. And we know this Adept Immortal attack can be good. We've seen it work so many times. You can't let it just... You can't let your Adepts be hit by Baneless like that. Like, you invest in the sentries to stop that from happening. Yeah, that was... Yeah, that was just bad. But just felt like he was like, oh, I'm ahead. Attack, move. Force field. Doesn't get the good force fields down. And yeah, I mean, Yakov, there's always that potential with Yakov's army. But didn't really expect it to be... I didn't think if Yakov was going to win this, it was going to be as one-sided as this, pretty much. like I could maybe see the defense for Yakov. But yeah, I didn't think Shameless was going to take such a poor fight. So yeah, that was not ideal, as we'll head into game number 2 here on 10,000 feet and get this next one up and running. Yeah, sentry started Banes. Yeah, just the first round of Banes connecting as they did is a no-go, right? So yeah, that was rough. Percival destroyed you. Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes. The guys that are very good are very, very, very good. They are very, very, very good. Alrighty. So we'll jump into this game number 2, guys. I might just have to tab out for some admin stuff. At some point here, just a couple of people looking for players and so on and so forth. But Yakov is up 1-0 in this best of 3, taking on Shameless in the top left. Actually, haven't looked at this bracket. Excuse the FPS drop for a moment. Let me just look at the bracket. So, round of 16, Solarfist Rebellion and Alex against either Geralt or Nikaract in the round of 8. Riong Mixu likely against Milky Cow or Percival. ByuN Rex probably against Mana or Cristiana is kind of a cool section. The winner of Yakov Shameless plays Trigger or Lunacy. That could actually be kind of cool too, maybe. We might be able to just follow the winner of this through. Kind of depends on where that PvP is at as well. Yeah, we will see. There's a guy Nexus coming. Hatch coming through. And we get ourselves into game number 2. There's a hatchery on the other side of the map, though. So Yakov looking to take advantage of these minerals over here. And already mined some out with that first drone before it became a hatch as well. So Yakov getting aggressive early. We'll see what Shameless wants to try and do about it. Obviously, he's got a wall off over here. This is a big wall as well. There's obviously a lot of minerals to mine out to get up here, but yeah, we'll see how Yakov does it. He's going to pull the extra drones across. He's going to give himself access very soon as a couple queens start. I imagine he will actually just... I actually think the best scenario here is you can just mine out... I actually sent a lot of drones across the map. You can just mine out this first pathway. I don't know if he wants to mine out this top pathway, but at the same time, if you leave it, the issue is going to be that you can then be targeted down by a range unit, right? Drones are jumping in. They are going to start mining out some of the top minerals. Okay, so we do create a pathway, but the Adept is there. We wanted to mine it out at a point where we have lings, but, you know, so you didn't want to open it too soon, but you don't want to open it too late, so the Adept can just stop it from ever, you know, being a thing. I'm just going to be seeing the batteries coming up, the Stargate coming through, the lings will gather, Queen will be there. We'll settle down. Having a couple of Adepts coming by, the Ling's going to be in position, and that is going to be the recall of the Shade back to the natural. Just going to be seeing the batteries still coming about. Again, the Lings and the Ling speed coming through, and Oracle and the Adept continue to build. As the Queen's going to be there to push the couple of Adepts back up to the high ground for a couple of moments. A bit of damage done on that one. 2 shots coming through. Settle down into this for the moment. Ling is looking for a wraparound. Zil and the Adepts. Just going to get grabbed there. Just going to be seeing the probes take some damage. Battery's going to be out of energy here. We energy recharge the battery. Queen's onto the Oracle. Still going to have the damage onto that Oracle to get the kill on it. Oracle's going to have to run away here. Does get one Queen. New Oracle on the way, so obviously every Queen we get rid of is a big deal. Initial commitment here from Yakov. Was it good enough? I actually don't really know. Resources lost is going to be very favorable to Shameless. I mean, Yakov is obviously committed. Queen's is going to fire. You're going to see the Zealots taking some damage. We do have a few more shots going out. Queen's going to go back the other way. As you see the Oracle activating, Zealot going to be there. A couple of Queens going to get transfused up. The Ling is going to go after the probies. Oracle goes down. It's a big deal, especially away from the batteries. It could have been healed up a lot more. That one Queen with the energy is super low HP. It's going to go down. Oh my god, do something. Stop blocking each other. Oh my god. Queens, thank you. I think finally got the right way around to where they wanted to be. Ling's in the main, draining that battery. Is going to take the Oracle attention. We're going to fight the Adepts on the low ground. They're going to shade into a great choke point created by those batteries. Queen gathering up. Just going to have the Oracle firing straight through. It's going to be seeing the Lings after the probes. 15 workers going down. I mean, that's kind of a big deal, right? So a lot of probes dying gives you the chance to keep this going as Yakov. Shameless still has the worker lead, though. So, I mean, we're far from being done yet, but this is the issue. If these Lings can get after those probes, and we don't have Oracle energy to get after the Lings, if you go down to 0 workers, it's obviously a big problem. The Lings jump onto the Adepts. We have, I mean, enough energy on the batteries for now. One Ling still in the main base. A few other Lings going to peel up there. I think the probes just have to pull toward these Adepts, so we're going to commit onto them. I think you just run into the main base, and maybe you start threatening to kill the main here. Oracle chasing down Queens, by the way, and actually that Oracle did a great job surviving low HP. He has a couple kills on it. There's the other Oracle here activating up on the high ground, chasing Lings down. We've now killed 35 probes. It's 8 probes left for Shameless. Is Yakov making this happen? Lings get a wrap around, going in after the Adepts and making some work through this already. The Adepts are going to shade around a little bit as well. I think Queen going to be in a position on that low ground to hit the Oracles back the other way. And the Zerglings are going to run back up toward that high ground and again just keep on pressuring. It's the movement between bases that's been the issue for Yakov, and not being able to kind of really deal with the Lings getting up into the main has been an issue. Ling's going to wrap around on the Nexus. Oracle activates. Going to energy recharge the Oracle. That means the batteries are going to remain low energy. At 21 drones, and we're actually going to start droning up more here as Yakov. I actually wish he'd left the Lings on the high ground there to catch the shade, because not all the batteries would have been in range. That may have been a kill on the Adepts. Obviously, we're rebuilding probes. The Lings is going to threaten the main again. We're going to be super low Oracle energy-wise. As these Adepts out of position, not near the batteries for all of them, so 1 or 2 will definitely go down. Gets the one. The second one will survive. The shade back is going to be what really saves it. Oracle, and there's about to run out of energy, man. And that means we've got no damage. The Lings will kill the main Nexus, and that is going to reduce probe production. Because like I say, Yakov has taken the chance to drone up here, and GGAGL is going to be called by Shameless. Yakov's play is going to be good to knock his countrymen down in this opening series of this qualifier number 2. Alright, Cristiana 2 mana is going to move straight into round of 8 here. He will play against most likely ByuN, but that will be a little while coming. Yakov will move on to play Trigger or Lunacy. That PvP's just started up on Career a couple moments ago. Just wondering if we should get into that. I'm also looking at Mixi Riong. Could be kind of fun if Mixi comes out of his matchup soon. That could be kind of a cool round of 16 as well, honestly. Only problem with that is it kind of leads potentially into TVT. Maybe by then we could do something else anyway for round of 8. I'm not sure what we want to jump into, to be honest. I'm not sure what our best call is going to be. I think Lunacy Trigger are likely owning game 1 right now, so let's maybe jump onto Career and maybe just look to get into their next game, perhaps? Might just be our best call to get something done here. Okay, just give me a moment. Just trying to log on to career. Always takes a couple of attempts. Lunacy's been in game for 2 minutes. Not exactly ideal for us to just hop on into something. Probably going to do a little bit of bracket watching right now then, guys, and just try to figure out what we go into next over the next few moments. Probably going to be the play for us, so... I mean, obviously PvP could be very fast, but it can also go on a little bit as well, so I'm not sure. We're probably just going to bracket watch and see what comes up. Most likely. Alright, I'm going to have my apple that I never had for my lunch. So I'll just throw us to a break screen for a couple minutes, guys, while I eat an apple. I'm literally just going to watch the bracket and see what we get to. So, a couple minutes, we'll get more StarCraft on the way for you guys very shortly. I'll see you guys just after this. Alright, guys. Apple eaten. What's up, Mihow? Downtown! How you doing, buddy? 67-month resub. Always love it when you sub. I love saying your name. It's very satisfying. Thank you so much for resubbing. Thank you so much for supporting. Good to see you guys as we get ready for our next map in just a few moments. More StarCraft 2 coming up and coming through. As we'll get ready to go. We're just still kind of scoreboard watching right now. We're waiting for a result to come in that would give us another series. Looks like Rex and Triple just went back in game. If Trigger and Lunacy come out of game, which they just did, we might be able to go into another map of Trigger versus Lunacy, or the winner versus Yakov was kind of our initial plan. Just waiting to see if we have a result there for us to maybe hop on into. There we go. It's going to be another map of that. Let's just try and jump in. We have made it 10,000 feet. Perfect. Alright, we are good. Let's give it a moment or two. Wait for Trigger to join. How do you know an apple was eaten? No crisp bites, no apple. I mean, you can believe I'm just, you know, gaslighting you guys into thinking I ate an apple if you want, but I have really nothing to gain from this. I mean, I could show you the apple core, but it's inside of an empty crisp packet. I don't fancy putting my fingers in there, so I don't know. I think you guys are just gonna have to take my word for it. Alright, we'll take a moment. And Trigger and Lunacy are going to kick off into game number 2. It's going to be, we didn't see what game 1 was, but we will get game 2. And this lets us follow into the winner versus Yakov. Does StarCraft have a newer player base? Never tried RTS, just always seemed so daunting. There's a lot of people that ask the same question, honestly, that still get into StarCraft 2 in this day and age. So while there's not like a super large newer player base, what there is even players that have been playing for a while also still play that aren't very good necessarily. So I would say yes, there is absolutely a newer player base. Like when you start, you'll get, you know, it'll take a few games to get your placement, you know, do your placement matches and then get your kind of rank set down, but you will get to a point where you will find people that are of the same level as you. Like there are people who play ladder that have no clue what they're doing. So yeah, I mean, don't let that hold you back from getting started, and don't. You will lose, you know, your first few games. You know, it takes a little while for the MMR system to kind of throw you down to the bottom a little bit, but I mean, you can also start with the campaign, and the campaigns for StarCraft 2 are great. The first campaign is completely free to play as well nowadays, so there's honestly no reason not to give it a go. So, yeah. I'd say check it out, and there's a bunch of guides for starting out. There's a bunch of guides for kind of learning. There's a bunch of like bronze to grandmaster guides from a lot of content creators and stuff. So there's really a lot of resources to learn from. So yeah, absolutely worth giving it a go. All right, so we get into this. As we kick off into, this is going to be game number 2 of this PvP. So Trigger is up a game against Lunacy. It was a pretty fast game 1, like 6-7 minutes or so. It's great to hear about the free campaign. Hell yeah, enjoy it. Yeah, the campaign's great. I've never played it myself, believe it or not, but I've heard it's good. Everyone recommends it. It's definitely a great starting point to play the game. It gets you into it at the very least, gets you some of the controls and stuff, so. What? No, don't start saying what. We've already talked about this before. We talked about this a lot. You already know this. You can't just pretend to be shocked and alarmed when I say it another time. Yeah. Sneaky pylon. It is a sneaky pylon. Up in the top right corner of the main base, Trigger. So Lunacy with some trickery, perhaps, as we get going into game number 2 of this series. And you'll see the Twilight Council coming down for him initially. And Trigger just going to go into a sentry, warp gate. Lunacy starts to run up there, he's going to run back. Trigger has good vision for the majority of this base, but not that top corner. And the probe kind of running there and then running away. might not make Trigger check it, honestly, because if I'm Trigger and I see you running your probe into the top right, I'm not going to presume that you have a pylon there, because why would you lead me towards your pylon? So obviously you could check out a due diligence, but I don't know if there's necessarily a reason to kind of like blindly go up and check that right now, based on what we're seeing. So yeah, kind of an interesting little situation as you see our Nexus gathering on up. A couple sentries coming in, and we get ready to party on. For these next few moments, just going to have ourselves the Dark Shrine building up. Hallucination is going to fade away. A Stalker moving to the upper left-hand side. Nexus coming down onto location, and a Stalker and 2 sentries are going to gather up on this ramp. I mean, the DTs warping straight into your base can absolutely be a killer, so that's absolutely what Trigger is going to have the most issue with very soon. Obviously, can he see the Dark Shrine? He's already seen the Dark Shrine, so the problem may be is that the Robo's coming up in good time, but because it's a nearby warping that's so close, he might actually just be able to right-click the Robo. Or at least the pylon attached. It's actually going to be kind of close, no? I think the Robo is going to be fast enough from Trigger, though. Glave's now on the way from Lunacy behind this. I think the Robo is going to be quick enough to get an Observer out. And as long as the Observer's out, the DTs are going to be limited in what they can do. Yeah. That sneaky pylon can obviously still cause some trouble, because obviously you can bypass where the Observer's naturally going to be, which is at the front. So yeah, he is going to get the Observer, so defense will be available there. Dark Shrine finishes. It's obviously a slow warping because that pylon's not connected to a gateway nor Nexus. Lunacy's not going to send it. He's going to wait. I mean, to be fair, waiting a little bit and using that pylon a bit later on may not be a bad thing. As this DT is going to come in. Like I say, slow warping. Observer's going to obviously be out the front, expecting the DTs to have to enter through the front door. So you're still going to get damage done. And then following up onto the glaives and 2 more gateways. Going to be our plan as our DT swipes. A couple workers go down. Oh, beautiful warp in. Traps the Deep Dark Templar there with the Stalker. Does not let that go through. It deals with the DT on the low ground very nicely. And yeah, that DT kept in the back of his main base means that you know exactly where to send that Observer to next. To clean that up and to shut that down. And I almost wonder if it would have been better to actually just keep this pylon hidden for the Adepts. Like this did so little in the end that maybe we, if you raid for the glaive, at that point you're already falling further and further behind as well. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's would have been a good call either, to be honest. Well, that DT just sits up there. The probe is going to take a step across to that right-hand side, sees the warp gate is nearby. That's also disastrous, and I think Lunacy is having just a disaster of a game number 2 right now. This is not looking good for him, as the pylon will go down, the gateway's going to fall. We're actually going to recall back to the main because the DT reappeared, so I actually think he just didn't... I mean, he didn't know about that DT because he warped the Stalker in against it. He just forgot to clean it up, so that one got away from him a little bit there. A few additional gateways still coming online. And again, +1 and Blink coming through as well. Trigger is maybe lose this pylon. Not getting rid of that gateway, a little bit of a side effect of having to pull back for that DT, but we might just be able to take this fight right now. These are Glaive Adepts against nothing that really is going to worry about playing against Glaive Adepts. We get rid of the sentry first. Good force fields, trap the Adepts as they try to run. Great force fields, actually. Pylon gets cancelled, no warpings available for Lunacy, and Trigger will continue with an excellent defense here thus far, keeping himself in a very, very good position. Knock down some of the rocks in the center, just open up the rotation from one side to the other. And we're going to try and go from the left here as 7 Adepts warp in, so the full commitment gateway base attack coming through. I just think it's taking a bit too long to get going, to be honest. Adepts going to shade in, a couple probes go down. I mean, the main thing here is that you can obviously try and overwhelm, I guess. Army supplies are similar, can Adepts be good enough? Stalker's doing a good job of honestly just knocking these Adepts down. I honestly think we're okay. Trigger lost a lot of workers. His army supply dropping a little bit heavier than his opponents, but as the Adept count goes down, they're going to be less overwhelming. It's going to be less impactful. They haven't just warped in another round, though, and these Adepts cancel their shade and actually join everything together rather than trying to play the splitting up game and trying to attack in multiple different places. So, interesting little choice there as the force field comes down. The pylon still continuing through. The gateway is going to be done shortly, but we're going to lose the pylon before the warping completes. That is a major bust down. A bunch of Adepts getting blown up all at once on the warp in, and that probably is going to do it. That's this game too. Definitely is going to take a major trend towards Trigger's favor, because he's going to be up the upgrade on a better army composition, Blink available. The only thing missing for him coming across the map is a Prism, honestly. the prism across the map, he would be looking even better right now. There's one Adept over the other side. A few Stalkers are going to go deal with it. Going to start targeting down Adepts right here. The Immortals just going to join in, and I mean, there's just not a lot that these Adepts do well against in this scenario, so not really much we can do anything with them. This probably does look like a GG kind of situation. Stalkers continuing through, playing cleanup. Nicely handled. A bunch more Adepts warp in right now as well. Still taking a few more shots, and even if you clean up everything here as Lunacy, the game is very far away from you. 32 to 4 army supply is not going to cut it, nor is this additional warping of Adepts. Cool idea. Tricky little kind of pylon position, but doesn't quite work out in the end. And this is going to be GG's. Trigger will advance through, and Trigger should end up playing Yakov here in this next round now. And that is what we're going to try and get ourselves into. So Trigger 2-0 versus Lunacy. And he'll advance through to play Yakov in the PvZ. Geralt knocks out Nicorakt round of 8. He's going to play Solar in the round of 8. It's actually kind of a cool match as well. Meanwhile, Riong versus Mixu, Milky Cow versus Percival, and ByuN still waiting for Rex and Triple to finish playing whatever the hell kind of games they are playing. As Cristiana waits eventually in that section of the bracket also. So that's all going on. Let's have a little peek on the Rex stream. Where's the Rex stream? Rex not live. Ah, fair enough. Alrighty, yeah, let's hop on over to NA, and we'll go for more PvZ, guys. I know you guys are excited to see some Zerg games when we get the chance, so we will head into that Yakov versus Trigger matchup. Alright, I'm gonna eat some crisps, though, because I'm still working on the, my lunch from earlier that I never got to, so don't mind me. I'm just gonna mute. I'll let you guys watch me eat crisps, though. How about that? How about that for a deal? Ooh, what a great opportunity. That's what you sub for? Is Zerg not as popular as the other two factions? At the highest level, we just have less pro Zergs. And the best of the best Zergs don't really play in online events as much as the best Protoss and Terran players. So we just don't really see the as much Zerg play, unfortunately. So like, not only is there less, but then there's less of the top guys that actually then participate in online events. Do a barbecue stream? You should have suggested that in, like, the summer. We did a barbecue the day before my wedding in September with a bunch of people that traveled in for the wedding as well. So we literally had a StarCraft barbecue like 2 months ago. You guys just missed it. Hope the guy from yesterday doesn't tune in today. It wasn't that someone was mad at me eating, necessarily. It was that they could tell I was eating. Which I thought was really weird, that they could tell I was eating. Because quite often what I would do, maybe this is very naive of me to think I got away with it, but let me just make sure I get an invite. What I would do is I'd be like, hey guys, alright, so here we go, game number 2 of the series. Coming up right now, in the bottom left, Max Packs, in the top right, it's Clem. I wonder what kind of TVP we're going to get out of these guys today. Eat. Clem placing the barracks down, getting a Reaper going. Max Packs, obviously that gateway coming up, no surprises. No proxy play to start us off here as we get ready for this first game. Obviously these two meet a lot in the finals. And Clem hasn't got the better of Max Packs lately, but can Max Packs maybe fight back today? It's going to be one of the big questions, as we'll have a couple minutes here before that tech gets online. Mostly waiting for this Reaper to come up, see what happens next. And then I'd eat again. And apparently, that was super obvious to some people that I was eating while casting. And this blew my mind. Like, this absolutely boggled me that someone called me out for, and they were correct as well. I was eating while it was when I was eating, and they knew. And I was like, this is crazy. You can hear the extra saliva production when you enunciate. See? See? So there I go. That's the sort of analysis that creates it, you know? It doesn't bother you, you can tell? Yeah, no, I mean, fair enough. This blew my mind that people could tell. Did I eat slowly after they found out? Okay, there I spoke with my mouth full. Did I eat slowly after I found out? No, we don't eat our moderators on this stream. That's not what we do. Headsets let you hear a lot. Yeah, I guess so. No, now I'm genuinely like very anti-eating, and the problem is, it's like the problem that I came across, right, is that what happens more than anything else is that I get to this point where I'm like, I don't want to start eating, like, say I have a sandwich, I don't want to start eating my sandwich because I can't help myself but like to try and take a sneaky bite of it while casting. And because of that, I get into this position where I'm like, oh my god, like I just want to take a bite because I'm halfway through, I started eating it, and I don't want to not eat the rest of it. In the past, I would have just kind of took a bite, casted a bit, took a bite, and now I'm very paranoid too. Crazy, I know. Trigger's response to young Yakov's gold base here is going to be to put the pylon down, and he's going to cannon rush. The pylon walls this off, so you have to go around the other side. I've seen Yakov deal with this before, so I do think that this is a possible defense in the making still, but let's see. Put the cannon down somewhere with as little surface area as possible, preferably. And those few circles are going to make their way across. They could right now go after the pylon, because the pylon is not walled completely. Obviously, you have decent surface area on it, but yeah, I think going around the other side and just going after the cannon is the better call. And it's exactly what we do here. As the lings show up, and Trigger wants to build something to block that cannon in, doesn't get it. And that means the cannon's probably going down, and this hatchery is not going to get punished. Big deal. It's a good defense from Yakov early, and it does cost you some lings, and those drones obviously need to kind of come around the other side as well. And those drones on the top, probably worth them just running around. That, or they join the fight and they clean this pylon up quickly, as well as an opportunity. Alright, that's a good cleanup then. Good defense from Yakov. Like I say, he's handled this in the past. Handled it well here. Here's what's interesting to me. This is the point where now surely we make sure we have a defensive cannon or two set up. This didn't happen last time I watched this scenario come out. And this is weird because your tech is so far behind that these lings showing up right now is a big issue, and that pylon is the only pylon. A few lings are going to get onto the cannon. The lings are just going to chase after the probe. That's the only cannon. So if this cannon goes down, and this is an issue. What do we target next? One pylon, maybe the next pylon after. The Adept's going to... The thing is, if you get this pylon, you remove a lot of the choke points the Adept could sit in. So that's pretty decent as well. There is already one Adept across the map that's going to get dealt with by the rest of the lings. Ling speed's about to finish. The next Adept's in trouble. This pylon's going down, and I think Yakov is going to have himself a fantastic position here in this opening game. Pylon down. 3 drones dead. I mean, nothing really in the main base right now. We are working on a cannon in the main mineral line. You're going to be a one-base Protoss. We're going to build a new Stargate in the main as Trigger tries to play kind of crisis management mode right now. So new Stargate into the main base. The few Zerglings going to wrap around on the Nexus. A couple Queens stepping through, and a couple of cannons are going to come around and build onto that right-hand side. Nexus will fall. I mean, honestly, the Stargate's in trouble too, no? Like, we can just maybe right-click the Stargate. Gonna go after the cannon here. We're gonna lose a few lings to the cannon fire, but if you just stop the Stargate from producing, it's worth it. Okay, we're gonna battery the Stargate. Oh, a supply blocked! No pylon on the way, so the Stargate's gonna take tons of damage before we get the Oracle out trigger. This game's getting a little bit complex and complicated, and obviously things are going off script, and it is starting to be punished. Another pylon starting up as we have 2 on the way. The Chrono Boost was already used as well, by the way, so complete waste of that bit of energy. This battery up here does come through and is able to, you know, heal a little bit further. We're going to Chrono Boost out the Void Ray. We can't be far from having additional queens show up, no? I mean, not that we even really need the additional queens, I guess. Man, I think these lings should have absolutely just helped against the Stargate, taking a few more losses and just denied a unit coming out. I guess he didn't think about the fact that it was a supply block initially. Now he's going to right-click the Stargate down. Yeah, it's worth it. If this Void Ray doesn't come out, this game's over. Like, you are playing... You have nothing. Well, okay, you don't have nothing. You have a Fleet Beacon! It's like, okay, well, what are we going to do with the Fleet Beacon? Well, nothing, but it looks cool. Is there any lower bracket for Trigger or Trigger bye-bye? There's no lower bracket, but this is best of 3, so we do have a second game. And what is noteworthy is that this is a round of 8, so it's a qualifying match. What I will say is if Trigger loses here, because he's played in the qualifying and gotten a round away from qualifying, it's very likely he gets an invite. Protoss players do not often get invites because a lot of pros typically qualify, but actually today's not been too bad Protoss-wise. And just playing and participating in these qualifiers does naturally make you a priority to be invited as well. That's one of the things we promise to the players, that if you play in these qualifiers, I will absolutely consider you very highly for an invite, unless it's hurting the tournament, because, like, say, like, 8 Protoss players qualified. This happened one time, like, say, basically all the Protoss players I won for the tournament already qualify. It's then very hard to justify inviting more Protoss. But typically, we will try and invite people that play in the qualifiers, so... I was like the lowest played faction. At the pro level, there's less pro Zergs nowadays than anyone else. So, yes. Basically, at the high level, there's only a handful of like top-level Zergs, and the Zerg players that participate in online events are even less, because 2 of the top Zergs basically don't play in anything. Like, basically 3 out of the top 7 Zergs in the world don't play online cups. On the very rare occasion they do, so online we have a real Zerg issue, basically. It was a cool game because Yakov took the gold, as is pretty typical on torches, and then Trigger's response was obviously a response to try and punish that, and Yakov just had a great response to it. The slowdown of the Forge and the Cannon Rush put Trigger's, tech behind, and Yakov knew it and took straight advantage of it as well. Great game from Yakov, showing understanding of a pretty technical situation, and just showing understanding of how taking that gold base works, and Protoss trying to punish it, and so on. Should you switch to Zerg for the good of the community? Wigglesworth, if you're going to become a pro player, yes. Save the community right now. Become Zerg. We love you. Drop Protoss and pick Zerg. I mean, they're very different playstyles. So I would play whatever playstyle kind of matches you better, but it's not... I mean, some people will say that's because Zerg's not as playable, but the Zerg playstyle is probably just... A lot of people say Zerg is less fun because, you get bullied a bit early game and stuff and so on, but I think the reality is, like, we just had a lot of Zerg players at the top level step away from the game, and it's not really like we have a massive influx of new players anyway at the top level of StarCraft 2, so when we've just seen a couple of Zerg players step away, it's just impacted the Zerg participation more than anything else. People would probably talk about it a lot less if Serral played the Open Cups like Clement Hero does, and Serral won a bunch of them. It'd be way less of a kind of a noted thing. Serral and Raynor not playing really takes that participation down, so... What are the playstyles for each faction? So Zerg is kind of like... A lot of Zerg is kind of lower kind of tech units and like very swarmy, big economies, make a ton of units, very swarmy on the map. It's a very mechanical race. It's all about kind of rhythm. So you've got to make sure you kind of spread your creep, you make your overlords, you inject your hatcheries. So there's a lot of like rhythm and mechanics behind it. Protoss is a lot more of a... Protoss is typically more of like a techier army, so you build a lot of high-level, very powerful tech units. Nowadays, Protoss actually does build a lot of like spammier kind of low-tech units as well. But I'd say it's generally still kind of ideas like, as Protoss, you can kind of take a bunch of base and build big, powerful units. And then Terran can be very kind of multitask heavy with a lot of drop play, the Marine Marauder, splitting, trying to play all over the map. typically as the Terran, you have the highest potential to kind of play quickly. In terms of like being everywhere with your units and controlling the game with that. Zerg obviously have that potential as well with run-bys and stuff. But those would be my quick kind of very quick overviews of how each race kind of plays. There's a different play styles, there are different ways to play each one, so it's not like a guaranteed list or a guaranteed like way of everything going, but just a little bit of an idea. Queens gather up, Link Speed is going to finish, a few more drones in the hatchery coming by. We'll see the Oracle Adept and that Warp Gate coming through as the couple of Adepts will make their shade through the natural toward the main base. The few Zerglings looking to try and gather together as those couple of Adepts get around at the back already. And the Queens will try and jump onto them. As we just have one Adept going down immediately, second Adept going down too for a single drone kill. That Spore actually didn't need to come down. It looks like he wants it anyway because Stargate's coming up, so maybe it's just fine either side. As we get that on the go. That will begin to morph, and that's a very quick lair. Third hatchery is coming through, but yeah, 3-4 minute lair, pretty quick tech initially. Bullings get pushed out the other side. Next in the gateway coming up, a couple of simulators coming in, and get a lot of this established through. As we just have the simulators continuing to build on by the lair. Coming on through, and that single Adept going to shade out as the Stalker goes to ping onto the Overlord for a couple of moments. And just going to push that into high ground location. Oracles across the map, so no high ground vision to kill off the Overlord just yet. As the Oracles poke around, looking for some damage. It's been a good early game. One drone, few lings, and we got rid of those Adepts for Yakov. Let's see one more drone going down right now as the Spore Crawler connects. The Oracles do take some shots. A few hits coming through right away there. Forge and Twilight Council both on the way in at the Hydrodenon as well. It's going to be a nice addition as the extra drones come up. The Zerglings still producing. Bring all of that online for the moment. Two Oracles on the right-hand side. Queen going to be there to keep that Oracle combo pushed away for a few more moments as well. The Adepts just going to threaten a shade through in toward the natural expansion. And Hydroden about to complete. Drones, Lings, Overlords, Overlord speed coming up as well. We do have the Oracles just pushed away over to that upper right-hand side. The Overlord will settle in there as well. Just take a few moments to get this settled into place. Is going to get picked off. A few Adepts coming through. It's going to be a grab as the couple of Oracles peel over that left-hand side. It's going to activate onto the hatchery here for a few moments and just get that cancel. So the hatchery will be cancelled. A few Hydras still coming up. Overall, Hydra speed going to be a part of this as well. So continue to bring that straight on through. And a couple of Oracles will get turned around the other direction with the Queen just poking around. So Ling Hydra on the way up, 63 drones. No Evo chamber in sight, so we're not looking for upgrades. This looks like we're just going to Ling Hydra and try and find a win with a big wave of aggression. So a bunch of units being made. Start trying to spread a bit more creep. Looks like we're aiming to come down the right side of Persephone, enter in from this right side between the natural and third, and then dive on whichever position looks weaker, or try and basically push trigger into one side or the other and try and punish the other side. So we'll see how that goes. The couple Oracles pulled back. Stalker and Adept will gather up. Storm is beginning. +1 and Blink on the way through. And again, it's Ling Hydra that is gathering into the bottom left-hand corner now as we get ready for a bit of a push up. Just going to jump on those Stalkers initially. Now looking to grab the Adepts. Trigger, I'm a little scared because he's not really ready right now. That Archon can't be healed by a battery, and that's going to go down while morphing. Yeah, just a chance to maybe get the Oracles there as well. Doesn't get them, but puts some damage out, which drains some of the battery energy too. We knock down the pylon. Not that that's going to have too big of a factor. We're going to test step back toward the natural now. Push our way through the gateways. Stalkers, obviously, with that Blink, do have a lot of micro potential, and that's where you're going to try and find some of the efficiency to bring this back. We kind of need more Lings here from Yakov, the front line, to get in front of these Hydras and protect them from the Stalker shots. A lot of Hydras going down. I'm kind of surprised Yakov's attacking in still rather than, again, taking this step away and waiting for a wave of reinforcements to arrive. I understand he feels like he needs to get going, and it probably felt like a good start for him, but like I say, he loses a lot of Hydras there. I'm just surprised there wasn't more Lings coming across the map already. I think he actually made a big round of Hydras after this first wave, and I think I would have rather him built Lings already, because more Lings showing up there would have protected those Hydras, and he could have kept going for a long time. I do like him stopping on the healing shrine and taking whichever Hydras took some damage and just bring them back into play now full HP. And obviously see Trigger trying to get forward with the Blink Stalkers already for some free pickoffs, and then pulling back. Stasis is going to be a big factor here. Oh, great job by Yakov. Only gets a few Lings caught, and it pulled back and sent just a couple forward. We do have Storm available. High Templars are not dropping it just yet, as we are going to be seeing Hydras targeting one High Templar. Second High Templar being saved by the battery. Can we save it for long enough? Does it even matter? The Stalkers are fighting the Hydras once more. These Hydras may need to come up and help against the Stalkers now. It is a better army supply for Yakov than it was previously. Turn around, get the Oracle. Extra Hydra showing up. The probes are here. A few Lings show up as well. If nothing else, Yakov will do damage that might allow him to keep going in this, but his entire Hydra count gets reset. And that is terrifying. As it's equal worker counts, he's starting up Evo Chambers now. He's going to add on drones. He's so close to breaking through this, but isn't able to reinforce quickly enough to kind of keep this going, and that is going to be Trigger finding the defense right now in Game 2 of this best of 3. The Zealots on the way up. The Templars coming through. The Nexus on the way from Trigger as he thinks about a 4th base now. +1 missiles, +1 melee, all coming into play right now, and the Infestation Pit going to be a part of that. Hatchery in the upper right-hand side. A few Stalkers from Trigger still walking up the left, trying to get in position on the Ling Hydra. Same defense, yeah, very, very scary for Trigger as well. He was so close a couple of times to just absolutely being run out. He had to micro those Stalkers super well, and he did exactly that. He kept those Stalkers in there, he kept them fighting for a long time, and was able to make a whole bunch out of it. Been so long, but back in the day, he was the ex-pro. He used to play tournaments that always played random. ByuN, maybe? ByuN was one of the only random players that ever really participated in bigger events way back when. Did TLO play random at first? I think TLO might have played random initially as well. That was in the very early days before he then became Terran and eventually switched to Zerg. Now, those are the players that kind of come to mind, but I can't even remember necessarily the exactness of it all. We're really dipping back heavily in StarCraft history on that one. Trying to come in from 2 angles. The Storm's definitely helping to whittle down this army a little, and Trigger with the Zealots now going to help out a lot. Trigger waiting to drop the Storms. Yeah, Yakov kind of pulled away from the Storm with the Lings, then re-engaged through. No charge for these Zealots. It's obviously not ideal when you've got so many of them. Was that contaminated? Yeah, so that's been slowed down. I don't think it would have been done by now anyway. So Yakov basically taking a fight while that charge is still on the way up. Not bad. Probably helps him a bit. If you get those Zealots more into that fight a bit more properly, that would have been huge. Seismic Spine's coming up, giving the Lurkers a chance to get out. So Yakov's basically trying to hold for the Lurkers. I mean, hey, there's no Storm energy left anymore. He might have a shot at this. Again, with charge still a few moments away. What a big contaminate that was. Just keeping that Storm back for a while, and these Lurkers are about to be here. Are we going to save this hatchery because of the contaminate? That's awesome if he does. Lurkers get burrowed up. Hydra's going to pull back into the Lurker fire. That extra splash is going to go a long way, and I don't know if Trigger can keep on fighting here. He has to turn around. He only killed 4 drones in this offense, and that is going to be him stopped dead and turning around the other direction. My goodness. Lurker's going to step further toward the hatchery. Ling Hydra still coming up, +2 melee and missiles on the way. Seismic Spines coming through. The mothership building from Trigger at the moment. So we got that mothership building online. Cannons and batteries coming up as well. Uh-oh. That's the last thing that Trigger wants to see right now is an open door and Zerglings coming knocking. Well, they're kind of rude Zerglings. They didn't even knock. They just walked straight in to a stranger's house nonetheless, as we are going to see 6 probes going down now. We have Hydra Lurker taking position on the left. And this is where Yakov played amazing earlier when we were watching him play against Cristiana. Just able to start out positioning the Protoss, forcing the Protoss to react to a lot of his moves. I mean, this position looks as though we're probably going to get rid of this Nexus, I'd imagine. Oh my god, those Lurkers just dismantled that army. Trigger is dead. Yakov is going to get into the semi-finals here today as Trigger will fall. I mean, this is asking an impossible comeback right now. Half army supply against Lurkers, sieging your bases. Not a lot of tech units available. 1 Immortal, 1 Archon, and a handful of Storms. Probably just isn't looking to be enough. And obviously as well, down a bunch of probes. 41 workers left of the 81 drones that exist from Yakov right now. The Stalker Immortal still trying to punch through. Getting rid of more probes as they're just on the edge of this mineral line. The Lurkers are in reach of them. And this looks as though we are going to have ourselves game number 2 of this best of 3. Go Yakov, huh? Go Yakov. A few more luggers get burrowed, those few zealots going down. We'll continue to fight here as a little bit more damage being done. The zealots are still dropping in. Just trying to get in front and trying to tank, but it's not going to happen. And Yakov looking great. Qualifies himself into the October event here by WardiTV. GG. Alright. Alright. So that's going to be that. Meanwhile, the rest of the bracket is continuing along. So Cristiana is still waiting for ByuN and Rex to finish up. Rex went 2-1 over Triple in the end. So he plays ByuN. So Yakov moves through into the semis. So that section of the bracket is super slowed down. And meanwhile, Solar is playing Geralt. And as Solar plays Geralt, Riong is playing Percival in TVT. So that's also what's going on at the moment. Cool. Trying to join the Korean server to see a bit of what's up, but I can't figure it out just yet because Korean server sucks. Again, let's see, get connected. So Solar, Geralt, Riong, Percival. Winners will play each other in the semis. Honestly, maybe we could just wait on that semi-final, get into one of those games, and try and nab a semi-final matchup. Maybe looks like ByuN and Rex have just entered a game. The winner of that plays Cristiana. Yeah, so maybe we aim for the top semi, because then there's a chance we maybe there's a chance we catch both semis if we do that. Riong and Percival are in game 6 minutes. I wonder if I can find Riong's stream. Oh, I never know where to look for the Korean streams anymore. Probably can't do much over there if I had to guess. Alright. Alright, we'll take a couple moments then, guys, and try and figure out what we want to do. I think I'm watching for Solar Geralt on that screen, so yeah, we'll just wait for Solar Geralt or Riong and Percival to come out of game, and we probably just go from there. But not sure how long that may be on either side. Oh, Indy might be in game with Geralt and Solar, actually. That could be maybe our way to see what's up on that side. So maybe we can watch Indy's stream and... Oh, they're in game 1. Perfect. So let's go to NA, and we'll wait for game 2 of Solar Geralt, and we'll just camp the top side of the bracket, I think. So Solar and Geralt in game number 1. We can show you guys what that looks like if you give me a second. So there's going to be no game sounds here, guys, because this is Indy's stream. But we can jump in and at least take a little bit of a peek at what's going on currently in this Solar Geralt matchup. As you can see, Geralt is kind of on the defense. It's 11 minutes in on Ruby Rock. One of the TLMC maps. Geralt is having his natural broken into. He just got fungled, and these ultras are going to jump on the Stalkers. In fact, I don't think we're going to be on Indy's stream for long, because it looks like Solar might be wrapping up a game 1 and heading us into a game number 2. With a 1-0 lead very shortly. These ultras are chomping, and making their way through pretty much everything that was over here. Ling's in the main base as well. It does look like Geralt is in a world of trouble, and Solar is going to get the 1-0 lead in the BO3. Beautiful. Yeah, this one is basically just waiting for the GG to come through, so it's going to be Solar up 1-0, and we can jump into game number 2. They just came out of game, guys, so I'm going to bring us away from this. There's the GG. Like I say, we're just waiting for them to come out, and I don't want to be bored in case they go in game quickly, just in case Indy had a little bit of stream delay or something. So yeah, we will just wait for this game 2 to get hosted and head into that. Solar leads 1-0 in a quarterfinal matchup at the moment. Do. Here's me, like, quickly getting ready for game 2, and these guys just take forever to host it. Classic scenario. No ByuN Cristiana. Probably not, because ByuN and Rex have just started a game, so I don't know how long that's going to be, and then... yeah, we end up waiting for a while, so... I think if we jump into solo Geralt, it gives us a chance to A, see more Zerg, but also just means that A, this game's about to be ready, and it's very likely we get this semi-final started first, and it maybe gives us a chance to even catch both semi-finals in our qualifier, so... probably go from there or so. Alrighty. There we go. Finally, lobby comes up. Took a little while. And we'll get into this game number 2 in a second, guys. So yeah, Geralt, Solem, and then we'll probably follow through into this top side semi-final and just go from there. I mean, the bottom side might catch up in the end. I'm not going to hold matches unless it's like... unless it looks like our game's going to end in 2 minutes and I can make them hold a game, then maybe, but in general, we're letting the players just play this. It's not like it's not a $400 cup, it's $75. You know, I don't want these guys to be here for... in my eyes, if they're playing for $75, 3-ish hours is a pretty fine time to keep them, so I don't want to try and extend it beyond that, you know? So, in the bottom right-hand side, we're going to start off game number 2 with a player who is going to be down a map in this BO3. It is Geralt looking to bounce himself back into this series, taking on the red Zerg in the top left-hand corner. From Falcons, it is Solar. Game 2 of our series. As we kick this off and we get this ready to rumble. Pylon coming in. Probe in production. And the hatch and the Nexus again zoomed in. I've got Indy back, guys, so I hope my observant didn't give you too many headaches during the last couple of matches. I'll jump on the Indy camera here, and Indy might jump out and go join the Cristiana series after this one, actually, but for now, at least for this game, you'll get some Indy obs and beautiful stuff. Spawn pool in the background, hatchery coming up, the gate and the assimilator coming through. Probe continues to move around for a little bit as we get settled in. Just going to see the probe coming back over to the left. And drop that extractor down. Again, the drone comes over. Probe going to get chased for a little bit. Nexus will be on its way from Geralt. And yeah, hatch, gas, and pool all coming through for a few moments right now. Nexus Cyber Core going to be part of our next stage of this game, as we have our probie going around the right for a few moments. Take a couple of seconds. Queens and Lings coming through. Pylon, assimilator coming up. Nexus building. And just waiting to see what our early game is going to give us. Solo won that qualifier earlier. So again, kind of a weird crossover. Qualifier, Open Cup. Basically, this is a qualifier, but we are not, we are letting players who are qualified still play the second cup. Every single time I run like a qualifier that has prize money, basically someone asks me, "Hey, can I play the second qualifier?" And I'm like, it's very awkward, you know. So straight up from the start of this one, we just said these are basically open cups. Obviously, they do qualify players into the the event, but consider them $75, just small open cups. You can play whichever one you want, and you will be invited if you're top 4 guaranteed, and obviously we'll take the other placements as considerations for invites heavily as well. So what that means is that, if people just want to play a couple of open cups and get some practice and stuff, we're not going to stop that. I'm not going to complain about getting more Solar and ByuN games in the qualifier, right? Like, to me, letting these guys play a second time gives us better quality games and more StarCraft to watch. So, I don't want to, for something like this, I'd rather just run it like this. I think it's a better way of approaching it. And like I say, especially when we've got invite slots to kind of, invite a bunch of people through. And, for example, if Solar knocks out Geralt in the round of 8, especially considering Solar is qualified, Geralt pretty much guaranteed gets an invite, right? So, Geralt can kind of consider himself qualified already. So, we're not going to punish people losing to, like, pre-qualified players in the round, because I'm going to make sure those guys get priorities on invites and stuff, so... Like I say, just in this world of StarCraft where it's not like these qualifiers are getting so many players that, like, you know, getting a couple of these guys in really is screwing up, like, multiple players back-to-back in the bracket or something. So, with the way that it works out and the size of these events, this just kind of makes the most sense. So, that's why we're doing it like this. Just in case anyone was wondering, and just because I've got nothing much else to talk about. Early game PvZ, although this is a bit funky with the Twilight Robo opener going to go Dark Shrine opening, so DT drop going to be the thing. This is going to run across, the Adept going to take some damage. It's going to be the Adept going down as the Dark Shrine and a couple of probes continue to come about. Rotoron and Zerglings coming through, the Spore Crawl and the Extractor coming up as we speak. We'll see a couple of probes in the pylon coming around as the Lings try and run over toward the Adept. Adept's just going to chase the few Zerglings away. And Cryptium is coming up en masse right now. There's the Spore Crawl in the lair. And the Lings still continue to come by as well. Is this a new map? Yeah, this is one of the TLMC maps. We've added a few of them into the WardiTV map pool. What are its special features? This map actually I wouldn't say has too many kind of super special features. I like the layout of it. I think the middle of the map's quite cool. I think this is one of the more standard map layouts, which is one of the more standard map layouts without being overly crazy as a map, you know, without being kind of just super boring, I would say. It was one of the more interesting standard maps to me in the tournament, basically. So, special features. I don't know if it really has anything you classify as special features. Yo, that Prism. So that's awkward because that Prism, oh wow, what a weird set of events. So, first all those DTs came in, they got a bunch of drones. Then, we obviously see the Prism kind of getting zoned. So the Prism can't save the DTs because there's too many queens, so it would just die. But then the DTs get out of Spore range right in the corner, and that gives you the chance to recall. So those two DTs still get away. Good start from Geralt in the end, especially getting two of those DTs out. But a very awkward scenario as he kind of got a bit stuck. A little bit funky on that one. Let's see the Lings actually do get a wrap around on those two DTs now with the Overseer overhead. Prism showing up a bit late, so we just morphed the Archon instead. And now the Archon going to get jumped on while morphing. Oh, last second save. As those Lings will not quite be able to get the final couple of shots off before the Prism gets the lift off. Now this Overseer being around the Archons is taking a bunch of damage. It's going to go down to something that Solar will have to replace because obviously that's mobile detection. And of course it's supply providing. Prism sets up. The Archon coming through. The extra gates in the Nexus coming online, plus one of the missiles. And the roach speed from Solar as he gets ready for the next stage of this. Honestly, all things considered, I think pretty well handled by Solar. They got a bit hectic early, made the most of it defensively. Tried to get something done on offense, just didn't quite get there. Stops the DTs be on the map at least, and now it's, you know, guaranteed to be the Archon, so you know about that and you can prep against that. Getting ready to deal with that. Solar versus Solar finals. Well, that's the asterisk on everything I explained before, guys. Obviously, if a Zerg qualifies twice, we just let them play the tournament twice, because we never get enough Zergs anyway, so... yeah, Solar just gets 2 slots. Prism with those Archons then comes back around over to that right side. We get ourselves a couple of units starting to knock down some rocks here. Stalkers are going to warp in as Geralt wants to get feisty. Once he does have that blink finished up and jumps on a couple of roaches already. Solar does not manage to finish off those rocks, so not able to do much there. But the Archons in the front going to take a bunch of damage initially, and this is bad. Solar's going to get a big jump onto this. Obviously got the Prism Micro available. Good Bile's going to pop all of the barriers on the Immortals. Archons are super low as well. We could have maybe turned and got an Archon there because they were too far from the Prism to pick on up. Scary for Solar because you're still fighting into multiple Immortals with roaches. As Geralt going to make a dive toward the 12 o'clock base, or the more, kind of the 11 o'clock base, but this triangular third, which is acting as a fourth in this game for Solar, he's going to get across, start to force some of those pickups. Obviously the Archons are low, so there's not a lot of wiggle room there in terms of allowance of taking hits. And that's going to be a question of how well microed you can make this as Geralt. Honestly, not that well right now. I believe if they're following server rules, this is West Coast, so this is going to be server preference Solar for this game too, and that might impact some of that micro as well. Solar with a good defense there, and kind of not great on the drone count, but obviously can maybe start to fix that in the near future. Gonna see those links still building up. Melee upgrade and the Baneling speed coming through. The Stalkers blink to the side. Gonna get after the Overlord. Just have the Prism up to the top, up to the 12 o'clock. Immortal and the Nexus continuing to come by. The Pylon coming through. Melee upgrade and the Baneling speed all building up. And again, Ling Roach Ravager takes a chance to get into the middle of the map here and look for maybe an opportunity to chase those few units back the other way. So you have the DTs. Just going to show up, and that's one Queen going down. Queen's taking some shots as well. It's going to be a couple of transfusions coming in to get those Queens back up to HP. The hatchery going to go down, man. The DTs from early in this game going to come back, but of course Solar is focused on pushing across the map. So this is the issue for Geralt. Does he have enough units to play defense? Brings the Prism home. Units are split between the natural and third right now, which is going to make this issue as well. Bane's going to roll through there. Just going to get straight in. Going to be seeing the couple of Biles on that left side. Oh, that Archon morphing right into the front. I don't know if this is going well enough for Solar. I mean, he needs to kind of dive on some of these tech units and remove them from the game. Otherwise, this is going to be an issue. Prism Micro keeps those Immortals alive for now, though. Maybe we turn back to the right against the Stalkers, but they obviously can blink. Solar with these units is going to dive bomb into that left side. Roaches are showing up to reinforce at the moment. We're going to have ourselves the Ravagers coming back around. Extra Stalkers going down. The Colossus will arrive also from afar. At the very least, those Solar's going to start getting a lot of probes, so Geralt's going to have a lot of eco issues here as we work our way through those Warpins in that mineral line to try and help out. I mean, it's a cleanup from Geralt. He kills everything that Solar showed up with. Is that good enough? Is going to be the question mark as the Stalkers get in after a couple of those Roaches. 13 more Roaches in production still from Solar's. Again, a lot of those numbers still being brought up for now. Colossus and a couple of probes going to be the next step for this as well. South Stalker Immortal looking to push the top. Roach Ravager coming through. We get Lings coming about. Overseer on the way. Got the attack upgrade Stalkers and the Colossus coming up as well. The army back from Geralt. So Geralt, in the end, comes out equalish on workers because Solar's only a 63 drone Zerg. He has, had issues himself this game. He's having one drone on, but mostly building Lings. Looks as though Solar does want to kind of get us going once again very soon with another wave of aggression, looking to push across the map once more. Cannon, probes, all coming through. The +1 attack and the Colossus coming over as well. Just putting a lot of that online. The Stalkers step up. A few of those units already going down. Exploring position, going to hit that Prism, and that Prism will take quite a few hits. Maybe seeing the connection there is just have a hatchery. Taking damage again. The Ling Roach Bane all coming through. Just going to have extra Banelings coming up. The army of Geralt coming down the bottom side. There's going to recall over there. There's going to be the recall in. And we have ourselves the rest of this set to go as Solar going to make a dive. A couple of Colossus are such cool additions. Oh, those Banelings distracting on the right side. Forces units to run across to help deal with them. And that gives the opening to hit this base. So Solar's actually going to knock his way straight onto this location. This Nexus will go down. He can back away from this. Doesn't need to commit just yet. After that, Infestation Pit on the way as he reduces Geralt to being a 3-base player. And that right side base has been kind of open a couple of times. So I wonder if that's an opportunity for Solar to jump on right now. Obviously, maybe more difficult than before because Geralt can obviously step over here and play defense on that position, knowing it's where Solar is likely to hit next. Maybe Solar should keep a couple Lings in that bottom left and hit that Nexus as it comes back online. Try and get the cancel early and quickly. Stop that from really doing much of anything. There's 3 additional Archons we brought into play as well. All of those coming up. Ravagers, Roaches making their way through those rocks. More openings is a good thing for the Zerg. Again, the Zealots and the Disruptor still building by. The Archon stepping forward. Ling Roach Ravager on the left, ready to jump through. Disruptor shot. Bam! For a little bit of the Roach Ravager. Bane's on the right side going to come through, and that's a bunch of probes going down as well. Going to sit on this position. The Archon still stepping through. Nexus maybe in some trouble. Corrosive Vials landing big time. Archon, Disruptor, all being cleaned up at the moment. We keep on shoving forward. A couple more Corrosive Vials in toward the Colossus. We hit a couple of them right away. Live coming online. I mean, again, good trade from Solar, but is it enough? He is doing eco damage now. Maybe try and keeps him in this for the moment. A couple more DTs. The Disruptor coming by. Gonna get up to the top, take the Watchtower already. Just take that straight away. Ling's gonna run down the right as we're gonna jump onto the cannon and the battery. More Warpins as well as the probes. We'll take some shots. Just going to get in. Try and finish that cannon up for the next few moments. Clean that out. Results coming over. Again, plenty more Lings plus 2 melee coming up as well, as the Hive is also producing. Another Disruptor shot. That's a good one. Yeah, heading right into that Roach Ravager force. So the Disruptor's being annoying, keeping Solo kind of at bay a lot of the time here. Where Solo kind of wants to just kind of zoom in and get involved. DTs across the map. Not the first time DTs have shown up, and Solo has a lack of units back at home to play defense. Takes a little while to get there. Off the Archon, it's still going to go down. Roach Ravager Bane gathering up. The DTs and the Disruptor coming across. Plus 2 melee. Vipers. Baneslings. All coming online. The army of Geralt. Settling at the moment as the Adrenal Glands comes up. Ling Bane Ravager coming through. The Extractor coming by. As Ling's just running about. A couple of the probies still taking damage. We do have the Disruptor building right now as well. Ling's pulling back over, and again, melee upgrade coming through, Ling Bane coming online, and a lot of that ready to go as the Ling's just going to grab that pylon, and away we go, nibbling up at the battery a little bit longer as well. Ling stepping by, everything gathering up, we take a few moments. Couple of Vipers ready to go, Ling Bane Roach. I mean, this army looks good from Solo, maxed out, and obviously now Geralt on the map giving you more opportunity here as Solo does eat that first Disruptor shot, but bye-bye Colossus. Yeah, and an Archon as well for good measure. Just getting all those abducts off, and there's just no feedbacks available. So no counterplay really against those Vipers. Especially with the way that Geralt was moving. There was no way the Stalkers were going to be able to get back across there either. Just going to see the couple of Zards going to go in after the Zerglings. Roach is coming up. The Adrenal Glands coming through. So it's still going after a couple more of those drones here. But that's just not going to be enough considering we're 177 to 85 supply at this point in time. So the Disruptor shot is going to find the main Roach Ravager army, so a couple of connections there. Solo losing a bit of supply at the tail end of this, but he has done enough in the end, and he is going to find himself a victory at the end of this one. And Geralt probably had opportunities in this game that he's just not been able to quite capitalize on, maybe didn't show up soon enough at some of those chances. Let's see another Disruptor trying to hit a couple of the Roaches there. At this point, it's just Stalkers that are going to try their best to survive. Roach Ravager will try and make its way through. A stray Baneling still in the mix here as well. So there's just a little bit too much Zerg and not enough Protoss. Geralt is going to drop here in the quarterfinals. It will be Solo to 2-0 and move on through into the round of 4. ByuN did 2-0 Rex, by the way. So ByuN 2-0 Rex. It means he is up against Cristiana. Riong and Percival still going on. So ByuN and Cristiana, winner plays Yakov, and then Solo versus Riong or Percival is currently the situation. So, I mean, we're probably going to go for this. I mean, two Zergs in the round of 4 is crazy. Like I say, Geralt probably gets himself his invite no matter what, because Solo already qualified earlier. Cristiana probably going to get a guaranteed invite as well, because ByuN qualified earlier. Again, if you get knocked by the people who qualified earlier, we do generally prioritize you on the invites. We're going to get knocked down one short by them. I'm going to try and see if we can get some info on that Percival Riong matchup. It's taken a little while. I wonder if at this point maybe it'd be kind of fun to go ByuN Cristiana game 2 and then wait for the Yakov semi-final. 4 minutes on Riong Percival. I just wonder because if ByuN beats Cristiana, ByuN Yakov was really fun during the TLMC event, actually, so maybe that could be kind of cool. Maybe that would not be a bad semi-final choice, but I think Solo's probably just a heavier favorite on the top side of the bracket, so... And difficult one to call. Difficult one to call. Alright, we'll take a couple moments, guys. Nothing to do just yet apart from scoreboard watch and wait for... I'm pretty sure ByuN Cristiana are probably only in game 1. So... we'll just see who comes out of game first. Whoever comes out of game first, we will likely just kind of go and follow into another game of. Or follow into the next series, I think, is just where we're at right now, so... Disruptor Valley Cat scratch the pain on roaches now. Do you guys think we should have a do you guys think we should have a disruptor buff? I'm kind of agreeing. I'm kind of feeling like disruptors connect a lot. The only thing I think I see still is like, I do see disruptors connecting a lot. And if those disruptor shots actually kill everything, do I feel like it's crazy powerful? Like, yeah, I actually do. It's such a weird thing. It's like, if they one-shot things, it's super powerful. And if they don't one-shot things, they suck. Like, where's the balancing act on that? I mean, it's still nice if you hit something and you get everything low HP, right? You've just got to be able to kind of take a fight to follow up on that. So, I mean, they still help you... They're more useful as like a 2 or 3 kind of disruptors in your army to kind of aid you along more so than like the one thing you're super reliant on, I guess. I mean, disruptor does more against armored. It doesn't work like that because Purification Nova is a spell, so you can't make a spell treat different units differently, basically. Pretty sure. Isn't the same issue as something like Swarmers? If they were good, they'd be busted, but if they're bad, if they're not good, they suck. Yeah. Pretty much, I think, is the problem. I mean, we see them a bit right now. They're just not killing things. I mean, I've always been of the opinion that it's better to have them not kill things, because I think it's more fun if they connect and you have a follow-up to then take advantage of the connection than it is for just everything to blow up. You know? It's just how often do we see the follow-up to kind of take advantage of it, I guess. They connect because they don't kill the most important units, so people just don't bother microing. Oh, so they just don't respect the disruptors, so they look better. Ay, ay, ay. What's up, Lambo? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. The WardiTV October qualifiers. Second qualifier of the day right now. As we're just waiting on a result or two. Looks like Riong and Perival just came out a game. See if they're heading into a game 2 or 3. I mean, they've already been in game 2 at least, so we'll see if there's a result on that. The winner of that series would play Solar, while the other match we're potentially waiting on is ByuN Cristiana. The winner of that would play Yakov. So those are the potential semifinals we're looking at the moment. I think we're probably going to have... I think they're hosting a game 3, guys. Do it then. Let's do it. 1-1 tied up here between Riong and Perival. So we're going to go to game 3 of this series. They're going to play on Pylon for a deciding map. The winner will play Solar in the semifinals. It might be that our semifinals are both ready at the same time, in which case you guys can pick which one you'd rather see, honestly. I'm okay with that as well, but we'll see if they start at the same time. For now, let's enjoy this game 3 of Perival and Riong, because it's ready to go. That means we got StarCraft on the screen ASAP. In the bottom right-hand side, our red Terran player is going to be Riong. Top left, our blue Terran player is going to be Perival. Maybe make disruptors blow up on connection again. Why was that reverted? Because I think they were worse, no? Because then you're basically just saying that you can only ever kill, like... You're basically only ever saying you can... Like, you never get the full radius of the disruptor to connect, right? The full area never connects. It's also very... I think that it also removes a lot of counter disruptor play, right? Because you're basically guaranteed to take the shot. So yeah. Oh, ByuN Yakov is ready. Do you guys want to go ByuN Yakov? I think we should go ByuN Yakov. Let's do that. All right, I'm gonna go and let's do that, guys. I want to watch the semi-final. So we'll let Riong and Percival continue. Winner that will play solo. I think ByuN Yakov is actually the better semi-final. They played a really cool match in the TLMC the other day. I want to see if Yakov can do something similar. If he plays a similar game, it's going to be fun. To be fair, I think solo against Riong or Percival is also fun. Just ByuN Yakov's ready to go to. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. We might still catch a game of like solo versus the Korean Terrans as well afterwards. So get into that and see. You guys excited for Percival Riong? I'm sorry. There's obviously going to be people disappointed. It's very rare that I leave a game to join another series, but I didn't think ByuN and Cristiana were already like deep in game 2 or something, so otherwise if I knew they were going to be ready so soon, I would have always waited for them instead. So yeah, I think it's I think ByuN Percival's cool too, but just fresh semi-final. Yeah, like I really feel like solo's going to be like kind of sweeping through the next semi. I mean, that might not be true actually. Might not be true, to be honest. I actually do agree that disruptors shouldn't be force supply, actually. Because I actually agree with the logic of what I'm saying is like, disruptors are cool, that they blow up, and then you need a follow-up. But allow the disruptors to be there with a little bit less supply, so you have more supply to follow up with, right? So, yeah, I think that's, I think that kind of makes sense, to be honest. I wouldn't be against disruptors being reduced in supply. The problem with disruptors before is they were super spammable, because you could get so many of them, but then with the damage reduction as well, I actually think it's probably okay that that they're a bit more spammable than before. So I agree. Force supply is super huge for a disruptor. It's actually kind of crazy when you stop and think about it. At the time, it made sense because we were in a meta where like everyone was massing disruptors and it was just like byum, 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 and it was like, make it stop. Reduce cooldown, get pretty spammable. Yeah, but I mean the thing is, it's like it's better if it's spammable, if it's less deadly, because you actually need to be able to have that power to follow up still, I think, right? I think right now I agree that disruptors feel fine when they connect still, but I think a few extra supply going, you know, the other way is probably okay. I don't know how much of a change it would really make. Imagine you have like 5 disruptors and now you have 5 more supply. Like, oh yeah, I get like a couple of High Templar, a Colossus maybe. What if we make the disruptor have multiple modes like a Thor? Interesting. So we could either be useless or super useless. Great idea. And I like what? Like it has like a single target mode or something? Like it has single target like blow up mode and it's like a smaller AoE, or it has a bigger mode that does less? Lots of super small... Oh my god, that's getting crazy. Crazy business. Crazy business. Ruby Rock coming up for TVZ. Get us in game. Stop us discussing changes to the game. Cool. ByuN Yakov coming up on Ruby Rock, guys. Gonna kick this off and get in game and action rolling. Thanks for your patience as we get this TVZ ready to rumble here on Qualifier Tuesday in the WardiTV October event. Indy with the raid as well. He's done for the day. I was just checking if he wanted to join this game, but he did not. As we have in the top left, our red Terran player here is going to be ByuN. While in the bottom right, our blue Zergy is going to be Yakov, a fresh best of 3 semi-final. And yeah, I just mentioned this in chat, but yeah, players who lost to ByuN in solo, so Geralt and Cristiana, will receive invites guaranteed because, again, playing in the qualifier gets you a good chance of being invited, and we will absolutely prioritize guys that get beaten out by players who qualified earlier. like I say, I explained this earlier about why we let these guys already qualified play again. It just gives us a better day of games. I don't want that to ever come at the cost of, you know, people missing out, getting knocked out by the same guys and just hitting a bad section of the bracket or something. So yeah, that's kind of a confirmation, which means we kind of have 8 players kind of guaranteed. So it's going to be Hero, Solar, Nightmare, ByuN, Cristiana, Geralt, Yakov, and then the winner of Riong Percival is going to be our first 8 players for the, going to be our first 8 players for the competition. Very exciting. Very exciting. Alright, well, let's get into this ZVT. I have to remember that I'm observing here. As we have the hatch gas and pool all coming up. We get that ready to go. Reaper on the way through. We take a couple of moments. Just going to have the SCV to the low ground ready to drop down. Command center in a few moments time. Get that set to go. We can kick this off. Bam! And the command center comes straight into play. As the Reaper is halfway through the orbital command building in the main base, the SCV is still coming over. Going to drop down that depot. And yeah, we just got a CC coming about, the hatch in the pool coming online here on Ruby Rock for this opening map of the best of 3 semi-finals. Give me one second, I'm just going to hop my other account over to Korea so I can keep track of the other matchup and let you guys know what's going on in it. So if we end up having to wait, I can at least give you guys updates on how that game is going. If nothing else. I should probably follow the Reaper while I do that, because brain server's been annoying, and this Reaper will micro for a little bit. It'll take a few moments to fight on through, a little bit of back and forth. The Ling's still going after said Reaper as well. Reaper gets the kill. Ling goes down. That's going to be a nice catch. As the factory comes through, the command center coming up. Continue to get a lot of this up and running. Zuggen gets picked away at the Reaper. Super low. Queen is there. Oh my god. 4-kill Reaper. Having a good time. That Queen could have the grab maybe. I think it could have gotten forward and actually done enough to make something happen there. It didn't quite happen in the end. A couple of Hellions still coming through. Command center building. We have the Marine going to get underneath and chase down the Overlord here. Just going to go pick straight through that. And yeah, get some more damage done. I'll see that CC still coming up and into play. Orbital command building through. The couple of Hellions are coming by as well. All of that coming over. Just going to see a couple of Hellions making their way down to the bottom right-hand side of the map. So we're going to journey over, heading down to the bottom right. Just going to have those Hellions moving. Marine in the stim coming up. SCVs in the command center building as well. Queen's going to be there. Hellions diving by. The Evo Chamber will block the access to the drones on the natural. Obviously the main. Still a target point. We do not get the Evo Chamber down there, so a couple of drones will begin to drop. It should be central as well. Yep, it is central, so this one is better off for Yakov, so a little bit of an unfortunate one not to quite get that down. Just going to see the Queen's coming back across the other side, and Hellions still taking a few more hits. That will be a cleanup. 3 drones dead. Pretty good for 2 Hellions, especially when you lose some mining time amongst that as well. And that's going to be a big bonus. So now we have the Hellions coming out to the right side, and maybe looking at the chance jump onto a different mineral line here. This time going to aim at this third base. Everything goes over toward the main. The Lings have speed though, so it's going to be an easier defense. The drones pull in for the defense. 2 kills? 2 kills and a few Lings. Again, probably okay for the Hellions, but not the best. I mean, as Yakov, you're kind of looking at this and saying, cool, you're going to have no map control. Right? There's no creep spread denial right now for ByuN. He has to basically kind of continue through. And Stim coming about, Starport coming in, just gonna have a few Marines coming around as well. Continue to bring that all up. Let's just have the 1-1 upgrades and Stim pack continue to come about for a few moments. Get that all ready. Get that moving. Just checking out what's going on the other side of the map. Upgrades on the way from ByuN. Already has that Stim, so Combat Shield is the next choice. And Starport ready to hop on over to Reactor. Third command center ready to get moving as well. Gonna drop one more depot down right at the front there. The Marines come over. Gonna play cleanup and step down and out towards the center of the map still. So yeah, they're just gonna step out over here. Failing Nasty Evo Chamber still coming through. Get a couple of barracks into the natural. And yeah, Overlord's building as well, as we do see the Overlord into the main base. Going to even morph an Overseer, but not going to finish. That is going to be a nice quick kill from ByuN, so going to grab that as Yakov does get killed. If that Overlord really found too much info, but I mean, I guess you do get a check into the main base, so get a rough idea of what's going on. Like I said, I'm just not sure if you really needed it per se. Maybe could have kept that Overlord alive to the side. Bane speed and the carapace coming through, which against what's now going to be a bio-heavy opening is absolutely fine. We'll get the second Evo going as well to start working on melee upgrades behind this and continue into this next phase of the game. A little bit of Ling Bane actually over here fighting these Marine Sauriers. You can see a couple Queens starting to take some damage. Actually going to lose 2 already. The Banes are going to try and waddle forward with the Lings to support them. A couple of those Banes getting going. Bane Queen still joining together. We do have our Carapace coming through, Hydrogen and the drones coming up and online. But the Marines down over here just going to be chilling as well. Messed him up, and there's going to be a couple of Queens in some trouble. Still got the Ling Bane coming over. Medevac's going to lift off and back away. That Hydrogen is moments away from being done, as you still see the Medevac's backing away. The Zerglings are going to join up and move around a little bit as well. Marines are loading, and the Medevacs will continue to gather with them. 2-2 upgrades on the way out. The Medevac's in production. And again, Widow Mines and a factory producing through as well for now. Continue to settle ourselves into this opening game with a couple of Banes that get denied. Yeah, I like that. They turn into the SCVs that are building the depots. That's probably the best thing they could have done right there, so it's not a bad response to coming under fire. Good quick response from Yakov. ByuN still obviously controlling the left side with this drop. The creep through the center is starting to get moving though, and Yakov might be able to get a few more creep tumors out. Really keep on getting that creep expansion on the move. There's an Overlord up the right side. Some Ling Bane actually catches ByuN off guard, and that Medevac and Marines does take some losses. I was a little slow to get there. Very rare that I'm about the same speed to get somewhere as ByuN is, and it does feel like he was not much faster than I was, because he lost a lot. Good split, good split. Really dealing well with those couple of Widow Mines. Good job from Yakov right on that one. As we do lose an Overlord though, and that's going to be the supply block. As this game gets a little bit later, what can Yakov do? Can he start pushing into ByuN? Does he want to let ByuN start playing the later stage of the game? That's something that ByuN is usually pretty comfortable with. Yakov did play some later game against ByuN back in the TLMC, which is the series I'm thinking of when these guys last played. They actually played a very good late game matchup, these two, and they played a great game on Mothership that ByuN was able to just about get in his favor in the end. Yakov lost that series 1-2. It was actually a really amazing clip with some Burrowed Baneling play that he utilized back in that series. Not using that today, as that Burrow stays well off the production tab for now, at least. Heading into the Hive, and the extra Ling Bane still coming through as well. As the Banes come up, the Hive comes through. The Lurkers are now going to be on the way with the Lurker Den getting started as well. And run straight forward. The Marines load back into the Medevacs. We're going to escape over to that right side. On the left is going to be Marines, taking out the Widow Mine. Going with the Widow Mines and knocking down instead of rocks over here. Widow Mine's going to burrow. Baneling's going to crash through. Not all of them get burrowed up. Not all of them get killed, though. So one Widow Mine connects only, but that Widow Mine got 15 kills. So Yakov was very confident that he'd been able to bust everything down with the Banes. Naturally, it's going to get jumped on. Yakov is a little bit all over the place. Top right army still there from ByuN as well. Yakov's supply is just plummeted here. As you can see, the rest of the Lings coming back through. Just going to have the jump onto the rest of this army coming over. Bane's taking some damage. Hydra's going to be set up. Lurker Den coming to the bound. Ling Hydra coming through. +1 missiles and +2 carapace both on the way in. Adding that concussive shells on as well. The rest of the Marine Medevac force continuing to get back through. Lurker's coming about. +1 missiles and the +2 carapace coming over. Seeing those Banes still coming forward. Just going to be seeing a couple more action coming through, but the bio looking good enough, and I think ByuN's going to have plenty. These Lurkers are not going to stop him right now. That's the bio coming through, the Ling Bane coming over. be GG. And ByuN is going to take game 1 of this best-of-3 semi-final. Alright, so ByuN gets up to a 1-0 lead. Second map coming up in a second as we get this ready to rumble. And, yeah, Yakov just kind of runs out of steam on that one. Into this game 2 in a sec as we host on into Tokamak. Alright, waiting for this to come through, guys. It'll just be a moment. We're 5 hours deep in the streams today. Hopefully you guys are having fun. Obviously, we're going to have ourselves this series. Solo versus Percival and Riong is not going yet. Percival and Riong are still in game on that TVT map we jumped out of. So they're still going. The winner of that will play Solo in the other semi-final. We're going to probably catch at least a game of that, most likely, depending on how fast this rest of the series goes. Jump into Tokamak. Alright, let's go, go, go. In the top right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Terran player up 1-0. It is going to be ByuN. Taking on our blue Zerg. Bottom left, it is Yakov. Speaking of Percival and Riong, they just came out of games, so I'm just going to take a quick tap to see what the updated score is, to see who's going to be playing against Sola in that semi-final matchup. It's Riong, so Riong gets the 2-1. Hey, good old man Riong qualifying in. He's playing Sola then in the semis, and that TVZ will start up while we're in this TVZ, guys. So we'll join in for that one, maybe game 2, maybe game 3 or something if it gets there. Depends if this game goes to 3 games as well, most likely. And, yeah, let's see what is going to happen. Follow the Overlord for a couple moments out onto the map. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream today, just a quick mention again, obviously as usual, you're enjoying life and enjoying the stream and the content, don't forget to take a moment to check out the YouTube like and subscribe buttons. It helps a bunch if you click those. And if you're on Twitch, don't forget you can obviously support as well by following. I appreciate you guys so far. Yakov beating ByuN would be an upset. Absolutely it would be an upset. But he played some great games against ByuN in the TLMC, so that's why I was kind of excited about this series, because I thought there was going to be quite a bit of potential there, so... yeah, I thought there was going to be some fun possibilities of how things played out. Command Center Barracks all coming through, the couple Queens and Lings on the way about as well. Take a few moments to settle down on this one. Overlord checking out the front, a couple Queens and the Ling Speed coming through, the Barracks on the way. It's Command Center first, so the double orbital at the same time on the way up on the production tab. You saw Hero losing and you've not seen any Protoss? Oh, we saw some Protoss. We watched some ZVP, no? At some point, I'm sure. I'm sure we watched some ZVP earlier on. Yeah, this was CC first, guys. So CC first, and Yakov gonna go super fast Bane Nest. He's gonna look to bust and gonna look to go, go, go. And power straight through into a quick win. The Bane Nest finishing in a few moments. Stimpack building. The Marines all on the way out. Another depot coming down in the back here from ByuN, so maybe already looking toward a secondary wall. There's the Marines. High ground. No Hellions because it's barracks after the command center, so no Hellion production right now. Just going to be Marines against this Ling Bane, and this bust is about ready to go, go, go. So Ling Bane just coming through. Depot is on its way. It's going to be seeing the Lings and the Banes stepping over. SCV going to take a couple of nibbles. Marine's going to be there, protects the SCV. Now loses it. Keep on the low ground, finishes up. Now we see the Banelings. The ByuN, it's time to panic and recover. Oh, no, 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 no. He's going to let the Lings in. Uh-oh. SCV's going to hold at the front. The Bane's plus the SCVs. That's game. Didn't get the depot raised. And he's going to get a hit on the SCVs. That's GG. Didn't get the depot raise. I mean, you get the depot raise and then you force the Banes to blow up before the Marines get surrounded, and it can maybe start to look very different, but you cannot get away with this without buying yourself any time at all. GG. Alright, well that was a fast, speedy way to wrap up a game 2, and just like that we're tied up, and we've got ourselves a game 3 on our hands. Yeah, ByuN actually blocked his own depot lift, right? He blocked himself from lifting the depot because of the SCVs. Like, some of his Marines were out the front, so they were not going to get back in, but then he blocked it. Like, he actually killed the Ling that was blocking, and then he just blocked it with his own SCVs, trying to pull them back toward the ramp. Oof. Alright, 10,000 feet. It's going to be map 3. That's quick game. No need to wait around. As we have got in the bottom right-hand side, the red Terran player. Bane busted in that last game. Imagine he's not going to play as risky this time. It's going to be ByuN in the bottom right-hand side. As at the top left, our blue Zerg, we have got Yakov. Game 3 of our series, as we have our Overlord about to finish. SCV on the way, barracks building, and we get up and running for these early stages. The series, of the final game of the series, I should really say. Get that up and rolling, and away we go. Overlord heading down to the bottom side of the map. It's just going to come straight across there for a couple of moments. Get set up, matching the gas in the pool, all on the way in. And straight down that bottom right side. Overlord to the right, getting moving, Reaper in the orbital coming up, hatchery getting built into the natural. Obviously no CC first this time, as that Reaper will pop and we'll get onto the map to go and have a little bit of a look to see what's going on. Are and Riong playing without stream? Yes. I was getting them to wait for a couple of moments, just in case this last game didn't go well for Yakov, but when it was going well, we'll let them get started. So they're a couple minutes into their first map. Hopefully we can jump into their game too. Again, obviously depends how long this game is versus how long their game is. Gonna get a couple shots off after those Lings initially. Couple of shots. Ling's gonna take some damage. Obviously, Reaper had a great game in game 1. 4 kills, just got away low HP. And this one, he's not gonna get a kill just yet, so Reaper will not have a successful of a time this time. Grenade going down. We do get 1 kill, so Zerglin gets picked. Factory and the reactor both on the way through. Command center will be building, the orbital command coming online. ByuN's preparations back at home looking very reasonable for the moment. As we just moved to the triple command center setup. And yeah, I mean obviously very safe this time. He has the Reaper to spot anything weird going on. Yakov is not doing anything weird because ByuN's not being overly greedy. This Overlord is going to be checking overhead and obviously sees the Reaper maneuvering. It's not a bad place to have an Overlord just to check what maybe happens or maybe moves over in this direction as well. going back over. Link speed in production. It's going to get that finished up as well. Yo, what's up, Rem Draconis? How you doing? Thank you so much for the fresh Prime sub on the channel. Appreciate you priming us up. Hell yeah, thank you so much for using that Prime button. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If there's anyone else out there sitting on the Prime, I'd love to give it a home for a month. We will use it to run more StarCraft 2 tournaments, cast more of them, and just give you guys a whole bunch more StarCraft coming up. Thank you so much in advance if you decide to do so. Otherwise, we got a Banshee on the way, so ByuN, very safe. Obviously, Banshee gives you good harassment opportunity, but the Banshee also is going to allow you to be very safe in case of any kind of roach attack and aggression early on. That coming up, a couple of drones and the lings coming through as well. Green coming about, just gonna have a land coming through. Much else going on just yet. As the Hellions come back over on that right hand side. A couple of barracks coming up for the moment. It's gonna be seeing that Banshee coming through. And yeah, engineering bays, the barracks all coming up. It's going to be seeing that Banshee in the stim coming by. Just going to see the Queens in position. Just going to turn the Hellions around. Baneling Nest coming up on the natural. The Hellions still gathered up. And again, the barracks on the way. The engineering base building. Spire now in production as the Baneling Nest is not far from being done. This Banshee from ByuN going to go take a little bit of a trip forward toward the upper left-hand side. The Hellions just gather out on the right. More barracks coming through. Bane speed coming by. Spire coming online. We have seen a little bit of Ling Bane meter today from Sola in the earlier series. And she had a good time with that Ling Bane meter clearing up ByuN's army, so might be on our way to a rematch of that later if ByuN wins this and Sola wins his matchup. But we shall see as the Hellions are going to dive through here. Gets a couple drones, Lings. Going to get a good catch on some of those Hellions, actually. Going to get a couple of them already. Continue to move over. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield coming over. The Zerglings will chase those Hellions, and that's going to be a bunch of the Hellions getting cleaned up. They get stuck in that corner. It's kind of awkward here until these rocks go down. This is like a hard stuck area, so you can't get away on that right side just yet. And the Spire coming through, Evo Chamber coming up, the Bane Speed coming through, additional mutas coming over and online. Just going to be seeing the Queens gathering on the left. Hatchery sets up, the Banshee gets going. Going to be seeing the Queen going to continue to move through for a couple of moments. Banshee is going to fire in a couple of drones going down right off the bat. Muta's still building as the couple of structures come down here. So extra barracks building into place. This map was very fun during the TLMC. Lots of movement on it and so on. It's going to be ByuN now taking himself to 7 racks. I was going to say this might be an 8 racks kind of map. We'll see what happens as the few Marines get rid of some creep tumors. So we take a couple of moments over there. Get some damage done. Still got melee and carapace coming up. Here's arrived for the first time. They're going to start getting some SCVs in the natural expansion. And ByuN getting jumped on a little bit on the other side at the same time. Yakov using the multi kind of prong and the distraction to work in his favor. Missile turret finally finishes, but after 19 SCVs go down. And the mutas will find more SCVs here, delaying the 8 barracks count, going up to 8. As now we do turn around, just get rid of a few Marines freely. And we're still pushing over here as ByuN. The siege tank is going to fall though. We have enough Ling Bane to deal with the rest of the Marines showing up. There's not a lot of tank firepower. The mutas are going to be able to come and chase, and that new tank is going to get taken down by the mutas unless we kind of lift up into the medevacs. Maybe the medevacs become a target. We can just kill the tank here. The Lings don't need to do much fancy. We just need to get rid of these freaking Marines right now. We've got no Banelings left over, so these few Marines are going to work. The 4th hatchery may very well go down here for Yakov, as he may not be able to survive the next couple moments. My goodness. Are we going to have an upset here? Maybe. It's very close. Yakov on his way to 1-1 upgrade is going to lose that 4th base. He did a lot of work, but now you're a 3-base Zerg versus a 3-base Terran. And I fear that losing your 4th and losing a bunch of units trying to defend the 4th initially when you didn't have enough is going to be so costly. He was a few Banes away from being able to just hold this off. He got rid of so many of the important parts of this from ByuN. And to be fair, there's still not a lot of siege tanks available right now. Right, so the tank count being low is an issue. We've got the mutas getting caught a little bit. Mutas against 8 racks is always a little bit of a funky scenario. But if we can get enough Ling Bane up, we can definitely deal with this, especially with the tank count being low. You see, I mean, this is not what you want to do with the mutas, though. There's too many Marines over there. The right side is where there's less Marines, so that may be where you actually could do a little bit extra for yourself. 2-2 upgrades building from ByuN as he looks to re-establish an upgrade lead at some point of this game. Quite far down the line, though, realistically. You're just going to find a corner to pick away to depot. Going to get a kill and be back off. And that does supply block ByuN, so it's an effective depot kill. As ByuN right now is on pure Marine production. He's got 1 tank on the map, and after that 1 tank, he's done nothing but add Marines. ByuN floating a bit of money as well right here. Yakov is mass expanding. A little bit overkill maybe, but obviously just had some money to spare, so he's just going to throw bases up and hope some of them stick. As we do have the 2-2 upgrades still coming by as well. The mutas dive into the back of this natural. Going to get the missile turret already. The other Marines come through. The mutas going to take a dive toward the main base now. More Marines step forward. We're going to get rid of a couple of those. And the mutas end up escaping out over to the right once again. Trying to keep ByuN back, but I'm still concerned a little bit about how many mutas it's costing us. We'll get back to the extra bases. We can maybe add some drones here, but the army counts are dead similar. Yakov's going to need another good fight in this game still. ByuN looking to the future a bit as well. 4th command center from him. And don't forget those upgrades now being 2-2 is going to be massive for the foreseeable future as well. Any fight in the next minute or so is going to be very favored to ByuN. And that's going to be an issue, especially when you're playing with these mutas, so you're not playing with a ton of ground units anyway. Not a lot of ground units. Plane versus better upgrades is going to make this difficult. The Lings and Banes trying to capitalize here. Jumping on some of those units initially. Tank siege, and I don't think we can commit to that fight. As Yakov may just be trying to slow ByuN's advance down more than anything else at this stage. May not be a terrible idea, as obviously we've kind of alluded to. The mutas on the bottom side trying to get in, but those Marines will say no to that concept as well. See a few Marines hitting the hatchery, the Ling Muta on the left-hand side. 2-2 upgrades coming about, the Banelings coming up, additional Lings still coming through as we take a few moments. The Ling Muta coming about over on the other side now. Just going to try and hit the front. Command Center taking some damage. A few Marines going to get onto the hatchery there. Let's work our way through this, and we have got Marine tank pushing to the upper right-hand side, looking for this hatch in the next few moments. So this base goes down, this base went down. It's back over to that left side base, which was the original 4th of Yakov, now to be his 4th base once more. The few tanks that we've got from ByuN are doing work as Yakov struggles to close the gap between them, and it does look like ByuN's army supply is, at the moment, looking to be a bit too much. We are catching on the upgrades as Yakov, not far from getting to 2-2. As the mutas do get rid of some of the medevacs, and to be fair, this is just a completely unhealable army. Funnily enough, few Marines stem forward. Trying to bait in. Obviously, the pre-split from ByuN is absolutely massive. Here's on the left side, going to notice the medevacs and Marines over here. We're going to get some Ling Bane there. Because we can target down the medevacs, he can't lift out of this as ByuN, so he's going to lose a bunch of those units. They will not be savable. Again, do we want to attack into this position? Stims are nice for Yakov because ByuN does not have a lot of medevacs, so he doesn't have a lot of healing. Just going to let a few units sink themselves forwards onto that split. Looking to come in from 2 angles at the very least, up here and down here. A little bit of creep spread to accelerate into the fight with as well. There's one siege tank here that's actually very vulnerable. We could actually jump on that tank very easily. Instead, we're just sitting there taking shots from it. Let the Lings go for that. That should be an easy pickoff. So that tank goes down. A couple queens to the front taking damage still. Where are we at? The few mutas still alive. Yeah, they're still spread out. The mutas should be looking to try and pick off reinforcements. Like, we shouldn't be able to run across the map with singular lines of units like this as ByuN. That rally point should be something the mutas are bullying and force ByuN to do a little bit more about kind of defending his reinforcements here and taking a little bit more slowly. As mutas end up getting pushed away as extra Marines come across. There's hatchery in trouble, and I think Yakov's going to give it up. Reduce himself down to 3 bases. Well, he has got a 4th over here, I guess. Now ByuN's going to target that. This makes this kind of map very small now if you're playing the left-hand side only. That's going to be an issue, especially as ByuN starts to push in this position. We're going to go as Yakov. He's going to run through this spot. Where's the attack from the right side? It's non-existent. And that is why he's been so hesitant to commit. And that's a little bit of the issue on 10,000 feet, that you kind of feel like you get stuck on this choke point attacking through. I think you need to find a way to come around the center and attack from the other side at the same time, and that's obviously just not being the case there. And this is going to be ByuN taking the 2-1 victory at finals for him. As he will get himself some prize money today, guaranteed. And he will be playing against either Solar or Riong, which is going to be our next matchup here in a few moments. That's already underway. But we will be joining game number 2. I'm just figuring out if it's finishing soon or not. I've joined the game on my other screen. So they're in game 1. Solar is up 180 to 160 supply. He just attacked. He's still attacking into some bases. He's got Lingbane Ultra, but he's going up against Ghost Liberator now, so Riong's on the right track. There might be a little bit of time before we figure out exactly who comes out of that first game. But they're already 16 minutes deep, so we're not far from, it shouldn't be forever and ever. Let me throw some ads up. Take a couple moments and we'll get resumed. Awesome. So yeah, we've got Riong Solo. Like I say, Solo's maintained about a 200 supply to 170 lead. I don't have it set up so I can connect you guys over to my other screen right now, guys. I can't show you that just yet, but just watching to see if anything interesting happens. Big fight happening. Solo runs into a lot of the Terran. He actually just ran headfirst into Tank Ghost. And that probably doesn't sound good, but he's now up 60 supplies, so there's a lot of rebuilding going on, though, to be fair. Okay, so we take a few moments, guys, and get set up soon into that Riong Solo second game. We just need to finish them for game 1, and we can go. Oh. Bum. How's everyone doing? Thanks for watching. We have 1,400 viewers. That's crazy. Viewership popping again a little bit lately, I'm not gonna lie. It's been nice to see. Appreciate you guys. Alright, Solo's just won out game number 1, so we will have ourselves a game 2 in a few moments. So Solo's up 1. We'll jump into game 2 here. Get that ready to go. I'm just going to send the replay from this PC into the folder while I remember quickly. Hey, what's up, Grody1? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. As we got Solo Riong. Game 2 coming up. Solo leads 1-0. Thanks so much for the Prime. As we are just sat here doing a little bit of waiting. Give us something to shout out. Appreciate it. Let's go into this next game. Got that sorted out on that PC. Perfecto. Let's jump to game number 2. Top right hand side is going to be our blue Zerg player. This is going to be Solar from Falcons, taking on the red Terran in the bottom left from Vitality. It is Riong. Game number 2 of the BO3. So Solar won a 17-18 minute game with Lingbane Ultra against Ghost Lib in the end. That was on 10,000 feet. So we're going to go Ley Lines game 2, one of the regular ladder maps for now, rather than one of our TLMC editions. Have a look to see what takes place. Fallen Overlord out onto the map initially, heading down toward the bottom left-hand side as it gets set up. Obviously, we do know the final today will be the winner of this series versus ByuN in one more best of 3, so that's coming up when we wrap this one up, guys. That'll be coming up and being done when this series ends. So we got this second game as EVT, and then Terran versus Terran, or Terran versus Zerg in the finals. ByuN Solo already played one super long game earlier today. That was they played a 30-minute game in the earlier qualifier, so maybe some repeats of that. Guess we'll see what happens. Overlord coming about. It's going to be seen now at Reaper heading to the upper right-hand side. A couple of queens coming about. The drone on the way. Overlord coming up. Reaper getting toward the extractor and does not get the drone, but does obviously delay the third hatchery from coming online. It's going to force Solo to take the third hatchery elsewhere, so that drone is going to move elsewhere for the third hatch. Going to put it down over here. It's going to be this Reaper just trying to be getting a kill very soon. The drone picks that off. Reaper continue to come through for a couple of moments. There's that link speed coming about. Just going to be seeing the reactor, the command center coming up, the orbital command coming through. Settled for a few moments. Starport building into place. And yeah, a few drones in the hatchery continue to come by for the moment. You just see the Reaper getting back up to the top. Overlord going to be right there. And that Reaper takes a chance to, again, just relocate, look elsewhere, and continue to try and find some action as to what's going on. Everybody gathers up. Just going to be seeing the Hellions. Going to be seeing that coming over that right-hand side. Just going to aim for that hatchery. Banshee coming up to get settled into place. Cloak on the Banshee coming online. Just going to see the Overlord coming through. Just going to have ourselves the couple queens, the link speed coming about. Lair on the way. We just have our Hellions and the Reaper still trying to figure out what they can do. Extractor goes down again. And Banshee and the Hellions still building. Just having our Hellions in the center of the map. Gonna just relocate and try and find a way in to try and do some damage early. Let's see if this Zergling's gonna get a wrap around. Hellion goes down already. The refineries and Banshee and the Hellion all coming up. Our Cloak coming in. The Hellions and the Reaper heading down to the bottom left-hand side and going on a bit of a journey as well. And gathering ourselves up. That building, drones producing. Just going to see the Overlords. Cronies coming by, the factories on the way as well, so we get that all settled down. And just chilling in the main base. Our Hellions and the Reaper will come around to the left-hand side and just back up toward this third base for a few more moments. Look at that, the extra factories from Riong, meaning that we're playing mechs, so something a little bit different for us here. Haven't seen too much mech on this new patch. Cyclone nerf or bug fix has been making the battle mech obviously not quite as successful. And mech as a composition probably still pretty reasonable, but I actually wonder here, especially with Lingbane Muta on the way from Solar, can Lingbane Muta somewhat fight against mech right now? Because the Cyclone bug is fixed? Does that make the Cyclones a bit worse against those Mutas? Going to be interesting to see. Because Solo doesn't quite know what he's up against. But if he gets some Mutas out early, he might just be able to start doing damage before there's a lot of anti-air available on the side of Riong. So there are definitely possible problems here as the SCVs go down to a Ling run by. They catch a couple of Hellions too. They're going to get into the natural and see a couple more Hellions spawning. So now you're seeing what? At least 10 Hellions being produced and maybe That's a bit of an indicator. I don't think he saw the extra Banshee, which might have been a sign of more continued mech play as well. 9 drones went down as you do see some Banshee harass hitting on the side of Riong. Hellion showing up and looking for more drones running into this mineral line. Zergling's going to get the cleanup eventually, but taking some time as he just runs in there. 14 drones dead in total recently. The Spore is going to get the Banshee in the end. Solo making 11 mutas, but Thor's on the way, yeah, because we actually need to get an answer up against the mutas, so we're going to build Thor's initially from Riong. That's genuinely kind of cool, but it does mean he's going to be very slow on the map because he's not going to really have a way to do much. Thors are very slow going. They're going to have to play defensive. There's even still a chance to run around against the Thors with the mutas as well, because obviously, again, Thors will move slowly between bases. So that will still be an issue for a little while. As the mutas show up, Lings run into this mineral line. SCVs start to go down. A couple workers being killed. And the mutas will get in after a few more SCVs. A Thor right there, pushing the mutas back the other way. Aliens going to get out after the Lings. A little bit more damage being done. The Thors. Mutas are going to dive on the... That's not the play. That is not the play. I don't know what else to tell you guys. That's just not the play. Let me tell you that much. We get 16 SCVs here overall. I mean, the mutas are a little bit battered and bruised. Did we lose many of them? 4? It's not actually too bad. We actually have a few more units still showing up, so we're really making a play onto this third hatch. We lose another muta there as the Thor gets across, fires its shot. Solar is down to being only a 51 drone Zerg, but he's building a lot more drones. And the thing is, because he's playing against mech, there's no immediate follow-up that's going to be like super impactful and like you know, there's not going to be something in the next couple of moments which is like, haha, now I can kind of like jump on you. The bio pressure doesn't kind of follow up. You know, bio pressure follows up very quickly. We kill a Thor here. There's going to be another Thor in the main base. Solar is playing very sloppily against these, honestly. He's almost no respecting the Thors, quite frankly, as he is going to kill another, but I don't think he needed to throw all these units away. Like, I mean, he's causing a bit of chaos. So he's now going to start building roaches. But yeah, he really threw a lot away for, like, I really felt like there was so much more potential, honestly. I mean, maybe with the missile turret up, the mutas had seen their days, but I don't know if he had to kind of send this right here and now the way that he did. Maybe going to the right side Thor would have been better. He could have had these SCVs as a guarantee afterwards and be away from reinforcements too. He just never really had the muta count to truly fight the Thors, right? Is what it comes down to in a lot of ways as well. Some queens right in the center of the map. I'm not sure what their goal is, if they're trying to come across to be some anti-air or what. We'll continue to build Thors here, and Solar is building Roach Ravager of 64 drones. No siege tanks in sight, so Roach Ravager mass right now could be pretty deadly. That Banshee very nearly going down as it flies through. We'll see the Roach Ravager. Losing your Banshees earlier means you have less damage output against this, and now with the Roach Ravager seen, we begin to build siege tanks. I'm not loving it. I mean, Roach Speed's about to be done, so Solar can probably go. 3 Thors are going to be the defense right now. Siege tank's not done yet. Ravager's readying. Again, the Banshee is going to be met by the Queens as well. Hellbat's getting pushed back already, eating some bile damage. So a few shots coming through on that. That's a lot of units from Solar as he starts to step up. And like I say, maybe a bit overkill because we saw all those mutas going down. I don't know why we thought we needed to keep on building Thors basically as Riong. He's going to bile down one tank. He's going to bile down the next one. So 2 out of the 3 defensive tanks go down already. The Thors are going to micro with the medevacs. I'm not sure that that's going to be a savable scenario. There's a few more biles dropping into place, and this is looking like a doomed situation. It looks like we're going to get Solar and ByuN for the second time today, as this time it'll be a finals. With a few biles onto that Liberator. That's a bang, bang play, and that is Riong going GG as he taps out in the top 4 to give Solar the victory, and Solar will step through to play ByuN in the finals. Alrighty, let's get this hosted up, guys. So we'll get this ready to go, because I'm sure the players want to be wrapping up soon. It is late in Korea. It's coming up to, what, like 2 a.m. for the Koreans right now, so I'm sure they are not super tired, but happy to keep moving quickly, and we have no reason to slow them down, basically, so we'll get into our last match of the day. It's been a fun day of qualifiers, obviously. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of cool games. Hope you guys have enjoyed, and obviously this event will take place later this week, starting Friday with Group A, so that will be coming up later this week, as mentioned. Would I say I'm a StarCraft 2 fan? Yeah, I think so. That or it's all for show, you know? I mean, take your pick. as we get ready to go into this finals. And get ready in a couple of moments. So, waiting for some videos and we'll get this up and rolling. I'm a phony. Yeah, I'm a fake StarCraft fan. Fake StarCraft fan. Logo with the raid. What's up, guys? How you doing? We're here running the WardiTV October qualifiers, also known as the Loco TV next set of replays you'll be watching on his stream / YouTube channel soon tournament. What's up, guys? Welcome. We're actually in our finals of our last qualifier today, or the last event today. We've done 2 qualifiers back to back, kind of 2 open cups. We let players play in both so we get some better games. So we're about to see Solo versus ByuN for the second time today. Earlier today, Solo won the first qualifier, beating out Hero. And right now he's about to play ByuN in this final, which is basically just for a little bit of prize money, $50 first versus $25 second. As they veto through, we are moments away from getting into this evening, so it's going to be getting that going. Immediate ad break after raid. Literally the raid, the raid literally just a, the raid came in as we were already running ads, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm trying to get these guys sorted out. They were asking me best of 5 or best of 3. Like, Solo, you played a best of 3 final earlier. You think I made it back to best of 5? Actually, guys, I like you guys so much. I love this final so much, we're going to make it best of 7. It is just going to be best of 3, guys. That's kind of the format that we run for these events. So that's exactly what we're going to do on this one as we get ready to go. Couple moments to get that set up and we'll be off and away. Hey, what's up, Mickey Varix? Man, I'm gonna have to get Loco to raid me more, man. Loco raids, we make money! Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits! Appreciate the generosity 2 days in a row. It was yesterday as well, right? Pretty sure it was yesterday. Done some long streams, my brain's getting full of it, but it must have been yesterday because it was definitely recent and I didn't stream apart from yesterday, so... Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits, appreciate it. As we wait for... our first map pick here. It's either Torches, Tidal Citadel, or White Rabbit going to be our map. If you are joining us just coming out the ad break, guys, then again, sorry that you got added just as you came in from the raid. We were already running, the ads were already running when you guys got raided, so sadly, you got caught straight into the ad break, but hello and welcome. It's the finals of the WardiTV October qualifier. I made a funny joke that this is basically the Loco TV next thing I cast on YouTube event. That's basically what you missed out on joining us from the ads. As it's ByuN versus Solar, it's a best of 3 final because it's been a long day. There's only a little bit of prize money difference on the line. So we're going to best of 3 this up, starting up on White Rabbit, going into Tidal Citadel, and finishing up on Torches should we get to a beautiful game 3 of this series. So without further ado, you can hear the countdown going on in, and we get ready to roll into this in a couple of moments. Let's get this ready to go and kick this off. Beautiful stuff. All right, let's White Rabbit it up. In the top right-hand corner, we are going to have ourselves the Blue Zerg player in this final. He won their first qualifier of the day as well. Like I said, these are kind of a weird mix of qualifiers / open cups. So it's basically back-to-back open cups. Anyone can play, even if you qualify the first time, with the intention being that basically like it's designed to just get some players playing some games for us, and then we can use it secondarily to kind of get players qualified into our tournaments. So that is the case. As the top right side is Solar, the bottom left is ByuN. Game 1 of this best of 3 starts up. So, we're going to start with a couple of racks down on the low ground, as you can see. Couple barracks going through, matching the gas and the pool coming up. So we are going to have this multi-Rex Reaper to start us off here. Like I say, we casted Solar Bion earlier on today as well. Had a bit of banter back then, having some fun in the lobby of this one as well. These guys still having a good time despite it being late in Korea. And yeah, farming up some cups. As for Solar, he's, what, $75 guaranteed on the day. Win this. Double win would be insane. Imagine 2 Zergs winning a cup. Same Zerg winning a cup twice. I mean, we never have Zergs win anything. There's the couple of Reapers on the way. Let me get rolling. As the Reaper comes through, and we get towards the upper right-hand side. Cool little shots coming through. Reaper going to be hitting. Just going to be seeing the Reaper and the command center coming by. Just going to see the Queens and the drone coming up. Just going to be having the Reapers gathering. So trying to get some damage done early. We're going to hop up in toward the main base. Couple Queens coming through. As we have a couple more Queens on the way out. Factory in the command center building on up. Just getting that underway. And a couple shots coming straight by for the moment. Just going to get that going. The factory, tech lab, and the reactor coming over. Couple shots coming by as we're going to have our setup continuing. Reapers gather. It's going to be having ourselves the Queens joining up, Roachron and the Lair coming through, the drones on production. I'm just going to be seeing the starport coming up on the side of ByuN. So not super committed to these Reapers, just a few of them early. And we just have our stim pack continuing by that starport coming through as well. Orbital coming up, Roachron and so coming into play. It's going to be seeing a couple of Queens there, going to push the Reapers back for a couple of moments. We're building through, the Overlord's still producing, and we just have our Reapers getting turned back around the right-hand side. A couple of Marines on the bottom. Going to get pushed away also for a few moments there. So just going to turn those back and get those away. We got the Roach Speed coming up, so that's going to be Solar's choice to play Roaches initially at the very least. We'll see where he goes with it. Does he stay on Roaches? Does he switch into kind of Lingbane Ravager or something? There are obviously a few different choices here as ByuN having delayed this third hatch quite significantly and forcing the faster layer out of Solar. Is going to see that hatch coming in now. Going to build a Viking, which I honestly don't hate, because you know, you got to be a little bit afraid of what's going on right now, and the Viking does a good job of poking back the Overseer and Overlords in case of a Nidus. It's actually just kind of a reasonable unit to have. Like, it sounds weird, but also if this is like fast meters, the Viking can be a little bit of anti-air as well, so you're just trying to figure out what it is off that faster layer. In this case, there is going to be a Drop Lord, and it looks like just straight up aggression, and there's a Viking usage again, right? You can shoot down the Drop Lord, so... yeah, and it's going to be a scout view going across the map that can maybe still get damage done also. So there's really just kind of reasons to actually have the Viking initially. As we go toward the upper right side, the Roaches down the right side in comparison. And yeah, the Viking going to get in and pick away at that Overlord. Ravager stepping through. Just coming across, just going to be seeing the Overlord. Going to go down, so... again, just a little bit of a supply block. Also, being in a little bit of trouble. He actually kills more drones here. Because the Drop Lord now gets caught by the Vikings. So, what? He's just not going to continue through with more? I mean, to be fair, the defense looks pretty good. We can deny combat shield, but we're already on stim on these Marines. So, it may not just... it's probably just not worth trying to do anything else here. And that's hence the drones coming through. Feels like a very good starting point from ByuN. Being a weird kind of opening to this game. 3 tanks. He's very safe. They're not connected, right? If we barrel there, I think we miss both siege tanks. So... I don't think there's a way to get both in one set of bios. Ravager Queen gathering together. Viking coming around the top side as well. Still got the roaches building the infestation pit coming about also initially as we take a few moments here. Just going to have the Viking going to go in after the Overlord. The Queen going to help to push the Viking back the other side. So again, chase that out of there for a little bit of time. Again, 1-1 upgrades and combat shield all coming through for some early moments. Roaches, infestors, carapace upgrade, hatchery building, all of that coming about, and away we go. Those infestors will produce, so we get that brought straight out over here. So just going to be playing the kind of Roach Ravager Infestor style. Very dangerous if you get caught in those fungals and then the biles come down on top of you. But what's even more dangerous, I think, is when we do get the switch through to Ling Bane. And then you can fungal into the Banelings. And obviously you're just using those fungals to really keep yourself alive until the rest of that army really kicks in and gets into much better positions. Rain's going to stem up, going after the couple of Crypt Tumors. Fungal grabs just a couple of Marines. The Roaches are there, the Ravagers are there, the Marines go down. In the center, Reaper Marines still pushing through, and a couple of Crypt Tumors dropping. The Viking going to get taken out, chasing an Overlord. Just a bit too busy elsewhere on the map, ByuN to go and save that one, so no save happening. The Hive is going to come through on the main base, rebuild that. I'm just going to see the rest of these Marines pulling back to the rest of this tank line. The Reapers continuing up as well. Again, factory building through, medevac on the way. Just going to see our tank and the Marines still building by. And this army of ByuN is going to continue to settle in on the top left-hand side, looking for a bit of a push up top. Again, we got those Lings producing the Roach and the Banes coming by, so they're making that big switch. We're halfway on the Baneling speed already. Where we at upgrade-wise? ByuN just starting up his +2 attack, should be on +2 armor soon, but look at ByuN building attack before armor. Oh my god, is this real? Alright guys, this is how you know this is pre-recorded. There's no way ByuN just built him attack before armor. My god. It's actually, that might be one of the first times ever, as the units come up onto the Crypt Tumors, and they do knock one of them down. A couple of Infestors looking for some possible fungal growths here down this ramp. Maybe give us a little bit of an engagement through onto that force. White Rabbit has a very choked up area here, actually very good tank position to play with, covering a lot of this kind of space on both sides. It makes it a little bit awkward for the defensive Zerg. The Bane's waddling at the moment. Bane speed just about to finish. Queen going down. The tanks have done a lot of work so far, as ByuN going to try and push a little closer and a bit further up. 2 upgrades coming about, melee upgrade coming by. We get the Marines firing again onto the rest of this. Just going to see the Lings coming over. Little grenade bopping a few units about as well. Marines still wanting to get through over there. Here we go. Ling Bane Roach pushing on forwards. The Marines pulling back. Got a couple more biles connecting nicely. Got Ultras on the way, by the way, so Solar is not far away from a very good defense in this game, because ByuN is not currently really set to play against Ultras. He's got a couple Marauders coming up, but that's really about it for now, as we set up and push on through. A couple Crypt Tumors going down, tanks will siege. Roach, Ravager, Ling Bane ready to go. The Infestors are ready to come through with some fungal growth action. The Banes are connecting, going after the Marines. Fungals landing. Siege tank going to get caught. .23 SUVs going down. Sorry, I just did not look at this run by, but that's an entire mineral line on the counterattack by Solar. My apologies. So that's going to be huge as the damage is done on the other side of the map. So 23 dead SCVs over there. Go back over. A couple of Marines gather. 2 upgrades. Vehicle plating coming up. The Ling's still joining. And we do have the little bit of bio coming back through. 26 dead SCVs is a problem for ByuN. And that's the exact sort of thing Solar wants. It's the reason that ByuN feels like he has to slow down and stop just before Solar is really on this powerful upgrade into the Ultras. And those Ultras are kind of set to play, man. Carapace upgrade done, +2 that is. And obviously the Adrenal, the Kindness plating is done as well. And we've got a couple in fungal growths, ready to just launch onto Marines, and then we capitalize. Although, in this case, the Ultras take a bit long to get forward. The Banes will do the job this time. Not a bad start. We see a few Lings trying to run in over here. A lot of them getting decimated by Widow Mines. A few get through, a couple of units are left after it. This bottom side base from ByuN is going to have to lift off and back away already. And Solar really working himself nicely out of that position on the other side. I feel like he was in a little bit of trouble there. That's a pathing issue. So because he was here, he's like clicked around here, and some units have tried to go around this way instead of around this way. That's one thing that's going to take a bit of getting used to on the map, most likely. Just something you've got to be cautious of. As we are going to move forward, Fungals are going to try and land. The Ultras leaving this charge up. Corrosive Vials double killing the siege tanks already. Medivacs as well, taking some bile hits. Solar is going to take a reasonable fight. He's got Roach Ravager on the backside of this. Still Corrosive Vials on the next tank, but now it's only Roach Ravager. That's when ByuN can win this fight, as the Ultras are gone, and we are going to chase. And oh no, Solar loses a lot, including all the Infestors as well. Bio still moving about. Upgrades in place as we are going to push on through. ByuN is back to armor before attack. No, he fixed it for a single upgrade. As we now jump onto this hatchery in the center. Lings are only really showing up. We've got a little bit longer to wait for the Ultras to pop out. We've got the Infestors on the way, but not ready yet. So ByuN with the opportunity now to make some damage happen and to really bring him back a little bit. We've got a counterattack of Lings on the other side. Going to catch a couple of reinforcements, trying to get across the map in general. There's an Ultra showing up, but into an army that is really just as powerful as this. On its own, that Ultra ain't going to do much. Hatchery goes down, still needs to be probably not running in with that Ultra there. The Lings, and ByuN has nothing at home to defend against the SCVs. They're going to try and pull back as well as the units go back the other side. Hatchery going to take position. The rest of the Bane Ultra Force coming back through as the Bio runs away. A couple of Widowmine shots going to go bang bang onto the Ling Bane. On the left-hand side, a few Lings get caught back as well. Army gathers up. Just going to be seeing the Ultra still kind of moving through. A couple of Corrosive Vials. Trying to drop down as well. Extra Lings coming over. 3 upgrades. The Drilling Claws coming through. Marine Marauder, Widowmine coming on online as we have another hatchery placed. Trying to get this forward hatchery, that 6th base down for Solar. Ling's still attacking on the other side of the map, trying to keep this busy. And what a turning point. ByuN winning that one fight in such a heavily convincing manner really opens the door for him back into this game. And now it's just chaos. Ling's all over the place. Io over here going to get rid of this base. That's why Solar's desperate to already start working on the other hatchery to make sure he has a 5th base replacement coming up. I don't know if this 5th base is going to be an easy one to hold on to, though, as we are going to see Fungals over here letting the Ultras get some damage done, but we're off creep, and it's really the Ultras versus the world. There's a few Lings showing up to help as well. The Ultra on the high ground chomping right now and is actually getting some dinner in its tummy. Made up a Marine Marauder mush as the couple of Widowmines getting cleaned up as well. These Ultras are still leaving the charge in. A couple of Banes smashing its way onto the Marauder there. Another fungal growth coming down. The Ultras are still showing up. Can Solar break through this right now? A couple of Corrosive Vials coming down also. Widowmine's connecting on the Ultras, and they are going to get low. Man, so many of these units from ByuN are super low HP, but they're just able to survive getting into SimCity where the Ultras may not follow. And that's why those Ultras got to try and lose some weight, because they can't sneak through those little gaps, and that is a problem. My goodness. Like I say, hectic game, back and forth. Neither player really able to get the best over the other just yet. Now a bit of Biomedevac up into the top side as we swing around. Aim ourselves in this direction. Couple Liberators begin to siege the Bio, stimming through. Bane's in trouble. Hatch still mining comfortably for the moment. We take a jump forward. Lings on the other side of the map going to go in after a whole bunch of SCVs as well. So you're going to see a lot of damage being done there still as we chase on through. A couple of Balins getting picked off. Lings move forward, and that's going to be more SCVs in trouble. Bam! And the Widowmine connects to a bunch more SCVs also. That's a little bit of damage there as this forward hatchery going to go down. Solar's going to get reduced down to the 4 bases maybe. I mean, he's rebuilding top left, he's rebuilding far right. But for now, just a 4-base Zerg, and ByuN obviously going to have his eyes sighted on another of those hatches. Fire pushing through, Creep Tumors going down. Fire's still fighting. We're going to take another step forward. Fungal growth landing, a little bit of Bio getting caught. The Ultra still moving through. Corrosive Vials going to get rid of the Liberator, going after the Medivacs. One more Widowmine shots continuing to come by just for now as we continue to chase this Bio army down at the moment. I mean, again, we're chasing, but can we justify the chase? One Fungal and those Ultras could absolutely go huge. But we just can't get the Infestors in range. The more Infestors on the way. Ling Bane still being produced as well. Get Liberator, Marine Marauder coming up on the side of ByuN. We bring all of that across and into play. And splits a few Medivacs to the left side. Going to go for 2 different angles of attack, trying to force Solar to split his army up a little bit, perhaps. Could be a big moment in this as a few Zerglings trying to step through as well. I see a couple of Banes connecting. The Ultras coming through. The Infestors setting up. Bio diving, the couple Queens are going to be there. The Ultras, the Banes, the Ravagers going to move through as well. going to be seeing the Ultras looking to get a little bit of jump on that, and they will make some damage happen. So they force the lift up. ByuN is in a supply lead of this game. On the left-hand side, a Widowmine helps to soften up an Ultra in the front lines. Nice splits, obviously trying to minimize the fungal potential. We get rid of one Infestor. This Infestor crossing over, taking a crossing route into this army. He's not going to have a great time. The Widowmine's burrowed. They're going to get cleaned up, though, before they fire this time. Fungals are combining, and this time the Ultras are feasting, but we do get back to more mines, and that scares Solo's army away and stops him from committing even further onto this for the moment. A couple Liberator shots, the Ravager Bile trying to say goodbye to that. Again, the Ultras are still building through. The drones kill it gathering as we reset ourselves. The Marine Marauder coming online. It's going to be some Lings getting a chance to bust through a few more Marauders. Medivacs loading up. Again, Ling Ultra still making its way by for the moment. But the mines will fire. A few more shots coming through. Ling Ultra, Roach Bane reducing right now. Circlings gather, the Bio army coming across, Widowmines will join up. Top left-hand side, the Lingbane Ultra Infestor Force will join up as well. We're just going to see those Infestors setting up together right now. Army coming around the bottom, a couple Libs will siege, as the Lings will run through and just again looking for some counterattack damage. ByuN is trying to become a 5-base Terran with the main base orbital relocating, so hardly a safe setup. It's been a chaotic game, bit too busy to really drop extra expansions down. That's the kind of game we've been playing here. And yeah, I mean, it's such a compromise, not compromise, such a comparison to what we saw earlier between these two, which was a super passive late game when they opened up with game one. In this game, it's a very hectic, busy game that's kind of stuck in the mid to late stages, right? We're entering late game tech for the Zerg. We've got a little bit of later game tech for the Terran, but not really. Obviously, ByuN is not playing Ghost or anything. It's just Marine Marauder, and that's what's keeping this so funky. And it's so aggressive on both sides, no one can really slow down to add that additional tech on either, so we kind of stick around playing these kind of, like I say, mid to late game armies, that kind of transitionary army that you usually see. And yeah, not seeing much else along with it. No melee upgrade, I was going to say, from Solo yet. He's getting that +3 melee upgrade now. One of those scenarios where every upgrade might help. It's been long enough, it would be impactful. Infestor's going down, though. ByuN with a breakthrough onto this right side hatchery. Big base kill here at the same time. It's going to be a major pushback as the lift up has to happen. And ByuN runs his way on, Solo runs his way onto this base, and he needs to get forward onto like this base. 35 SCVs sitting there for the killing. You get rid of that economy, and ByuN is going to struggle to stay in this for a whole lot longer. Couple Infestors coming through. Nice fungal growth. Good double fungal growth. The Ultra is going to get to chomp for once, and that is massive. Oh no, ByuN's supply is gone, and he's losing the SCVs as well because Solo runs in over here. And Solo looks as though he might come out on top of this chaos of a game, as he is looking good on White Rabbit. All of a sudden, a multi-prong attack with the left side hitting the mineral line, the right side taking an army fight that wins out for him, and that is a massive moment for Solo, as like I say, he improves heavily in this opening map of the best of 3. And I think ByuN might just be getting a little out of reach right now of this situation. Hatch over here, Widowmine behind the mineral line is cute. We'll see if that ever comes into impact, honestly. I don't know if it will. And ByuN's going to try and focus on the upper left-hand side. Army supply for ByuN is still reasonable, but the rebuild potential is obviously at an all-time low for him. Lings don't care about the lib much. They're going to just run through onto it, and honestly, Solo doesn't care about this much either. I think he's got enough to fight it. This ledge, though, makes it awkward, having to kind of run around rather than just being able to run straight through. Forces you through the choke point, and that makes it difficult. Now we've got units from the other side. Fungal Growth Plan, though, and that should be a chomping goodbye as the Ultras take game 1 for this series, and Solo will be up a map. Awesome game 1 of a little best of 3 final today. Darksaber23, thank you so much for the 15-month resub on the Prime. Guys, if you enjoy StarCraft 2, if you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the games, consider supporting the channel. We cannot run these events without your support. So if you've got a Prime sub, consider clicking it. We will just host in game 2, and we might sell out a little bit more if the game opens slowly, but otherwise, let's get that on the way. Thank you, Darksaber, for the 15-month resub. Appreciate you. Still up 1. They'll go ready, and we are going to be Kicking off into Taito Citadel. Let's get this one going. Let's get this one on the way. Do, 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 do. All right. In the bottom right-hand side. In the bottom right, up one is going to be Solar, leading this final, looking to see if he can close it out in what's been an awesome opening game. Top left, I read Terran and ByuN. These guys need no break after such a hectic game. They're straight back to it, straight back in. No chilling out for these guys as we get game 2 ready to rumble. I'll breathe it for a second, because that was a pretty hectic closing out of the previous game, as we do go Rax Gas, High Ground Rax as well, so no multi-Rax Reaper to start us off in this game at number 2. And the Overlord just taking a little journey, wiggling its way up to the upper left side. Overlord moving, Reaper in orbital, in production, and get settled in. Again, first few moments going to be peaceful at least. And we can take a little bit of time to get all set up. Try to pop then, and probably just follow this Reaper across the map. Not much else going to happen first couple moments of this TVC, as the Reaper will indeed make its way out onto the map and head down the right-hand side. So Reaper on a bit of a journey already. Away we go. Lings, couple queens at link speed, all building through. We head down to the bottom corner. Let's see what the Reaper can do. See if we can get some harassment made, as the couple of lings are ready. Obviously, queen's not ready just yet. See how good the control is from Solo as we try and maintain these lings. Pretty decent in the first few moments. Alright guys, just as we have then, not too much going to happen. I'll just take a quick moment to say, as this is our last game of the day. First of all, thanks for joining us throughout the day of a couple of cups. It's been a fun one. If you have enjoyed, again, a couple of things you can do to help the stream. Like and subscribe if you're on the YouTube. Follow if you're on the Twitch. Free ways to support very easily. And obviously, just in general, a little shout out to obviously support and subscribe if you can do so. And just support with money if you can, because it helps us to run these events. What I really want to point out quickly, though, because we've not mentioned it all day, is that if you really love the WardiTV Cups and tournaments, you can check out the WardiTV Patreon page. Tournaments like this one happen because of your guys' support. You guys help us to put this prize money together, and the Patreon page is the best place to help that, because 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools for WardiTV StarCraft 2 events. So if you enjoy what you're seeing here, consider checking out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Like I say, 100% of anything you support on there goes directly into tournament prize pool. It will end up in the players' pockets. We don't save any of it for ourselves. We even add extra money into what you put in to cover for the transaction fees. So $10 on the Patreon is $10 to the players. So do check that out if it sounds, check that out if it sounds good to you. Sounds exciting. You have a lot of lings here from Solar, and now it's going to be a lot more lings than ByuN is expecting. He's not ready for this at all. Has to raise the depot, try and get the SCVs in, trying to wall with the Hellions on the high ground. Lings are so close to breaking through. One of those Hellions, there's not going to be a lot left. We killed 4 SCVs, 2 Hellions go down. I didn't make it a 3rd Hellion, which I don't mind then. I think this was okay, actually. There was only 4 SCVs, but full SCV pull away. You get 3 of the Hellions out here as well. I actually think that was pretty reasonable overall. It was 26 lings, so it could have been 13 drones instead. I kind of like it, to be honest. Don't get me wrong. Like, I feel obviously like, maybe it would have been better for Solo not to have built the lings, but I feel like he killed so many Hellions, there's not much threat. Now, if these 3 Hellions run in now and actually get some damage done, then I really don't like it, but we got some Lings there. We've got the Queen on the top of the ramps, not quite in position. Oh my god, 2 more drones going down. Yeah, I mean... Oh, lost mining time. Oh no, the drones are stacking! The Hellions don't notice. They don't catch shots. I mean, they wouldn't have one-shot many of the drones. There was a couple that maybe would have been one-shot by a double Hellion volley. But yeah, always a little bit scary just in case they don't die and they get a second volley off, but they never even got a first, so... Not too exciting. Banshee deflected. Spore Crawl in a good position. I'm going to turn that away, and Solo will play the defense against this Banshee initially, which gets pushed back to the top side of the map. Couple of barracks in the refineries coming up then as ByuN resettles himself into this one. 1-1 upgrades, Stimpack on the way through, couple of barracks building, and you just have that Banshee going to join with Banshee 2, and we'll see if that maybe opens the door for some harassment to succeed here for ByuN in the next few moments. Banshees will shoot, just going to be seeing the hatchery going down. On upgrades, combat shield coming inbound. Hatch going to take a bit more damage. The Queens are going to be there to push the Banshee to the side. Again, the Banshees will just come about. That's going to be seeing the Banshee's going to be pushed away by the Spores. Good defense for the moment. A little bit of hold right there. Just going to have upgrades coming through. 1-1 in the roach speed. Coming about as the Infestation Pit is coming up as well. So Infestation Pit coming by. That's going to lead us into, again, that kind of roach infestor setup. With the upgrades being missile focused this time, okay, we actually are going to add a Baneling Nest anyway. I was going to say, with missile upgrades, I wonder where we go, because obviously maybe it steers away from what we saw last game, but then the Baneling Nest suggests otherwise. Guess we will see. So we're having the Marines getting over, a couple Lings going down. Those Marines go the other way, a couple of Ravages going to morph, and we do have the Banshees going back the other side. Just going to be seeing the Hive coming up, the Baneling Nest coming through. A couple of Creep Tumors here will get picked away at, so on our way through that immediately as we knock our way through. A couple more Creep Tumors. We get a little bit extra damage there. Just going to be seeing a couple more Creep Tumors coming through, and just going to be having Banshee getting involved in a fight. Didn't really want to be involved in. Coach Ravager keeping a lot of this army in the middle of the map down. Man, ByuN, I praised you for starting attack early in game 1, and now we're just going to have the +2 armor on the engineering bay. Unbelievable. Double medevac down to the bottom left, so we're going to make a bit of a journey with the 16 Marines. We'll see if we can do anything with these. Solo has a pretty good ring of creep spread in front of his bases, so he has a pretty good kind of defensive line of, you know, things that are going to keep him very safe here initially. Those Marines will unload on the back of this drop, and just a little bit of a push down the right-hand side as Marines and Hellbats get their way in toward a couple more Creep Tumors as well. Roaches step up, Hellbat takes some damage. Baneling speed still on the way through, the additional Lings coming over. Marines and Medevacs will join on the bottom left-hand side and take a bit of a stim in towards the Creep spread here. A couple Creep Tumors taking some damage right off the bat, and we've got ourselves a Marine tank gathering on the right side as well, joining on up. All those Queens are going to spread the creep through, and we have the Ultralisk Cavern dropping in from Solar in the main base. Roaches take the chance. Push a few Marines away. Medevacs taking a bit more damage on the right-hand side. We set up over there as well. And big push from ByuN. He's got 3 more barracks coming up. He's got the 4th base, but yeah, really trying to push forward a little bit right now as the Infestors run back and do save themselves from the Banshee that was chasing. This drops over here, have not found a way to do much of anything just yet, as this 4th base is in trouble, so Solo may be denied 5th hatchery for the moment. Where else could he go for a 5th? You know, over here seems like a pretty obvious choice. 6th base, 7th base, I guess, in the end. The map gets interesting, obviously, as it has that kind of different... Oh, these middle bases aren't replicated because of the diagonal symmetry. The Roach is actually pressuring over there, but base is not in position yet, otherwise they might have been able to do something. There's not a lot of units there in general as we actually push up this ramp, so seeing the opportunity, as we are going to see the cleanup on this left-hand side. So good defense from Solo on the left. On the right side, Biles will get rid of a Widow Mine. We've got a Fungal available on that Infester. It only grabs 1 or 2 Marines, so not too impactful, but it does force the lift up. It does force us to turn away and back out from this, and that is going to be sort of falling back from there. ByuN having to step away as there are the Roaches now showing up to hit this mineral line, gets a few SCVs. Now there's a lot more bio nearby though, so the cleanup is going to be much easier for ByuN to find as he comes in with a lot of that bio force. Roach is taking some big hits and getting some big cleanup. General Glands building, plus Chitinous Plane, plus 2 Carapace all on the way in. The extra Ultras and Lings coming about. Infestors will produce. We have this army still setting up in the center. The Bane's gathering, the army settling into the middle of the map here. As we are going to see a couple more battles coming through, a couple of mines going to get hit, the Bane's taking some damage. Fire still pushing forward as the Ultras take a step away over that right-hand side. So it's still maxed out. Another Roach run by on this left side. This is a planetary fortress now. Going to be more difficult to get much done. We're going to see double starport building here, though. So Solo will see that. Might be able to identify the idea of what ByuN wants to go into. And maybe it even inspires him to build a Spire early. Inspires a Spire. But real talk, maybe really would. If this starts to be a lot of libs, then a Spire and a few Corruptors coming out will absolutely help against that kind of higher lib count. See an attempt to take a hatchery here. There's a Bio army already camped on top and a Widow Mine. We're going to take just a fight into the center here, though. We actually jump onto the Widow Mines. 1 or 2 go off. The Ultras, no, don't turn around. You were so close to just fighting some of these units. Somehow this Ultra gets away, and I feel like that's a terrible example of what should have been done there. 1 HP Ultra should have died. That should have been 2 dead Ultras, but obviously just grabbing everything at a quick moment. I mean, we're nitpicking, you know, minor moments of the fight. It looks bad, but at the end of the day, Solo just didn't want to commit fully into that trade. This is bad, actually, because he's running a lot of units in kind of on their own accord. Now ByuN is just distracted elsewhere. He's pushing in on the right-hand side. He eats a fungal growth. The Ultras go down, though. And losing those 2 Ultras earlier means you don't have as much to defend on this right side. So ByuN's going to break through. He lost out in the bottom left. Now he's going to win out in the top right. Solo desperately trying to get some other units up here as the Ling stream in. Another Ultra spawns into position. The reinforcement Ultra was huge and is going to save Solo for the moment as some more bar units just working their way through the creep tumors in the left-hand side center of the map. Medevac's pulling over as well. Drilling Claws coming up. 3-3 upgrades on the way by. Just going to be seeing the Bio splitting across, aiming after the Overlord here. Looking to try and get something done. Push away on that one. Get a bit more damage done. Bottom left, pushing through. Baneling trying to connect. A couple of Widow Mines trying to come in. The Ultras are going to take a turn into that and fight. The Bio going to use the stim on through right now as you just have a couple of creep tumors already being picked away at. The Ultras going to dive forward once more. Another Widow Mine trying to aim onto the Ultras but not quite getting there. Just going to push through once again. Another Widow Mine. Still not going to get onto the Ultras just yet. Roleplay of a Ling Ultra run by like that as ByuN keeps the pressure going in this bottom corner. Now building 4 libs at a time. That's exactly why I would have loved to have seen something a little bit more realistically kind of able to take down those libs, but Solo's just not had the chance just yet to build into that and recognize that this lib count is growing perhaps. When I see some liberators here, I wonder if that maybe instigates some defenses. That Ultra gets a lot done despite being in range of some liberators. His Lings will go down. 6 SCVs full. Obviously got a lot more than just some SCVs though. Ghost Academy on the way. It's funny because obviously Liberators coming up in big numbers, the Ghost Academy coming up secondary here. There's the Spire that we mentioned as perhaps a necessity from Solo in this situation. The Liberators are more of like a transitionary period. You get the Libs up, they help you a lot against the Ultra Force at first without needing to kind of commit into a lot of Ghosts initially. They're kind of meant to help you get to the Ghost, but ByuN's kind of committed so heavily to the Libs that I feel like he's truly going to get to the Ghost very easily. This is more than just like a transitionary set of Liberators. It's a big commitment to them. As Solo tries to push ByuN back in the bottom left-hand side as well. Medevacs will load. They are going to retreat away back towards the top of the map now as Ultra Bane Ling regathers in the center. The couple of Infestors joining together. More Marines just unloading. The Ling's going to get chased. Oh, good fungal. No follow-up, though. Can't get the Banes to connect. Or the Ultra connect on the bio units. Try and turn one some more into this. Couple more fungal growths. Couple more biles. Get some medevac at least. I mean, chaotic there, so a few biles mixed in goes a long way. So it still has units on the bottom left side. We'll check on that in a second. Those biles hit the Liberator that was low from before. How many infestors do we have left? Just 2, and one of them super low. Ultra trying to run onto that watchtower. This watchtower is funky because it's a very choked up area. And then it's a ledge down into it as well. So it's like a real kind of corner, but if you can hide in it, it kind of works sometimes. Antifac's thinking about unloading perhaps. A few Marauders getting caught. Solar starts some good money in the bank. It's another nice fungal. I'll tell you what, those medevacs are getting very low. I'm getting a little concerned that those medevacs are going to just kind of start dropping out of the sky soon if we're not careful. So we've got to be cautious about that. Still a little bit more army collecting together. A few more corrosive vials. Going to get the Liberator down. Wooden Mines are still setting up. And this army of Solar pulling back down toward the bottom right side for a moment. Infestor gets sniped. Now a couple more shots coming through. Ultra going to take a shot from a Widow Mine. And we just have ourselves a couple more Liberators setting up as well. Infestor is kind of just asking to be killed. He drops the fungal before he goes down. Just sat a little bit AFK right there as we look for another fight into this. Using a little bit of the creep spread to help. There we get Biles off for a Liberator. There's the Corruptors, by the way. Finally, it's what was being kind of missing here, right? A way to get rid of these Libs a bit more reliably. The issue is it's taken so long. It's taking you a lot of money. I don't know if I dare really look at resources lost. Ling run by up here gets turned around, turns back into death. 22k to 31k. It's not being bad for Solar. These Corruptors can start cleaning up the Libs. Might also be able to clean up a lot of the medevacs. There's a few ghosts here, but honestly not a lot. A couple of biles there. And get rid of one more Liberator. A little bit messier. Solar turns around, fights in, turns back. Loses an Ultra because of it. And we're at the kind of point where, we are talking about each individual unit because Solar does not have a lot of money banked up. Still has 85 drones though, so he's still kind of okay overall. There are the Corruptors making themselves known. Do we have a ground army to actually fight against the rest of this? Some Banes are coming through. The Ghosts are going to have to go running. The Marauders trying to be the wall. The Ling's trying to get behind. The Banelings connect. A couple Ghosts go down. Ghosts still being chased. That Baneling's going to get another one. And ByuN is in a runaway situation. We are going to see most of the Ghosts dropping down. So Solar gets a lot of value there. Again, didn't have a lot of money to immediately rebuild, but he does have good income with 84 drones, but it's also 80 SCVs. The Corruptors will take a chance to go across the map and say, hey, can we kill anything here? Can we caustic spray any structures down? Are their bases up for grabs? Solar finding clearing the way to maybe take this gold bottom left, while he also wants to try and fight for the top right base, but that is likely to be in trouble. That feels like an easy target for ByuN. It's going to be about kind of ping-ponging between the two bases, and if he can try and keep one of them up, he's going to be okay, but he does want some of these center bases because ByuN is going to become a 6-base Terran, and it's going to be realistically difficult to keep ByuN from being a 6-base Terran because a 6-base setup here on Taito Citadel is going to be a pretty comfortable one to hold on to. Swole gets around the back. It's going to be seeing that Liberator again jumped onto. That will go down. The army coming back through to the bottom side as well as the Banes are morphing in. The Infestors coming up. Lings and drones in production. Marine Marauder Medevac producing through. And where do we go from here? Army's maxed out once again. ByuN and Solar playing some excellent games against each other today. They've been a great match for each other so far. Solar still leads this finals 1-0. ByuN trying to take us to a game 3. Solar trying to get a second cup win of the day. Lings looking to run through. Ultras are going to be right there. You just turn away from that as we do have the Lings on the top side. Going to run by. Sense Tower is going to go down, actually. So Sense Tower gets cleaned up. A little bit more bio still pressing into the center. A couple command centers coming by. The drones in production. It's going to be that Liberator putting some work in as well. Nipping our way through the bottom side base here. Corruptors get through. Liberator gets picked up. The Lings come in. And Solar will take a step away for the moment. As that's a lot of bio up over here, but maybe he can come in from all angles. The Infestors are going to get maybe a flank, and if they can catch the fungal, that opens the door. Man, the Widow Mines have done some work initially, though. Can we follow up with the fungals and the Banelings? Ultras are going to get to chomp, but the units are going to hide behind the mineral line. Oh my goodness, absolute mess of a fight from both sides, really. Resources lost 43 to 33k. Solar is still finding himself in a position where he can kind of hang on to about a 10,000 resource loss difference. That means he's taking good enough fights to keep that going. Gold base denied. ByuN says, well, if you keep in the top right, I'm getting rid of the bottom left. These Corruptors do not have a lot of Marines to hit them, so they should absolutely be going in after those medevacs. May even want to use the Corruptors to set off some of the Widow Mines next time, like lead the charge with them a little bit and just try and absorb some damage, because Corruptors Nice to get rid of the medevacts, but realistically don't have much else to do. We do kind of need to get rid of the drop in the bottom left, though. That's one thing that needs to be stopped right now. Ultra, man, why is it always Ultras that just spawn out and become the answer? Like, one Ultra pops, he's like, hello, I like 16 supply Terran units, thank you very much, and we'll take you down. Ultra's a good unit, right? We don't mind good unit. Gets rid of those 6 Banes that weren't even really meant to be running around over there, so that's going to be a catch. As we do send a couple Ultras into this planetary, this is going to be an SCV repair. The Lings are going to run through. A few Banelings there to get the Bane SCVs as they're clumping up to repair would have been nice, perhaps. We get rid of a missile turret, maybe trying to open the door for the Corruptors to have a chance to caustic spray. Beyond his 170 supply, he's got money, but he's not fully rebuilding just yet. Solar fighting out of a supply block, going to take this fight here, Solar, as he jumps in a lot of these units. Corruptors finding the fresh medevacs, and that's a big deal. Don't know if that Widowmine really does enough. The Ultra's still chasing. I mean, ByuN's going to try and run to the upper right side. I love that these Corruptors get after the medevacs, though. That's going to be huge overall, as now these SCVs go down. This base will fall in the center, but so will the base in the top right-hand side, unless something nearby is going to respond immediately. And ByuN needs to spend his money, but he's actually running out of gas, so he still has some gas to work with, though. Medevac's load up. He's actually trying to take the bottom left gold base. Solar, when he sees that, is going to make that a priority to deny. It's going to be a tough base for ByuN to hold on to. It's so far away from everywhere else on the map here. Right side of the map, the bio units will unload. The Corruptors come across, again, looking to get rid of the medevacs, and then the units will not be healable, and that means that they will go down much more comfortably. Ultra on this side over here is making work happen. A lot of SCVs dropping recently, so ByuN taking a lot of eco damage and also just being pushed away from some of the bases that he's been kind of reliant on. SCVs still dropping. That's why this bottom left gold base is huge. It's the drones to play the denial. Who wins? The drones or Planetary Fortress morphing in with the feelings? It's going to start becoming the drones. As the Ultras and the Lings continue to that bottom left corner. Bio in the center. Widowmine goes off. What happened to that Widowmine? Oh my god, did you see that Widowmine corpse just get yeeted? Oh my goodness. It went miles. I think ByuN's going to lose this, guys. The Corruptors in the sky, get the lib, get the medevacs. The bio's not enough. The economy has been shattered, and Solar will take a 2-0 and close it out. GG. How many kills in those Ultras? I can have a little peek and see if there's any kind of high kill Ultras at the end of this. Some of these Ultras were indeed feasting, but I mean, Ultras die a lot as well, right? Some of these Ultras, 4 kills, 0, 16, 4, 12, 11. Some of these Ultras were feasting, man. Yeah, some of these Ultras were chomping down and having a good time. Why do you not keep buying Ghosts? I think because he's a little afraid that the game was so swarmy, there was no good way to set the Ghosts up. And he's afraid that those Banes keep connecting, and Ghosts are a little bit weaker to the Banes than they used to be. So I wonder if it's a little bit of that, maybe? Obviously, he tried to play heavy on the libs initially in the first place, so kind of a factor as well. GG's, guys. Solar is going to win both the cups today. Cracks himself $100. Was this best of 5? Nope, just a best of 3. We only have a $75 prize pool, so we're trying to keep it a little bit shorter on the side of the players. And we've had double cups, so we've already been live for 7 hours, so we're going to be wrapped up. It was a great series. I know it would have been a great best of 5, perhaps, but sometimes it's good to end it while it's still good, you know, before we get a game 3 that's 2 minutes long or something. GG's. What a great series, guys, and what a fun day. Yeah, like I say, 7 hours of qualifier action, and qualifies a bunch of players into WardiTV October, which is going to be starting on Friday. Now, tomorrow we're going to have OSC mid-season playoff action, so you can tune in tomorrow for that, starting at 1 p.m. CEST, and then on Thursday we're going to have some OSC King of the Hill, which is going to be fun, and then on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's the WardiTV October Groups A, B, and C, so you can tune into that for some awesome streams as well. Group D will be on Tuesday, and Group Playoffs will be on the Friday afterwards. So all of that happening, all of that coming up. I appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with us. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Why not best of 5? Because it's only a $75 cup, and it's a little bit much to ask for the players to do. That's the same reason we don't hold both semis. We're just, you know, $75. I think 3.5 hours is fine to kind of aim for, and the best of 3 finals really does that. And again, this has also been back-to-back cups today as well, so we're not going to change one cup to be a best-of-5 final when the earlier cup was a best-of-3, which allowed us to get in. But it was a good series, nonetheless. Guys, again, one last little sellout on the day. Like and subscribe on the YouTube. Follow on the Twitch. If you want to support further, consider checking out our YouTube membership options or super chatting. You can obviously donate bits or subscribe here on Twitch. Use your primes if you've got a prime sub available. It allows us to run more StarCraft 2, as you can hear. We've got StarCraft all week long, every single day this week. We're casting awesome StarCraft 2 games. And none of this is possible without your support, so do consider supporting. Also check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of pledges on the Patreon go into prize pools of tournaments just like this one. If you want to support for free, you can also check out GrabTap. The link is in the Twitch chat. Download some of those games and play some of the missions, get some of the missions completed. We'll directly support the channel as well. We'll talk a bit more about that tomorrow on our final day of sponsorship with them. And thank you so much, Pogolisk, for the 8-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you big time. Thank you for priming us up to round out the stream. Guys, I'm going to roast out ads on the outro. If you can stick around a minute or two while they play, it's super appreciated. It will help out. On Twitch, I will host and raid somebody as soon as I'm done. Probably Hero Marine for our stream, and he's an hour in. So we'll host Hero Marine in a couple of minutes on Twitch once the ads are played. If you're on YouTube, it'll be a minute or so. And there will be a YouTube upload in about 10 minutes' time as well. Today's YouTube video is going to be between Raynor and Classic. So if you want to watch some Raynor Classic, that's going to be on your screen in just a little bit of time. So you guys can check that out as well. And thank you so much for watching and being here and being awesome. I appreciate you all. And I will see you guys. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for OSC Midseason Playoffs. See you guys there. Thanks so much. I'll see you guys later. Bye.